Han Fei sits precariously on the edge of bed, holding her head in despair as she wonders why she became a meatball when she crossed over into this new world, lamenting that people in these stories are supposed to become beautiful. She envisions a future where she stands proudly next to a handsome, silver-haired man, a future that seems impossible now. She finds herself on the ground, unable to get up, and briefly hopes she has landed in the Tang dynasty, where her full figure might be appreciated, but she knows this is unacceptable. Two servant girls mock her, with one Jimin pointing out to the other that Han Fei is the legitimate daughter of Mr. Han and it's inappropriate to make her clean, but the other servant dismisses this, saying the madam insists she work. The dismissive servant throws a broom at Han Fei, callously remarking that a pig like her should do more work before they both walk off. Determined, Han Fei struggles to her feet, letting out a great yell as the broom handle cracks under her weight. She pants from the effort, thinking it wasn't as hard as it seemed, and is then approached by her personal servant, a young girl named Chunhong, who tearfully blames herself for her mistress being bullied. Overwhelmed with guilt, Han Fei cries and apologizes to Chunhong, horrified at the thought that she might have stolen food from her own starving servant. Back in her shabby room, she sits on the creaking bed, contemplating her bleak future. Annoyed by the constant noise from outside, she kicks the door open in frustration. Outside, she is confronted by an elegantly dressed older woman and her entourage, and at that moment a voice rings out in her head, announcing that a quest has been activated to fight back against Mr. Han's concubine. One of the concubine's servants steps forward and viciously slaps Chunhong across the face for failing to offer a proper greeting. The concubine, or madam, looks at Han Fei and thinks to herself that the medicine she's been giving her is working well, as the pig is getting fatter and more pleasing to the eyes. But Han Fei, with a dark expression, delivers a powerful slap to the servant who hit Chunhong. The force of the blow sends the servant girl flying upside down through the air. The impact of the servant hitting the ground is so immense that it cracks the stone tiles of the courtyard. The madam looks on, her face a mask of fear, while her other servants withdraw nervously. Later that evening, Han Fei lies in her bed, completely drained, and wonders why the system that had appeared in her mind earlier has now completely disappeared, no matter how much she calls for it. Han Fei asks the entity what it is, and a disembodied voice introduces itself as the system of getting slim and the man of your dream. It explains its purpose is to help her lose weight and complete a makeover to win over her ideal man. Realizing God has opened a window for her, Han Fei accepts the weight loss goal, but asks for more specifics about this man of her dream. The system announces that the player will now receive the original character's memories. A wave of pain hits Han Fei as memories flood her mind, causing her to cry out that her head is aching. A nearby maid wonders what's wrong, remarking how strange it is for her to be up so early when she usually sleeps so soundly. Standing alone, Han Fei laments that she might be the unluckiest time traveler of all. The memories reveal that the original owner of the body was also named Han Fei, the legitimate daughter of the country's premier, Mr. Han. Her mother died just after giving birth to her, and her father was too busy with work to pay her any mind. Deeply upset by her mother's death and her father's indifference, the original Han Fei began to binge eat, growing larger and larger. The narration explains that a woman unable to control her weight is also unable to control her life. In a violent flashback, the original Han Fei is struck hard, blood spattering as she falls to the ground. Back in the present, a maid asks a pale Han Fei what's wrong, but Han Fei brushes her off, telling the maid to do her hair. The maid informs her that Mr. Han is home and that she should get dressed to go visit him. Han Fei appears before her father, Han Shanking, and apologizes for being late. He coolly observes her, thinking to himself that his deceased wife was a renowned beauty, yet their daughter had grown into such a rude woman. Just then, a system notification appears, announcing their new character, Han Shanking, has entered the game, and the father-daughter closeness points have just decreased by 200. The system issues a Level B task: improve the relationship within 1 hour. Han Fei panics internally, shocked that the points dropped by 200 and that she only has an hour for the task, realizing her father is just one step away from throwing her out. As Han Shanking scowls at his kneeling daughter, he thinks that they would only be on better terms if she were dead. Han Fei desperately asks the system what will happen if she fails. The system informs her that the punishment will be an electric shock 10 times harder than the previous one. Recalling the last electric shock nearly killed her, Han Fei fears a punishment 10 times stronger would turn her into an idiot. Forcing a smile, she resolves to make do with the situation, though she internally screams that this isn't a window from God but a dead end. As Han Fei approaches her father, her younger sister Yan arrives, also apologizing for being late. Han Fei notes how gorgeous her sister is. Their father's face softens as he greets Yan, telling her she has finally come. He affectionately pats Yan's hand and tells her to take a seat, leaving Han Fei standing awkwardly. Han Fei fumes at the blatant favoritism, feeling powerless and thinking this task is designed to push her to hell. Han Shanking announces that he has something to say now that everyone is present. He reveals that the emperor is planning to select a lady from an officer's household to marry Prince Qin. Han Fei silently wonders who Prince Qin is. She notices the serious expressions on everyone's faces. Her father explains that the emperor wants Prince Qin to be well cared for, so all candidates must be trained at a mahal to become elegant and good wives. He adds that ladies from a mahal are highly sought after by royalty and nobles, and that the crown prince's future wife will also be chosen from among them. As he speaks, system notifications flash repeatedly, urging Han Fei to improve their relationship. The system then warns her that the closeness points have dropped by another 10, bringing the total to 210 below zero, with only half an hour remaining. Desperate, Han Fei silently begs the system for mercy. Her father declares that his daughters cannot avoid the selection, prompting Han Yan to begin sobbing. Han Shanking says he believes they understand the emperor's intentions. While her sister cries, Han Fei suddenly speaks up, stating that she is willing to go to a mahal. Her father reflects on his pride in Yan, remembering the auspicious signs at her birth and his hope that she would one day marry the crown prince. Han Fei watches, freaked out, as her father is lost in his ambitious thoughts for Yan. With tears welling in her eyes, Han Fei explains that she was thinking of her mother and couldn't help crying. She says that her mother was also trained at a mahal and was known as one of the top 3 beauties of the palace. Her father looks at her, a flicker of memory in his eyes. Han Fei continues, her voice trembling, that her mother was a wonderful woman and that her choice to marry him proves how much she loved him, adding that she is so happy for her. With each sentence, the system announces that their closeness points have increased by 20. Seeing that her strategy is working, Han Fei presses on, tearfully asking her father if he also loved her mother very much, and if he has been lonely all these years. She apologizes for not being able to make him feel better and for failing to live up to her mother's expectations, blaming herself for everything. Overwhelmed, her father cries out in anguish. The system announces that the closeness points have reached 100 below zero. For exceeding the task's requirement, she's rewarded with 3-star coins and the activation of the system's first layer, which Han Fei thinks is great. Deeply moved, her father tells Han Fei that he sees how much she misses her mother and decides he will allow her to go to a mahal with Yan. Han Fei freezes, realizing she has just talked herself into a situation she didn't want. She wishes she could take her words back, screaming internally that she doesn't want to go to that stupid mahal. Later, in her room, the system informs her that with access to the first layer, more surprises are in store. A holographic interface appears, which Han Fei recognizes as a shop filled with simple groceries. She asks if there are second and third layers. The system confirms that she can unlock higher layers by completing tasks and meeting the required standards, allowing her to purchase items with star coins. It explains that the items will help her with future tasks. Han Fei dryly compares the system to eBay, joking about copyright infringement. The system then prompts her to give the new layer a proper name. She cheekily suggests Fei Bei, but the system chides her to be more serious. It announces the start of its personification, and a swirling, ethereal light materializes before her. The light solidifies into a muscular, peach-headed humanoid figure which declares itself Peaky, the best weight-losing assist system, and says hello. Without hesitation, Han Fei punches it, sending it flying across the room. She wonders if she's seeing things and tells the ghosts to go away, only to look down and see a tiny, muscular, peach-headed figure on the floor. The tiny creature explains that it didn't have enough energy to transform properly. Han Fei scoffs, remarking that its muscles suggest it has plenty of energy. Resigned, she decides she'll just have to make do with it and asks Peaky how many star coins she currently has. Peaky confirms she has 4. Han Fei picks up a pastry, remarking that it's organic and hard to resist even on a diet. She pauses, realizing that if her meals are the same as everyone else's, the problem must be these snacks. She sniffs a pastry and detects the faint scent of medicine, confirming her suspicions. She asks her maid about the pastries, who explains that the madam is in charge of distributing them once a month. The maid asks if Han Fei no longer likes them. Han Fei then inquires if everyone receives the same pastries. Han Fei instructs her maid to put the pastries in a box to be thrown away later. The maid is surprised, as they used to be Han Fei's favorite. Han Fei explains that the pastries are the cause of her obesity and that the madam would never be so kind to her. The maid calls the madam an evil woman, and Han Fei agrees, reflecting that since her arrival, the madam has constantly tried to undermine her. She decides it's only fair to return the favor. As she walks through the courtyard, a servant asks if she's going to visit Mr. Han. Han Fei confirms she is, stating that she needs to earn more closeness points. She asks Peaky if she'll be rewarded for earning extra points. Peaky replies that a surprise awaits her once her closeness points with the target character become positive. Just then, a servant rushes past them. Han Fei stops him and asks why he is in such a hurry. The servant explains frantically that the young master has a very bad cold. Other servants gossip nearby, mentioning that the young master, Han Yan's brother, is always in poor health and rarely leaves his bed. They add that he is only 8 years old and the doctor predicts he won't live to see 12. A new task appears from the system. Save Han Wenshu for a reward of 20 star coins. Han Fei sighs, having expected as much. She arrives at a room crowded with people and filled with firewood, the doorway completely blocked. She observes that despite it being early autumn, all the doors and windows are shut, creating a stuffy, poorly ventilated space. She thinks that even she couldn't last a second in there, let alone the sick boy. She yells for everyone to move and kicks the door open with a loud bang. Her father appears, demanding to know what she's doing, while the madam curses her, accusing her of trying to kill her son. Other servants cry out for justice for Wenshu as Han Shanking orders Han Fei to close the doors and windows immediately. Han Fei retorts that the room is too stuffy and that the madam is blocking the airflow, which could suffocate her little brother. The madam screams for her husband to remove the troublemaker, claiming Han Fei will bring bad luck and cause Wenshu to die. Han Fei looks at the sick boy's face and is stunned. He looks exactly like her own brother who had passed away before she time traveled. The madam yells that Han Fei is revolting and lunges at her, but Han Fei shoves her aside. She begins patting the boy's back firmly to help him clear his airway. The madam shrieks at her to stop, accusing her of beating him so hard he's throwing up. Wenshu vomits into a basin on the floor. As the madam continues to yell, Han Fei rips a strip of cloth from her sleeve, ignoring the woman's demands to know what she wants. The boy, Wenshu, slowly opens his eyes and whispers for his mom. Their father rushes to his son's side, relieved he's awake. Wenshu then turns his gaze to Han Fei and weakly calls her my sister. The onlookers murmur in surprise, realizing Miss Han actually cared deeply for the young master. They gossip that she can not only bring bad luck but also save lives. The system chimes in, announcing that her closeness points with her father have risen by 50. The madam immediately calls for ginseng soup, but Han Fei intervenes, stating that ginseng is too strong for a child like Wenshu. She advises feeding him whole grains to help his stomach recover. Her father agrees to listen to Fei and orders everyone to remove the ginseng, firewood, and stove from the room. The system announces that the task is half complete and rewards her with 10 star coins. Han Fei feels a sense of accomplishment. Later, her father summons her. She worries he's figured something out, but he simply tells her she'll be sent to a mahal in a few days. He admits he shouldn't have neglected her and praises her for her actions that day, telling her to get prepared. Han Fei is taken aback that this was all he wanted to say. Outside, a crowd gathers excitedly as the official list of candidates for a mahal is released. People in the crowd spot Han Fei's name and murmur in disbelief, confirming it's the fat daughter of Premier Han. They begin to laugh, calling her bold for even considering attending the training camp. Han Fei looks up at the grand entrance of a mahal. Inside, she catches a glimpse of a man with long, silver hair and wonders what he is doing. A man explains to his white-haired companion that every time a mahal accepts trainees, people place bets on who will be the champion. And this year the betting has gone viral because Han Fei is participating. The white-haired man, looking towards a procession of carriages, notes they are heading to a mahal. A crowd gathers, identifying the carriages as belonging to the Han family and gossiping about why one is significantly larger than the others. Inside the spacious carriage, a maid named Chunhung offers dried fruit to Han Fei, who is lounging comfortably. Han Fei declines, telling Chunhung she isn't hungry and that she can have it herself. Onlookers mock Han Fei's size, questioning how she has the courage to participate in the palace selection, with one mother using her as a cautionary tale to her child about eating too much. Chunhung becomes angry and starts to defend Han Fei, but Han Fei calmly tells her to let it go. A person in a conical hat nearby remarks on the futility of retaliating against such insults. The white-haired man's subordinate informs him that the girl in question is Han Fei, the eldest daughter of the Han house. Inside her carriage, Han Fei asks her system, a tiny fairy she calls Peaky, how the original Han Fei died. Peaky cryptically suggests it's better she doesn't know, showing her a flashback of the original Han Fei being relentlessly bullied by maids. The system explains that words can be as hurtful as a knife, and that the accumulation of snarky comments is what tortured the original Han Fei to death. A wave of anger for the original character washes over the new Han Fei as she realizes the depth of the girl's suffering. Upon arriving at a mahal, an instructor announces that the first rule is silence when walking. Han Fei, thinking it sounds simple, attempts to step down from her carriage gracefully. However, with each step she takes on the red carpet, her weight produces a loud, squelching thud that echoes through the courtyard, drawing the shocked stares of all the other trainees. She takes a deep breath and tries to move slowly, but the embarrassing sound persists. Internally, she panics, feeling that the author is trying to kill her with this impossible situation. An instructor, Madame Gu, sternly reminds the trainees not to talk while walking, while another girl points out that Han Fei's noise is disturbing the entire palace. A system notification flashes, issuing a new task: fight back against the taunts perfectly or face a penalty of 10-star coins. Despairing, Han Fei feels the system is trying to kill her. Madame Gu reprimands her, telling her to be mindful of her every move, and Han Fei tries to explain that she is too heavy to stop the noise. She glances at her younger sister, deeming her unreliable, before turning to Madame Gu to apologize for her impoliteness, and then mentally summons Peaky for help. She demands Peaky recommend an affordable and helpful item to get her out of this mess. Peaky presents an option, and Han Fei, without hesitating, starts taking off her shoes, desperate for a solution. Madame Gu is aghast, scolding Han Fei for such a disrespectful act in the palace. Suddenly, an invisible force compels Han Fei onto the balls of her feet, a painful tiptoeing posture that she fears will give her cramps. As the other trainees watch, one remarks that her stance shows a powerful and stern resolve to salute the palace. In her mind, however, Han Fei is screaming in agony, begging Peaky to stop and give her a break. Peaky informs her that this is the first step to becoming a goddess, and the service is free because of her pain, but it cannot be stopped once it has begun. Forced to continue, Han Fei begins reciting an ancient poem about misfortune and dignity as she walks, before dramatically falling to the ground. At that moment, a regal voice shouts, "Bravo!" Emperor Qin has arrived, expressing his surprise and delight that someone still remembers this long-forgotten ancient poem. All the women immediately kneel and greet His Majesty. The emperor is pleased, noting that the poem, which has disappeared for a long time, has been recited in its entirety. He asks the person who recited it to step forward. Madame Gu explains that it was Miss Han Fei of the Han residence. The emperor muses that she must be the daughter of Han Shang King, a premier he finds as annoying as a fly. He calls for Han Fei to come closer so he can take a look at her. As Han Fei presents herself, she sees the emperor trying to stifle his laughter, who then comments that Premier Han must be quite good at educating his children. Confused, Han Fei asks Peaky what just happened. Peaky explains that the poem she recited praises the founding goddess of their nation, Hanling. The system further reveals that in ancient times, as a tribute to the goddess's achievements, everyone would walk barefoot on the balls of their feet along the Yongyuan Road when meeting the emperor. The emperor commends Han Fei for remembering the goddess's hard work by heart. Madame Gu then excuses Han Fei, telling her she has completed the ritual and can walk normally now. Later, Han Fei complains to Peaky that the other ladies looked like they wanted to kill her after that spectacle. She confirms with Peaky that she completed the day's mission and then asks what the punishment would have been for failure, besides the usual electrocution. Lying in bed that night, Han Fei is still fuming at Peaky for putting her in that situation and presses the question about the consequences of failure. Peaky bluntly informs her that she would have been killed. Shocked, Han Fei protests that a simple electric shock wouldn't kill her, given her body mass. Peaky clarifies that death occurs when a player accumulates 100 points of unfinished tasks. The system explains that it assigns tasks based on the situation, rewarding success with star coins and punishing failure with these points, all leading to the unchangeable final task, getting slim and winning the man of her dreams. Han Fei is horrified by the brutal reality of her situation. Peaky then reveals that the player has already died in their original world, and this is a second chance at life. Completing the final task will grant her true freedom. A spark of determination ignites in Han Fei, and she resolves to lose weight and succeed, but her request to know the identity of her dream man is denied as confidential information. The next day, the trainees' first lesson is on posture, requiring them to walk while balancing a vase on their heads. Han Fei finds it impossible, struggling to even walk without gasping for air, let alone maintain her balance. Inevitably, her vase crashes to the floor and shatters. Her punishment is to stand in a corner and reflect on her mistake, surrounded by a growing mound of broken vase shards. As she watches the other candidates, including her younger sister, succeed, Piki announces a new task: find a missing person for a reward of 50 star coins. Han Fei is exasperated, asking how she is supposed to search for someone while being confined to a corner. Piki calls it a rare bonus task and warns her that failure will result in a large number of penalty points, leaving Han Fei with no choice but to accept. That night, Piki directs her to a forgotten area in the west of the palace. Han Fei finds her path blocked by a dense bamboo thicket with no clear way through. Piki urges her to just get in. Han Fei finds a narrow crevice in a rock wall and begins to squeeze her way through it. She sees light at the other end and pushes forward, believing she has made it. However, her body becomes firmly wedged in the opening. She twists and struggles desperately, but finds herself completely stuck. On the other side of the opening, a man with long silver hair and piercing eyes watches her predicament with amusement. He lets out a laugh at her expense. Mortified, Han Fei makes one final, forceful push and bursts out of the crevice, landing in a heap on the ground as a notification declares she has found the forgotten person. She lies there, unable to get up, feeling completely humiliated, and asks the silent man if he could give her a hand. The man vanishes, and Han Fei wonders where he went, while Piki clarifies that any questions relevant to the storyline must be figured out on her own. Where the man once stood, a jade pendant now lies on the ground. Piki identifies it as a key prop that could save her life in the future and awards her 5-star coins. As Han Fei examines the pendant, she overhears 2 guards discussing their master's orders to be at this haunted place, mentioning that concubine Yu lost her life right there and that ghosts are rumored to appear at night. Han Fei hides in the bushes, listening intently. 2 guards whisper furtively in a moonlit courtyard, one urging the other to be quiet as he mentions a ghost, wondering if noble consort Yu has returned. Han Fei listens from her hiding spot as the guards recall the consort's terrible death and how the pitiful Prince Qin was forced to watch her be beaten to death. After they leave, Han Fei remains, thinking that this must be the late consort's residence, which explains its dilapidated state. She sees a white-haired figure in the distance before deciding to return from her punishment. The next day, an instructor announces that Granny Gu is unwell, so the candidates must practice on their own. Han Fei is then tasked with bringing medicine to Madame Gu. She enters the coughing woman's room and is told to place the medicine on a table. Seeing how pale and sick Madame Gu is, Han Fei asks if she is all right, suspecting it is more than a simple cold. Madame Gu says she's had ginger soup prepared for all the candidates to prevent them from catching the flu, a gesture that moves Han Fei, who sees the kindness behind the woman's indifferent facade. As a former doctor, Han Fei instinctively moves to check her pulse. She prepares a prescription, explaining to Madame Gu that she has some medical knowledge from studying books. She asks Madame Gu to trust her and follow the instructions. Madame Gu scrutinizes the note as Han Fei grows nervous, but she simply tells the girl to leave it and return to her lessons. Before she leaves, Madame Gu offers her advice on how to walk properly, which Han Fei gratefully promises to remember. That night, Han Fei wishes for Granny Gu's recovery before starting a strenuous workout in her room, determined to lose weight. While panting on the floor, pleased with passing her walking test, she focuses on her goal. Suddenly, the door creaks open and someone enters. Han Fei looks up from her awkward exercise pose to see Madame Gu standing over her, and she cries out in surprise. She nervously explains she was exercising to stay healthy, and Madame Gu, holding the prescription, apologizes if she bothered her. Madame Gu states the prescription was effective and directly asks if Han Fei knows how to treat patients. Han Fei admits to knowing just a little. With a sharp thud, Madame Gu slams a teacup on the table, demanding a clear answer. Startled, Han Fei confesses that she does no medicine. Madame Gu expresses her suspicion, noting that none of Mr. Han's daughters are known for medical skills. She states that only an experienced doctor could have written such a prescription. Han Fei quickly explains it was from a book, and she tested it on herself first. Madame Gu's face darkens as she warns that practicing medicine without professional consultation is a taboo in the palace. Panicked, Han Fei drops to her knees, begging for forgiveness and lamenting that her good intentions have led to trouble. She feels helpless, wondering what she should do now. Madame Gu asks if anyone else knows of her skills, and Han Fei confirms no one does. Madame Gu tells her to be quiet and follow her. They walk through a bamboo forest at night, leaving Han Fei to wonder where they are going. They stop, and Madame Gu demands that Han Fei make a vow. She warns her that if she speaks a word of what is to happen, she will face a gruesome death. Terrified, Han Fei swears to remain silent. Madame Gu seems satisfied, commenting on the nature of young people. As they continue, Han Fei looks at the desolate surroundings, thinking it feels like a haunted house and questioning why such a place exists within the palace and why Granny Gu brought her here. Madame Gu opens a creaky door, revealing a room where a masked, white-haired man is coughing violently. The room illuminates, showing the man at a table with a servant. Han Fei stares at him, and he glares back, threatening to gouge out her eyes if she continues to stare. Han Fei immediately prostrates herself as Madame Gu apologizes to His Highness, explaining that Han Fei is just an ignorant child. Han Fei adds her own apologies, explaining she was staring because his dark forehead indicated an impending injury, according to fortune-telling books. Internally, Han Fei panics, trying to figure out how to explain seeing his forehead through the mask in a dark room. The man asks what she means by "get injured." Just then, a system notification rings in her mind, calling him the man of dreams, and demanding she accept his invitation with a positive answer. Confused and under pressure, Han Fei blurts out that she will devote herself to serving him, even if it means dying for him. She continues her passionate, embarrassing declaration of loyalty, blushing furiously at her own words. Madame Gu thinks that while silly, the girl is loyal. The man simply says, "Huh." Madame Gu tells Han Fei she hopes she remembers her words. As the man coughs again, Han Fei wonders if she's been spared punishment, but he continues coughing repeatedly. A strange compulsion makes Han Fei loudly declare that she will go through fire and water for His Highness. She snaps out of it, mortified, while Madame Gu thinks that despite being dumb, the girl is surprisingly passionate and loyal. The man coughs again and tells her to begin the treatment. Han Fei checks his pulse, noting his unnaturally cold skin and the absence of a pulse. She peeks at his face, thinking him handsome, which earns her a sharp glare and a threat to have her eyes gauged out. She quickly pulls her hand back. When Madame Gu asks for diagnosis, Han Fei gravely announces that he has been poisoned. Madame Gu is shocked, but Han Fei reassures her it's a small amount of residual poison from food, which is causing his cough. She adds that he is incredibly weak and will need lifelong medication. Madame Gu panics, urging her to provide an antidote. Han Fei tells her to calm down. She picks up his teacup and smells it, confirming her suspicions. She declares the water is fine but contains deity dew, which becomes harmful when mixed with another ingredient. She asks if he ate osmanthus cakes. The man nods. Han Fei explains that the combination is not a true poison for most, but for someone as weak as him, it acts like one. After Madame Gu sharply calls her name, the man asks for a solution. Han Fei suggests croton seeds, explaining that since he is constipated, he needs help expelling the poison. Realizing her bluntness, she trails off as the man furiously tells her to get out. Madame Gu's plea is ignored as he repeats the command. As they leave, Madame Gu tells him to take care. Han Fei watches him stand alone, wondering about the indifferent man, Madame Gu's devotion to him, and why a prince lives in such a desolate place. Later, the man tells Madame Gu not to come anymore. She protests that she promised, but he dismisses her, saying he is leaving. As Madame Gu leads Han Fei away, an urgent system task appears, commanding Han Fei to help the man of dreams through his difficulty. She is shocked to learn this sick man is her target. For insulting him, the system deducts star coins and activates an enforcement protocol when she hesitates, paralyzing her. Realizing she's trapped, Han Fei faces the man who asks what she wants. She grits her teeth and accepts the task, causing the paralysis to release and her to fall to the floor. Madame Gu watches, confused. Han Fei gets up and boldly tells His Highness she has advice for him, warning that she'll be stressed if he doesn't listen. Madame Gu is horrified by her tone, certain she's doomed. The man simply tells her to get up. As she rises, she loses her balance and falls forward. She catches herself just before hitting the floor, relieved, but her hand lands on something soft which she curiously squeezes. She tumbles right onto the man's lap. Pushing herself up, she again pinches the object under her hand, wondering what it is. The man looks down at her and coldly asks if she is done. Madame Gu rushes over, demanding she get up and asking if she means to harm him. Han Fei cries out that she twisted her ankle, noticing oddly that he seems unaffected by her weight. She looks down at his legs, realizing something is wrong. The man orders someone named Jai Feng to take her away. As a guard approaches, Han Fei shouts that she can cure his legs. A sword is instantly at her throat. The man stares down at her with intensity and tells her to say it again. Han Fei tells the prince that the veins in his legs are blocked, guessing correctly that he feels a slight pain when it rains or the weather turns cold, and offers to help him feel better. He tells her to put the knife down, which she does immediately, calling him master. He then dismisses her but reminds her to come by every night at the same time, stating that he hopes she will keep her word. She bids him goodbye and leaves. Back in her own room, she collapses in relief, thankful to still be alive. A small, cherubic creature with wings suddenly appears, congratulating the player on taking the first step and encouraging her to keep going. Enraged, she slaps the creature, yelling that she almost got killed and complaining about being brought to this place with an annoying task. She cries that she will be killed if she fails the task and just wants to live. The creature, whom she calls Peaky, tells her she will gain a super big prize after finishing the task. When she asks what kind of prize, the creature whispers that it is the ability to travel back to modern times. Just then they hear footsteps, and the creature confirms that it can send her back, promising that it never lies. The next night she arrives at the prince's room as promised. After he acknowledges her presence, she nervously begins to explain that she is going to practice acupuncture, but trails off, internally panicking over how to ask to see his beautiful legs without being killed. The prince coldly tells her there is no need and orders her to get out. Blushing, she insists that she won't leave. She suggests that if he doesn't want her to see his legs, she can simply close her eyes while she works. He skeptically asks if she can perform acupuncture with her eyes closed, and she confidently affirms that she can. He hands her a strip of white cloth, telling her to tie it around her eyes. Once blindfolded, she works on his legs and then announces that she is done, but the treatment will require 1 more hour. The prince tells her there are books on the table she can read if she wants, but sternly warns her not to dare look at him. She retorts that she doesn't want to see him at all. Blindfolded, she decides to use the time to practice her handwriting, worried about an upcoming calligraphy test in a manhwa. She holds up her practice sheet, internally remarking on her wonderful handwriting as the system asks if she wants to activate the empathy system, a concept that confuses her. Later, while she is still practicing her writing, the prince suddenly approaches from behind and grabs her wrist, his heart thumping loudly in his chest. Startled, she wonders what just happened, but he merely tells her to focus on her work as they don't have much time left. She looks at his tall frame as he sits, wondering how tall he will be when he stands up. She feels utterly exhausted, even though all she has done is practice handwriting. A system notification rings, congratulating her on completing 80% of the procedure. She stares at the calligraphy paper, questioning if she really wrote these characters herself. The prince asks how she feels, and she replies that she feels warm. He explains that this is a good sign and that he will perform acupuncture on her a few times each month, promising that her legs will soon feel better. The room goes quiet for a moment before he states that he is confused and has wanted to ask her a question ever since she first set foot in the room. His eyes narrow with a dangerous, killing desire. In a swift movement, he lunges forward, grabbing her and pinning her beneath him. Her heart thumps with fear as he looms over her, demanding to know who she is. She stammers that she doesn't know what he means. He questions why she, the person trying to heal his wounds, would be so deceitful. He lays out his suspicions, stating that none of Han Shanking's daughters know about medicine, especially a top medical skill like acupuncture, and that as the premier's daughter, she was supposed to stay in her house, making it impossible for her to have learned it. He also recalls her reciting an ancient poem upon entering the palace, something he believes she would be unable to learn. He tells her that he doesn't believe her claims of being Han Fei. Furious, she accuses him of never trusting her from the beginning and only allowing her to get close so she would let her guard down. She reaches for his mask, asking if he wears it to hide his hypocritical nature. Peaky appears, exclaiming that she calls him the man of dreams yet thinks he's crazy. She fumes that she was being nice to him, only for him to set her up. Peaky tells her to solve the problem herself, but warns that any damage she inflicts on the man of dreams will be reflected back on her, 10 times more severely. Distraught, she asks if she can just commit suicide if she fails, but Peaky begs her not to. The creature reminds her that if she conquers him, she can go back to the modern time. Glaring at the prince, she shouts that he just wants to hide the truth about himself from others. She yells that people like him don't deserve sincerity or love because they suspect everyone and never open their hearts, calling him a poor little bug. A red system alert flashes, warning the player to shut up for insulting the man of dreams and announcing that the punishment system is about to be activated. She defiantly screams that she doesn't fear punishment and will accept death if that is her fate. The prince calmly asks if she's done talking. She declares that she is not Han Fei, the fat daughter of the premier, and that she doesn't belong in this time and space at all. She explains that she just woke up as Han Fei and had to continue her life, taking every step with caution just to survive in this world. Taking a breath, she calls him by his full name, Qin Chi, Prince Qin. She surrenders, admitting she is no match for him. She tells him there is no need to investigate her identity because she will tell him everything. She is from another time and space, now living in a different girl's body. He looks down at her and says that now she must be done talking. She closes her eyes, telling him to kill her if he wants. With a chilling smile, he declares that she is Han Fei. He repeats that from this moment on, she is Han Fei. Shocked, she asks if he isn't going to kill her. He simply tells her to go and that she doesn't need to come for the next few days. Later, lying in her bed, she wonders if he will take back what he said. He suddenly leans over her, asking for her real name. She tells him her real name is also Han Fei. He repeats her name thoughtfully, then says he hopes she can live a good life here, before adding with a menacing look that if someone else were to take her life, he would kill her before that happens. Back in her bed alone, Peaky appears, and she asks why she isn't being punished. The creature congratulates her instead, revealing that her outburst activated the prince's affection system. When she asks if it's like Han Shanking's affection, Peaky scoffs that it's completely different and very hard to earn from the man of dreams. Now that it's activated, the system bestows her rewards. A series of notifications ring out, stating that although she was rude, she activated the affection system and is rewarded with 100 star coins, a scene assistant, a ticket to the land of dreams, emotion-spurring tears, and weight-losing acceleration water. Another notification informs her that her debt has been decreased by 10 star coins for the medical treatment, leaving her with a debt of 988 star coins. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she realizes the man of dreams prefers to be mistreated, and she decides she should shout at him more often to get more rewards. Peaky explains that the scene assistant was what helped her with the ancient poem and manners of worship, while the land of dreams allows access to a person's deepest desires, though it's very dangerous. She grimaces, saying she hates those memories. Peaky warns that she might not be able to get out of the dreamscape, but she resolutely states that she wants to go into his dreams. Peaky instructs her to lie down and close her eyes, warning her that she will likely appear in her original form. The system activates, targeting the man of dreams. She opens her eyes and looks down at her hands and body, recognizing them as her own. She finds herself standing in a snowy courtyard, dressed in modern clothes. Shivering, she hides behind a wall and overhears gossip about a boy who brought bad luck like his mother, and won't be allowed to live much longer by the Empress. She peeks out to see a group of larger boys brutally beating a small, silver-haired child in the snow. The leader yells that the child is not his legitimate brother and warns him not to dare take the throne. Han Fei instinctively shouts for them to stop. As she runs toward them, the bullies vanish into thin air. She kneels by the injured boy, a young Qin Chi, and is overwhelmed by a wave of intense pain, wondering why she feels this way. A memory floods her vision. A beautiful woman with pink hair cradles the boy, lamenting that she chose the wrong man and all his suffering is her fault. She begs him not to hate her, reassuring him that he is her favorite kid. The scene shifts, and an official reads an imperial edict declaring concubine Yu a traitor and a scourge, sentencing her to drink poisoned wine. Young Qin Chi screams for his mom as a guard forces the poison down the woman's throat. Watching the traumatic vision, Han Fei's heart aches, and she cries out for the torture to stop. Utterly exhausted, she collapses in the snow, telling Peaky she is a loser who won't be able to escape the land of dreams, admitting she never knew it would be so painful. A figure approaches and gently holds her. She looks up into the face of an adult Qin Chi, his silver hair flowing freely, his face unmasked. She asks if he is the prince. He tells her that here he is not the prince, and this is his original appearance. As she processes this, realizing he might not recognize her in her own body, he leans in and kisses her, whispering that he has been waiting for her for so long. In a classroom filled with the soft rustling of brushes on paper, Han Fei daydreams of a romantic kiss with a purple-haired man, a blissful smile on her face. Her reverie is broken by her teacher, Madame Gu, who approaches her desk and asks what she is doing. Snapping back to reality, Han Fei presents her calligraphy. The teacher examines it with surprise, declaring the writing to be of master-level quality, smooth and full of strength, and tells Han Fei that she no longer requires her guidance. As other students whisper about how good Miss Han is, Han Fei's small, winged helper, Taobao, appears and asks where she is going. Suddenly, rain begins to pour, and Han Fei realizes with a start that Qin Chi's leg disease will surely act up in this weather. Taobao is moved by the player's concern for her man of dreams and decides to help, producing a vial of emotion-spurring tears. The fairy explains that just one drop will make her crying face look beautiful in his eyes, no matter what. The magical tear falls, and moments later Han Fei bursts through a doorway, panting as she asks if he is all right. She finds Qin Chi sitting by a candle, clutching his leg in obvious pain. She tells him he must be suffering greatly. As he replies that he should have reminded her, a tear rolls down her cheek, much to her own confusion as she wonders why she is crying when it makes no sense. Qin Chi looks up, his expression softening as he understands that she is worrying about him. A memory flashes of a woman telling someone named Chair that he must hold on to the one who will cry for him. Back in the present, Han Fei is crying uncontrollably, hiccuping between sobs. She tells Qin Chi she doesn't want to cry, utterly embarrassed by her hiccuping fit. He grabs her face, sternly telling her to stop crying. He then warns her that from now on she will not cry for anyone, and if it happens again, he will kill her. While Taobao silently complains about his harshness, Han Fei internally panics before deciding that the handsome guy must have fallen for her, a notion Taobao quickly dismisses based on his low favorability level. As an attendant offers to perform acupuncture to ease Qin Chi's pain, Han Fei walks home, still hiccuping in frustration. After the procedure is finished, Qin Chi tells Han Fei that she should leave. Before she goes, she mentions the upcoming royal celebration party and admits she has never been good at entertaining skills. Taobao urges her to ask for help, so she asks Qin Chi if he knows about the war drum performance and if he could help her. He explains the legend of a war drum so powerful it could encourage soldiers 1,000 miles away, a drum responsible for the victories of millions. He tells her it is called the goddess's drum. Later that night, as Han Fei lies in bed, Taobao informs her she can learn the technique through the empathy system. Determined to raise her affection points, Han Fei agrees, undeterred by the fairy's warning that it will be tiring. She is instantly transported to an ethereal landscape under a crescent moon, standing before a set of large, red drums. Qin Chi appears and stands behind her, guiding her hands on the drumsticks and telling her not to squirm. He begins her training, correcting her first strike by telling her it's not strong enough. He continues to instruct her, citing inconsistent beats and a lack of speed. As they practice under the moonlight, a strong wind blows across the dreamscape. Her heart thumps in her chest from his proximity, and she blushes when he leans close to her ear and tells her to pay attention. The dream training ends, and back in his room, Qin Chi removes his mask. He hands her a silk handkerchief, explaining it's a return gift for the one he took from her. He asks if she knows their country's customs, but when she asks what they are, he dismisses it, simply telling her to be safe on her way home. After she leaves, he muses on what a silly girl she is, for in their custom, silk handkerchiefs represent love, and wonders to himself if he will ever truly have her. At the grand imperial celebration, the emperor and empress take their seats. The empress, Madame Gu, confirms that the performers from Ama Hall are ready and declares that the show can begin. Backstage, Taobao encourages Han Fei to pick a dress. After worrying about the size, she chooses a stunning red and gold gown. The first performance begins, but Qin Chi looks around, completely uninterested. From behind a screen, Han Fei peeks out at him. Suddenly, bells chime as another performer, Jingdong, takes the stage. She looks towards Han Fei's hiding spot and tells Fei to watch her before beginning a graceful dance. The crowd watches, captivated, and Han Fei looks on with a hint of concern. Qin Chi's expression is serious and focused as he watches Jingdong's performance. A flash of anger crosses Han Fei's face as she jealously thinks that he shouldn't dare to look at her, and that perhaps she shouldn't have treated his leg. Taobao teasingly asks if the player is jealous, startling her. Jingdong finishes her dance to thunderous applause. The eldest prince, Qin Mu, praises her dance as outshining all others, and the emperor agrees, asking who her father is. Minister Han proudly stands, announcing she is his daughter, and receives the emperor's praise for raising her so well. Just then, curtains fall dramatically onto the stage, catching everyone by surprise. Behind them, Han Fei stands ready with her drumsticks, looking nervous as Taobao tells her to take it easy. She takes a deep breath and begins her performance, striking the drum with immense power. The sound conjures the image of a vast, bloody battlefield, showcasing the drum's evocative power. She drums with increasing intensity, and Taobao pleads with her to stop, fearing she'll wear herself out. Alarmed, Qin Chi rises and shouts for her to stop. His leg gives way and he collapses, his attendant rushing to his side, but Qin Chi ignores his own pain and desperately yells for someone to stop her. Han Fei, lost in the performance, only faintly hears someone calling her name as she finishes. The hall is plunged into a stunned silence, which is broken by the applause of Bailey Wenxiu, the crown prince of Yunju Kingdom. He praises her performance, saying he almost mistook her for a real general on the battlefield. The rest of the audience joins in, erupting into brilliant applause. Watching from the side, Jingdong's face twists with rage as she wonders why she couldn't defeat Han Fei despite practicing exactly as she was told. Han Fei claps along with the music, but then turns to leave the celebration, her footsteps soft on the wooden floor. An older man stops her, asking where she is going when the party hasn't concluded. She explains that His Highness was injured and she wants to check on him. The man, looking slightly disoriented, says he's not quite himself today and points her in a different direction, warning her to be discreet since many people are present. He directs her to the left, correcting her path as she was heading right. As she walks, another man, Bailey Wenxiu, asks if she's wearing a certain dress and introduces himself, telling her there is no need to rush. A tiny devil appears on Han Fei's shoulder, urging her to chat with the cute guy who is hitting on her. An angel counterpart encourages the player, telling her the man of her dreams is waiting. Han Fei internally expresses her desire to talk but feels constrained by her dress. Bailey Wenxiu leans in, remarking that she must be having a joyful evening. A different man with a fan watches them from a distance. Han Fei is caught between the two handsome men, a fact she realizes with a small internal thrill. Bailey Wenxiu warns her not to underestimate the crown prince of Yunju Kingdom, revealing that he saw the prince follow her there quietly. The other man scoffs, wondering aloud if a mahal has run out of beautiful candidates, questioning why they would send a fat woman. The white-haired man, Qin Chi, steps in to defend her, stating that she is incredibly skilled at beating drums and surpasses others in the world. Bailey Wenxiu simply expresses his dislike for the situation, causing Han Fei to scream internally from the tension between them. Feeling overwhelmed, Han Fei awkwardly tells them she needs to use the toilet. The man in purple dismisses her, telling her to get out, and she seizes the opportunity to slip away. She runs through a bamboo grove under the night sky, only to hear a man calling out the name Yulan nearby. Realizing she has stumbled upon an intimate moment, she flees, telling herself to avert her eyes and ears from what she heard. In another room, Qin Chi dismisses his attendants. Once alone, the door clicking shut behind them, he stands in contemplation. He flashes back to Han Fei's drum performance and the attention she received from Bailey Wenxiu. A surprising feeling of upset washes over him. A dark thought enters his mind, suggesting that when one cares for something, they must either kill all rivals or destroy the object of affection itself, as he recalls his hatred for how others looked at her. In a fit of rage, he violently sweeps a table's contents to the floor with a loud crash. Just as he wonders about the frightening noise he made, Han Fei bursts through the door, cheerfully announcing her arrival to His Highness. She pauses, remembering something, then asks him if he was hurt when he fell. Qin Chi suddenly reaches out and grabs her arm. A sparkling, magical aura envelops them as he holds her close, leaving her flustered as she shyly addresses him. He softly tells her she can call him Chi. Han Fei internally celebrates, thinking her performance must have been so overwhelming that it tamed a fierce wolf into a cute puppy. She looks up at his gentle expression, and her heart thumps, feeling as if she's fallen for him. Her romantic delusion shatters when he calls her chubby, and then follows it up with fatty as they sit across from one another. Annoyed, Han Fei tries to pull her hand away and declares she is leaving. He holds on, calling her chubby again and asking her not to go, admitting that he watched her performance and liked it. Surprised, she asks if he really did, and he gently pats her head, advising her not to push herself so hard next time as he doesn't want her to get hurt. His gentle touch and kind words leave her feeling dazed. Outside, a servant is shocked to see His Highness smiling, finding it difficult to comprehend. Later that night, Han Fei rolls around in her bed, giggling happily to herself. A tiny fairy appears, poking her and observing that the player seems to have a crush on him. Han Fei sits up, insisting it's just a game where her mission is to conquer the target character, and that she shouldn't develop any real feelings. Meanwhile, Qin Chi stares out his window as her voiceover wonders if he's too pathetic if even she doesn't truly love him. The next morning, Han Fei overhears two maids gossiping about Lai Yulan being caught in a clandestine love affair, though the man involved was not identified. She then goes to greet Madame Gu. Remembering she's in a feudal society, Han Fei decides to avoid trouble, but is distracted by a guard refusing entry to a woman and her child, stating that women are forbidden. The woman pleads, explaining her husband is too ill to come himself, and offers money which the guard contemptuously throws to the ground. The guard demands $50 to see the patient. Han Fei steps in, angrily asking if he can guarantee a cure. The guard admits he cannot, which fuels Han Fei's fury. She yells at him for demanding payment before even assessing the patient, questioning the clinic's practices. Han Fei picks up the coin from the ground and asks the woman about her husband's condition. The woman describes a severe cough, fever, and sweating, revealing he even coughed up blood that day. The guard callously suggests the man should be cremated to prevent the illness from spreading. As the woman cries out for her husband, Han Fei realizes he has what was once the fatal disease of tuberculosis. Han Fei comforts the crying woman, assuring her she is willing to try and help. The guard scoffs at her, calling her an inferior woman for boasting. Ignoring him, Han Fei states that doctors should do their best to cure patients and gives the woman's son money to buy medicinal herbs. She dictates a prescription from memory, listing various herbs like tuber stemona and dried red ginseng. The guard watches in disbelief as she confidently lists the ingredients, including 3 pieces of lotus leaves. After the boy returns, the guard stops Han Fei, apologizing for his earlier disrespect and asking how she knew such an excellent prescription. She dismisses his question, saying it's just an ordinary prescription from a female doctor. Inside the family's small hut, a man coughs weakly in bed. The wife asks Han Fei to close the window to prevent a cold, but Han Fei explains that good ventilation is crucial for treating the disease. She instructs the woman to disinfect the husband's clothes and quilts with boiled water and to maintain good hygiene to prevent the family from getting infected. The sick man weakly thanks her for her help. Han Fei gives final instructions for the medicine to be taken 3 times a day for 10 days, which she says should lead to a gradual recovery. As she leaves the hut, noting how late it is, she is confronted by a stern-looking Madame Gu waiting for her in the dark. Madame Gu angrily asks if she knows what time it is. A flustered Han Fei explains that the nearby herb stores and clinics refuse to serve her because she is a woman, forcing her to take a long detour to a remote shop. Madame Gu lets out a humph and curtly tells her to come along as they leave. Amidst the sounds of discussion and sobbing in the grand hall, Madame Gu approaches Han Fei and asks what is going on. Another woman explains that Lai Yulan was caught in a clandestine love affair, but the man involved was not caught, and now Lai Yulan has run away. When Han Fei asks if this has anything to do with her maid, Madame Gu turns the questioning on her, demanding to know where she was when the incident occurred. Han Fei insists she was just passing by and wonders if this is a setup, questioning who could be targeting her. The official interrogating Han Fei sneers at her, demanding to know her whereabouts on the nights of the 5th, 7th, 13th, and 18th of the previous month. Han Fei replies that she was in her bedroom, but the official immediately accuses her of lying, revealing that Lai Yulan left a letter before she fled. After confirming the letter is indeed from Lai Yulan, the official orders her guards to seize Han Fei and put her under detention. As guards drag Han Fei away, the other ladies gossip and laugh, with one snidely remarking that Han Fei enjoys being in the spotlight and another suggesting she and Lai Yulan are both filthy girls. The head official silences the crowd, warning that class will resume and anyone who discusses the matter again will be expelled from a manhua, thrown into a dark stone cell. Han Fei reflects on the situation, confused as to why a letter from Lai Yulan, whom she is not acquainted with, would mention her at all. Her small winged companion, Piki, appears and she tells him to stop pretending, assuming he must know everything. Piki, however, claims that this matter is part of the game's story and he cannot divulge any information. Frustrated, Han Fei decides to search the cell herself, hoping to find a secret path to the outside. As night falls, an attendant reports to a senior official and Prince Qin Chi that Han Fei has been quiet in her cell. Qin Chi asks his subordinate to keep an eye on her and report any developments. He then asks if she is all right, and the subordinate confirms she is fine. Meanwhile, in her cell, Han Fei runs her hand along the stone wall, feeling for any loose bricks. She finds one and pulls it out, discovering a hidden note inside. Unfolding the paper, she reads a message from Lai Yulan, who apologizes but explains that framing Han Fei was the only way she and her lover Ming could escape the palace. Han Fei is furious, clenching her fists as she realizes Miss Lai sold her out so easily. Taking a deep breath, she sits down and considers the situation, concluding that someone must have been guiding Lai Yulan, as she couldn't have escaped on her own. She wonders why the person behind the plot would want to make her a scapegoat. The next day, as she sleeps on the floor, Piki appears again. A guard opens her cell door, and a high-ranking official informs Han Fei that she is accused of having an illegitimate relationship with a guard, a serious violation of the rules. He coldly asks if she understands the gravity of her mistake. She tearfully proclaims her innocence, but another official with blue hair dismisses her plea, stating that a guard from the royal clinic has already confessed to being in a relationship with her. Han Fei realizes with horror that Lai Yulan has thoroughly dragged her into trouble. The blue-haired official tells her there's nothing more to say, as the letter proves she had an affair and helped Lai Yulan escape, and that the Empress will be the one to decide if she is being framed. The guards lead Han Fei from her cell, through a courtyard, and into the Empress's throne room. Han Fei kneels and greets Her Majesty. The Empress tells her to get up, observing that she doesn't seem like a foolish girl who would do such stupid things, before ordering the guard to be brought in. A guard is roughly thrown before Han Fei, and she internally scoffs that he isn't even handsome and she would never risk her life for an affair with him. To her shock, the man begins to wail theatrically about his love for Fei Fei. He begs the Empress for mercy, dramatically proclaiming that he and Fei Fei love each other, but cannot be together due to their difference in status. Han Fei is disgusted, internally begging the man to stop looking at her and wondering how much he was paid for this freakish show. The Empress remarks that it sounds like a moving story of passionate lovebirds and asks Madame Gu for her suggestion on how to deal with them. Madame Gu declares that they have brought dishonor to a hall and deserve the death penalty, though she notes that since Miss Han is a candidate of the hall, it could become a hideous scandal. With a nod from the Empress, Madame Gu pronounces their fate. The guard tearfully asks if he and Fei Fei can be buried together, but Han Fei retorts that he can go to hell as he likes, but she has no intention of going down with him. She understands that the person behind this wants the Empress to kill her, but she decides to use this as an opportunity to rise in glory, hoping the Empress might even find her likable. She turns to the guard and asks his name. When he tearfully calls her Fei Fei, she tells him not to call her that, pointing out the vast difference in their stations as the premier's daughter and a lowly guard. The Empress sneers, finding Han Fei different and interesting. Han Fei challenges the guard to prove their alleged relationship, and he claims he promised to be with her forever when they consummated their love. She calls him disgusting and openly questions if he is even physically capable of performing with a woman, pointing out his staggering gait and fatigued appearance as signs of extreme weakness. She tells the Empress that people who are framed are usually too panicked to defend themselves, but she is not panicked because she is innocent. She declares that a body check can prove she is still a virgin. The guard protests that she's making nonsense, but the Empress, now suspicious, declares there is more to this case than they know. She orders the guard to be taken for interrogation, instructing her men to question him until he reveals the name of the person behind the scam. The others are dismissed, leaving Han Fei alone with the Empress, who admits she knew the guard was lying and now asks Han Fei where she really was on those specific nights. Han Fei realizes she forgot about this crucial detail. The Empress tells her to be honest and she will keep her safe. Feeling embarrassed, Han Fei decides she has no choice but to tell her. She explains to the Empress that she is a bit plumper than others and feels ashamed about it, so at night she secretly exercises to lose weight. The Empress finds her adorable and says that shouldn't be a guilty secret, but warns her to avoid doing things that make her look suspicious. The Empress then offers her wealth, fame, and high status, making Han Fei ecstatic that a powerful figure is finally extending an olive branch to her. However, the Empress has a condition. She must make a promise first. After Han Fei leaves a hall, the Empress wants her to marry Prince Qin. The Empress internally reveals her motive. She failed to vanquish Qin Shi in the past and now finds it too hard to kill him, so she needs a spy, and Han Fei, with no one to rely on, is the perfect, easily manipulated candidate. Han Fei, blushing, is overjoyed at the prospect of marrying the man of her dreams and readily agrees. The Empress asks for her answer, and Han Fei enthusiastically confirms she is willing to marry him 1,000 times over. The Empress tells her to stay at a hall while she arranges it, instructing her to provide a monthly report on Prince Qin, but warns her not to bite off more than she can chew. Alone, Han Fei fantasizes about her wedding to the handsome Qin Shi. The daydream is shattered when Peaky appears, asking how old her man of dreams is. Peaky informs her he is 20, the perfect age, and Han Fei swoons at the thought of being with a much younger man, feeling it's all worthwhile. Peaky then asks if she shouldn't be worried about the task the Empress gave her, reminding her that the Empress is wary of the handicapped prince for a reason. Their conversation is interrupted by a knock. An attendant announces that the prince wishes to see her. Han Fei hesitates, feeling it might be inappropriate to visit him right after being arrested. The attendant grabs her arm, insisting she come along. She arrives at his quarters to find him waiting. She runs to him, sobbing that she is back. He asks if her symptoms have reoccurred and if she has been keeping a regular diet. He then asks about her, wanting to know if she was mistreated in prison. She shakes her head, feeling his concern. He asks if she blames him for not helping her, and again she shakes her head. He then sniffs the air and asks if she ate kowash. When she doesn't answer, he threatens to ask his attendant Jaifeng, so she quickly stops him. He admits he insisted on eating it, even though it's a fierce herb that refreshes the mind because he doesn't have much time left. Annoyed, Han Fei asks if he doesn't believe she can cure him and asks if he can at least cure his legs. She tells him that even so, he can't hurt himself like that, and if he doesn't want her as his doctor, he shouldn't say her name. She turns to leave, but he tells her to wait, asking what the Empress said to her. After a moment of hesitation, Han Fei reveals that the Empress asked her to marry him and spy on him. When he asks how she responded, she admits she said yes, but quickly adds that she didn't mean it and doesn't want to hurt him. He sighs, saying that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be coerced by the Empress. As she looks at him, she suddenly notices a smudge on his gown. She realizes he ate the cohosh because he was trying to stand up. He admits that he can't fake his condition when she's around and asks if God sent her to him. She offers to apply some ointment, and as she leans in, he gently kisses her forehead. She is momentarily stunned, but then blushes furiously, her heart pounding as she thinks about how a much younger boy is intriguing her. He lets out a small snort of amusement, and she asks what's so funny. He quietly says her name, Chubby, which makes her blush even more. As the cock crows, the attendant announces it is nearly dawn, and she says she should leave. The next day, she promises Qin Chi that she will try her best to cure his legs. Later, while practicing her calligraphy, she peeks at the other candidates, wondering which one of them is plotting against her. Suddenly, two girls pin her arms back while another approaches with a malicious grin. Another girl, Han Yan, approaches with false concern, asking if Han Fei is okay. At that moment, Peaky appears, congratulating her on her great performance and rewarding her with a chance to use miraculous therapy. He also gives her a new task: go home and save Han Wenshu's life. She asks if the therapy can be used on her man of dreams, but Peaky says his case is too tricky. Peaky does promise to search for information on his illness especially for her, and she is surprised he can be so useful. He then warns her that he has found a contemporary nearby with the same power as him, possibly another system, but tells her not to worry as he is using the latest version. He announces he will now go into a private zone to do some research, leaving Han Fei to ponder the meaning of unknown changes before stealing her resolve. Han Yan smashes a golden dragon sculpture she was working on, the sound of it cracking echoing in the room. She waves a sad goodbye to an older man and walks away as onlookers praise her work as brilliant. Suddenly, a system notification appears before her, informing the player that she has failed the celebration task and her completion percentage has dropped by 5. A small, blue, fish-like creature appears, telling her that her dance was the best, and it was all Han Fei's fault, adding that it doesn't understand the system's unfair decision. A flashback reveals that Han Yan is a time traveler who arrived in this world as a baby and helped her mother achieve a higher status, culminating in the murder of Han Shanking's legitimate wife. She never took the legitimate daughter, Han Fei, seriously. The flashback shifts to Han Yan's previous life, where she was constantly bullied and lived a miserable existence until she acquired a system that made her omnipotent and allowed her to start a new life. Back in the present, Han Yan grits her teeth in frustration, thinking that just when hope appeared in her life, Han Fei changed and became an obstacle. She wonders aloud if Han Fei is also a time traveler, but her system dismisses the thought, explaining that there can only be one system per world according to the rules. Han Yan, unconvinced, says she hopes so. Later, she is woken from her sleep by noise outside her window where a blonde-haired girl peeks in. The girl Han Fei excitedly tries on a dress for the Empress's flower viewing party, wondering what the Empress has planned. Outside, women rush to the event, gossiping about the eldest prince and the year's best scholar attending. Han Fei yawns, thinking the party sounds more like a speed dating event. Two women nearby discuss their strategy to win over the eldest prince, the Empress's son. The conversation shifts to the mysterious third prince, whose mother, concubine Yu, was once the emperor's favorite before the Empress's jealousy caused her to fall from grace and be exiled to the deserted prison of love. Concubine Yu died when the prince was 6, and her son's legs mysteriously became crippled. A royal fortune teller then declared the prince a bad omen, leading the emperor to order his face be covered with a mask. Hearing this, Han Fei becomes furious, calling it nonsense and accidentally kicking a table, spilling tea on a noblewoman's dress. The woman shrieks at Han Fei for ruining her dress, but Han Fei apologizes, claiming her leg cramped. At the party, the empress suggests a poetry competition themed around flowers, while Han Fei internally worries about how she will get out of the palace to save Han Wenshu. The emperor arrives and agrees to the poetry idea, telling everyone to relax and enjoy themselves. A handsome man smiles, causing the women to swoon, and he shares a shy glance with a dancer. He then looks at Han Fei, who waves him off dismissively. Nearby sit the second princess, Qin Siyuan, and the third princess, Qin Sixin. Han Fei approaches the two princesses, who look upset. The second princess explains they are not good at poetry, which is why their father dislikes them. Han Fei bluntly asks if they are not the emperor's favorites, earning a sharp look. She then proposes a deal. She will help them gain their father's love if they help her get a short leave from the palace. Princess Siyun agrees to the deal, and Han Fei reassures them that a bright future awaits. During the poetry contest, Princess Siyun nervously steps forward to recite a poem. With Han Fei whispering the lines to her, she recites a poem about cherishing youth which impresses the emperor deeply. He praises it as brilliant, and the empress remarks on how excellent both princesses are at poetry. The princesses celebrate with Han Fei while Han Yan watches from a distance, her teacup cracking under the pressure of her grip. Han Yan squints at Han Fei, her so-called little sister, noticing her unusual calmness. She recalls how the original Han Fei was disliked for being a bad omen, while Han Yan's own birth was considered auspicious. Han Yan muses that this new Han Fei is not only talented but also skilled at seducing powerful men, and she suspects something is amiss. Seeing Han Fei talking with a man, Han Yan storms off in a huff. She fumes to her system, Jingdong, that it's impossible for the princesses to know those poems, declaring that she must be the only leading character in this world. She vows to find and kill the other time traveler. That night, Han Fei is exercising when the two princesses knock on her door. They enter, bow deeply, and kneel before her, asking her to be their tutor. Han Fei is stunned, exclaiming that she only wants to leave the palace to save Han Wenchu. Her system, a muscular peach fairy, suddenly appears, telling her it has bad news. The system reports a system error, revealing the presence of a second, untraceable system, which Han Fei immediately attributes to Han Yan. Putting her own concerns aside, Han Fei turns to the princesses and asks for their help to get out of the palace, which they readily agree to. Later, Han Fei enters a room where a man with long, light-colored hair is coughing in bed. She feels his forehead, and he dismisses it as a seasonal ailment. She asks to see his hand and unfolds his fingers to reveal a dark bruise on his palm, from which a drop of black liquid falls. She expresses her shock at how seriously ill he is, and he asks if she will hate him for it, which she quickly denies. He starts to say something but stops, simply telling her that princes are sensitive creatures. He then informs her that he's leaving the palace for a while and wanted to say goodbye, warning her to be careful and to ask for his help if she needs anything. Han Fei feels thrilled to be protected by such a powerful man. Soon after, Premier Han requests an audience with the emperor, explaining that his son is gravely ill and begging for a leave of absence. The emperor grants it, also offering a royal doctor. The princesses, overhearing, suggest that the premier's daughters should also be granted leave to be with their family, which the emperor approves. In the carriage to Han's mansion, Han Fei reflects on the convenience of her new connections. Upon arrival, she finds Han Yan sobbing dramatically into a handkerchief. Han Fei watches with a deadpan expression, giving a thumbs up and sarcastically thinking that her sister could cry even more convincingly. At Wenchu's bedside, Han Fei asks her sick brother how he feels. Her stepmother shoves her away, accusingly asking what she's doing. Han Fei retorts that she would never hurt her own brother. The family's doctor, Dr. Crane, informs Premier Han that it's too late for the boy. The premier yells at his hysterical wife to be quiet and asks Dr. Crane to do his best, handing him a list of medicinal materials. Dr. Crane states that he needs an assistant and points directly at Han Fei, declaring her the perfect candidate. The stepmother protests, but Premier Han silences her and orders Han Fei to assist the doctor. Later, Han Fei paces anxiously, deciding to sneak into Wenchu's room to check on him. She finds him awake, and he confesses he's afraid to sleep because the doctors said he wouldn't survive. She encourages him to be strong, telling him about a crippled prince she knows who never gives up. She then takes Wenchu's wrist to check his pulse and is horrified to find signs of death. She remembers his condition was improving and realizes with dawning dread that her brother has been poisoned. Dr. Crane tells Han Fei his guess was right, and she does have medical knowledge. At Wenchu's bedside, Han Fei asks Dr. Crane for a word in private. Dr. Crane confirms her brother has been poisoned with something called silent potion, and Han Fei asks for more details. He explains that victims show no signs of being poisoned, but become weaker over a short time until they die. Dr. Crane then asks if her family has any foes. Han Fei finds the question abrupt and says she can't give an exact answer right now, insisting they should save Wenchu's life first. She then asks if it's true that he can cure him. Dr. Crane confirms it is and then asks why she doesn't become his student. He praises her for being agile and smart, as well as being willing to help others, adding that he happens to need a student. He promises that if she agrees to be his student, he will definitely cure her little brother. Without hesitation, Han Fei drops to her knees and kowtows, calling him master. Doctor. Crane tells his new student to get up, then remembers he needs a 100-year-old snow lotus for the treatment, noting that it's quite hard to find. Han Fei recalls saving a middle-aged man who had sought medical advice for many years and thinks he might have information about the plant. She promises her master she will do her best to get it and asks him to do his utmost to help Wenshu. The next day, the very man she was thinking of runs up to her, calling her name. He thanks her for the treatment, and she quickly asks if he knows which pharmacy sells 100-year-old snow lotuses. He says he happens to know one and that its boss is right there. A beautiful woman in red, Hao Mei, reveals herself, saying she's been waiting for Han Fei for a long time. Hao Mei asks if Han Fei made a certain prescription, and then introduces herself as the beautiful owner of the miraculous pharmacy, proposing a trade deal. Han Fei states that if Hao Mei can sell her a 100-year-old snow lotus, she'll agree to a deal. Hao Mei agrees to provide it, but in return, wants Han Fei to participate in the upcoming pharmacist's contest on behalf of her pharmacy, shocking Han Fei. Hao Mei teases her, asking if she's afraid she might lose. Han Fei asks if she has other pharmacists, but Hao Mei admits she just has a lot of money but can't find good employees. Han Fei worries that making a public appearance will reveal her secret identity, but her system, Peaky, appears, urging her to accept the deal. Peaky explains it's a good opportunity to get materials to cure the man of her dreams, allowing her to save both him and her brother. Having made her decision, Han Fei agrees to the deal. Later, she rushes home to check on Wenshu, sensing someone is already in his room. She enters quietly and finds her servant, Fei, standing over the bed complaining about a wild cat. Han Fei quiets her down, telling her Wenshu is sleeping. As she watches over her brother, she notices Fei's hand reaching toward his face and realizes something is amiss. Fei suddenly claims to feel sleepy, and Han Fei suggests they both leave the room. Outside, Han Fei splashes her face with water, wondering if it was Han Yan who tried to murder Wenshu, though she can't find a reason for it. She concludes that the more terrifying possibility is that the incident is connected to the vast Poison Valley. Several days later, a servant bursts in with a box for her. Inside is the glowing 100-year-old snow lotus, and she exclaims that it will finally cure Wenshu. She brings the lotus to Dr. Crane, who confirms its authenticity, and she urges him to cook it immediately. Dr. Crane administers the medicine to Wenshu as his family watches. Suddenly, Wenshu's eyes fly open and he vomits a spray of blood. Madame Gu screams at Dr. Crane, but he calmly pushes her aside, telling her to look at her son. Wenshu's cheeks are rosy, and he is now awake. Han Fei receives a notification from her system that the task is accomplished, rewarding her with one-time access to the land of dreams. Dr. Crane finds her later and asks about her future plans, suggesting she leave the mansion and travel with him to study herbs. Han Fei admits to herself she was tempted by the offer, but she refuses. Dr. Crane asks if she wants to marry into the royal family, but she shakes her head, explaining there is a person she must protect. That night, after doing yoga, Han Fei decides to enter the land of dreams despite her fairy guide Pika's warning that it's too dangerous. She admits she misses the man of her dreams too much. Her world shatters and reforms into a dreamscape of pink blossoms, where she is immediately embraced from behind by Qin Chi. But when she turns, his demeanor is cold and menacing. He grabs her, asking if she's trying to escape him again. She asks if he is Qin Chi, and he confirms it, but his presence is frightening and she trembles in his tight grip. He offers to show her around, but his expression hardens again as he tells her that he needs her too, not just the him she came to see. The dream version of Qin Chi appears before her, his face half covered by a mask and his eye glowing red, pleading for her to stay with him. She then finds herself lying in a snowy landscape. Qin Chi tells her she shouldn't have come back, and now that she's here, he won't let her go. He sweeps her into his arms and flies into the sky. He tells her they are both Qin Chi and that they're going home. He lands in front of a snowy building and carries her inside, ignoring her request to be put down. He throws her onto a red-curtained bed, and she screams at him to let her go. He pins her down and kisses her, telling her not to move as he just wants a hug, but she pushes him away. He glares at her, accusing her of only being gentle with his other self. She yells at him to stop talking nonsense, realizing this must be a second personality, just as a wave of sleepiness washes over her. As she loses consciousness, he leans in, asking if this is her original look. An internal conflict plays out as a gentler version of Qin Chi tries to stop the masked one, who scoffs that he is the embodiment of all his bad emotions and cannot be gotten rid of. Han Fei wakes up in her own bed, telling Peaky she forgot what happened in the dream. She only remembers him saying that he is him, and she wonders what it means. Peaky warns her that by probing others' dreams so often, she has opened herself up to having her own dreams probed, a danger Peaky never mentioned before. Enraged, Han Fei begins to pummel the tiny fairy. A door squeaks as Han Fei sits at a table, reflecting on her recent accomplishments. Getting a tutor, exchanging contacts with Miss Howe and agreeing to participate in the pharmacist's contest. She muses that the outside world is full of fun, but then her thoughts drift to the man from her dreams. She remembers him asking her to stay and realizes he can't leave the palace to meet her, making her wonder about his connection to the other man of dreams. She decides she must find the answer from him, though she cannot visit the dreamland too often. The scene transitions to a beautiful starry night over the palace. Han Fei is visiting Qin Chi, greeting him cheerfully as Jaifeng and saying it has been a long time. Pushing the door to his room open, she announces she has a present for him. When he asks what it is, she presents a small, blushing sachet, explaining that it refreshes the mind and boosts masculinity, a useful thing to have at home or on trips. Qin Chi eyes the sachet and questions its masculinity-boosting properties, prompting a flustered Han Fei to claim it's just a minor side effect. As he stares at the gift, Han Fei's gaze drifts down to his crotch area, her mind flashing back to her previous life as a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, where her clinic treated many impotent patients. She imagines a man suffering from overwork, fatigue, and sore limbs, but then reasons that in this system-created world, the man of her dreams is supposed to be perfect in every aspect, not impotent. A memory of him reacting with excitement during acupuncture on his thighs convinces her he must have strong masculinity, and her eyes gleam with a mischievous thought. Abruptly realizing she's staring, she covers her face, and Qin Chi asks what has captured her attention. He then blushes and coyly asks if she knows about children-making techniques, to which she nervously replies it's just a force of habit. With a serious expression, Qin Chi tells her that for the first time he regrets having her treat his legs, before softening his tone and beckoning her closer. He slowly instructs her not to give such sachets to anyone else, whether they are men or women. He continues, telling her to get rid of her dirty thoughts and promise not to wonder about it anymore, but she protests that as a doctor, she must be concerned for her patient's health. He assures her he is in good health and she needn't worry. When she insists she just wants to rest assured, he smirks and suggests she could test his function on her own, leaving her stunned by the implication. As he leans in, Han Fei turns beet red and, surrounded by steam, shouts a quick goodbye before running off in a cloud of dust. Left alone, Qin Chi rests his head on his hand with an amused expression, concluding that she was just fooling around. Later, Han Fei is at court, kneeling before the Empress, thinking to herself that a mission is surely coming. The Empress tells her to rise as her son, the prince, asks why Han Fei was summoned. The Empress explains it's a message to him that Han Fei now works for her. The prince questions her choice, and the Empress advises him that any person can be a sharp weapon if used properly. The prince's wife meekly agrees with the Empress, calling herself rubbish before the Empress dismisses her. As the prince and his retinue depart, he tells his mother that he understands. Outside, the prince confronts Han Fei, calling her woman and commenting on her being fat. Before she can react, the Empress approaches, calling her name. The Empress offers Han Fei a box of pastries, telling her to eat them. She explains that they were freshly made in the royal kitchen and asks if Han Fei is afraid to eat them. After a moment's hesitation, Han Fei decides she has no reason to be afraid and takes a pastry. She eats it and finds it delicious, happily taking more. The Empress watches her and asks if she can be trusted. Han Fei immediately kneels and swears she will never betray her majesty. The Empress then coldly informs her that she must come to her palace 3 times a month to eat that thing, or she will die. The revelation leaves Han Fei agitated, realizing the Empress is a devil. The Empress tells Han Fei there is one thing she needs her to do. The mission is to kill Princess Cheng Min, shocking Han Fei, who knows her as the head of the candidates. The Empress dismissively calls Princess Cheng Min an unlucky dog, leaving Han Fei to wonder what the princess did to anger her. The next day, Han Fei excuses herself to the toilet, leaving Madame Gui and another woman to exchange confused glances, making Han Fei realize they both work for the Empress. She wonders if she really has to hurt the princess, but her system fairy, Peaky, appears, reminding her that Cheng Min always bullies the other candidates, so she shouldn't feel bad. Han Fei sighs and says she'll see what she can do. Quietly, she sneaks into a room with a voodoo doll, wondering where she should plant it. Suddenly, a voice tells her not to move, and she turns to see Princess Cheng Min holding a sword, accusing her of trying to frame the resident. The princess angrily calls Han Fei a man trespassing in a mahal and warns her of the punishment. Han Fei retorts, calling the princess a thief crying foul, but is interrupted by a man appearing behind her, who explains he owes Miss Cheng a favor and was told someone would try to hurt her. The man says he didn't expect to catch the culprit here, giving Han Fei a chance to squat and roll away to escape. The man laughs at her agile escape and she tells him to stop. She tries to bargain, offering him a favor in exchange for her freedom, but he tells her she's about to die and there's no room for negotiation. Han Fei calmly informs him that he has been poisoned and doesn't even know it. When he asks what else she knows, she details his symptoms of a tight chest and gasping for breath, predicting he'll be paralyzed in a few days. Surprised, he asks if she is a doctor. Han Fei admits she isn't much of one but says she can help him. The man, Kai Wukong, immediately falls to his knees and begs her to save his life. He explains that he is a top assassin and was forced to help Cheng Min after her father arrested him. Han Fei tells him that if he wants to be saved, he must not tell anyone what he sees her do next, as she prepares a voodoo doll. She tells him to make his choice. Kai Wukong declares that Cheng Min and her father are not innocent people, and he has no reason to be loyal to them. He agrees to her terms, saying he saw nothing. She correctly guesses that he was poisoned by his own assassin organization. He confirms it, and she asks if he's really going to let such a little thing cost him his life. Kai Wukong offers to work for her for 3 years, boasting about his high rank and the large sums his clients used to pay, calling it a great bargain. Han Fei looks skeptical, questioning if he is truly a top assassin. After a moment, she counters his offer with 5 years, which he immediately accepts. A system notification announces a new hidden task: investigate the killer's organization and form a guardian's team. A greedy glint appears in Han Fei's eyes as she asks Kai Wukong if any more of his buddies are dying, telling him to bring them all to her, for she is rich and can afford to feed them. Later, Madame Gui summons Princess Cheng Min from her room. The princess asks what is wrong, and Madame Gui simply tells her to follow. Other candidates whisper among themselves, noting Madame Gui's terrible expression and speculating that something bad has happened. Soon, shocking news spreads through the palace. A voodoo doll was discovered in Princess Cheng Min's bedroom, with the emperor's birth date attached to it. The empress flew into a rage and immediately had the princess thrown in prison. From her room, Han Fei looks out over the palace rooftops, sighing that she has done so many evil things just to live. Inside the dark prison, a rat scurries across the floor. A guard asks Princess Cheng Min if she has decided to surrender. Suddenly, a new voice startles her, and she demands to know who is there. A cloaked figure appears, shushing her. The figure asks if she wants to attract the guard's attention or if she wants to be set free. Cheng Min defiantly states her father will help her, but the figure scoffs, telling her the crime is too serious for even her father to save her. The princess cries that she was framed. The cloaked figure explains that the truth is irrelevant, as superior officials intend to oust her father, Lord Lingyun, and no one will investigate. The figure then offers their help. In another location, a dark-haired woman undresses while her small, whale-like system companion comments that she worked very hard on her plan. The woman lies in bed, stating that she doesn't have much time left. The system frets that they should have planned more slowly, as her health is the most important thing. It tries to cheer her up, noting that they've completed the first step of approaching Lord Lingyun with the Empress's unintentional help. But the woman laments that the vast Poison Valley task failed because she hesitated to kill Han Wenshu earlier. Meanwhile, Han Fei tosses and turns in bed, unable to sleep. She gets up and looks in a mirror, asking her fairy Piki if she has lost weight. Piki says yes, but Han Fei senses she doesn't mean it. Piki knows Han Fei can't sleep because she misses the man of dreams and suggests they visit him tomorrow. Annoyed, Han Fei raises a fist and asks if Piki wants a beating, causing the fairy to fly away in fright. In his own chambers, Qin Chi lets out a weak cough. His attendant asks if he should summon Miss Han, but Qin Chi quietly tells him not to disturb her. That night, the emperor arrives with his entourage. He dismisses his guards, muttering to himself about how Qin Chi still refuses to see him. The door to Qin Chi's room creaks open as the emperor enters. He finds his son sitting alone in the dark. The emperor asks about his leg, wondering if it's painful when the season changes. Qin Chi coldly tells his father that it is getting late and he should just leave. The emperor ignores him and demands that he take off his mask. When Qin Chi remains silent, the emperor asks if he has forgotten that she has been dead for many years. The emperor reaches for the mask, but Qin Chi dodges his hand. In a fit of rage, the emperor slaps Qin Chi across the face, sending him to the floor. The emperor stands over him, yelling that Qin Chi should look carefully, for he is not her. Calming slightly, the emperor tells him to get some rest and that he will visit another day. As the emperor's footsteps fade, an attendant rushes in, calling out to his highness. Lying on the floor, Qin Chi begins to laugh, a chilling and broken sound filling the room. His laughter builds in intensity until he suddenly clutches his chest and slams his fist on the floor. He erupts into a violent coughing fit, blood splattering from his mouth. The coughing continues, racking his body as more blood pools on the floor beneath him. The next day, Han Fei learns from two other candidates that a concubine has become pregnant and been promoted. When they ask if they should send congratulatory gifts, Han Fei advises them to stay away, warning that imperial pregnancies are perilous. Their conversation turns to Brother Qi's mother, concubine Yu, who they say was once famous and favored by the emperor. They explain that she suddenly fell from grace and was sent to the prison of love, leaving her son alone in the palace. He was then bullied by the crown princess, and it's rumored he broke his leg out of sadness. Han Fei feels a pang of sympathy, wondering how he grew up and when he started wearing the mask. But the women don't know any more details. Realizing she must leave, Han Fei decides to visit Qin Chi later. Suddenly, she feels dizzy, and an attendant rushes to her side, begging her to check on His Highness, who refuses to eat. Han Fei approaches Qin Chi's room, pushing the door open and peeking inside. The prince sits by the bed amidst the shattered pieces of a cup, angrily telling Han Fei to get out as she cleans up the mess. She squats down, looking up at him and pleading with him not to vent his anger on her just because she cares for him. He looks down at her with a pained expression, and she reaches out a hand, telling him not to be afraid. He clasps her offered hand, lamenting that he is so bad. He asks why she is still so nice to him, and after taking a deep breath, she confesses that it is because she likes him. He looks away, apologizing and explaining that he is in a precarious situation and cannot easily make any promises to her. Han Fei tells him it's fine, but says she can't promise to wait for him forever. A system notification praises her for being so good at flirting, which she dismisses, thinking she can do better. She asks His Highness what kind of life he would want to live if he could choose. He closes his eyes, imagining a normal life with the one he loves, enjoying flowers on sunny days and listening to the wind when it rains. He looks at her intently, promising to stay with her for his whole life and protect her from all worries, vowing that he will get better. Flustered, Han Fei quickly calls for Jiafeng to prepare lunch, announcing that His Highness is ready to eat. As Jiafeng leaves, the prince shyly tells her there is a book for her on the desk. Han Fei picks it up, and a system notification dings, triggering a quest for the medical sage handbook. The system explains that mastering the book will reward her with 10,000 star coins and a bonus, which she finds awesome. The prince explains he found it by accident and thought it would suit her. The next day, Madame Gu announces that for the next selection, all contestants will be allocated to live in ordinary homes for 1 month to determine their performance. Han Fei wonders if she truly has to spend a month there, as Madame Gu instructs everyone to line up and draw lots for their assignments. Han Fei tries to ask Madame Gu for more information, but the woman deliberately avoids eye contact. Han Fei draws her lot, which assigns her to residence No. 68 in Shui Village. A man she recognizes as Wukong is approached by his companions, one of whom asks if Han Fei is the doctor he mentioned. Another man, Yulong, complains about risking their lives just to see a woman, but Wukong silences him, insisting that Miss Han is a doctor. Han Fei looks over Yulong and correctly diagnoses an old injury on his shoulder, pointing out his weakness in a fight. She proceeds to diagnose the ailments of his companions with startling accuracy, leaving them stunned. They ask how she knew their conditions so well, and the men, now convinced, collectively beg for her help. Han Fei tells them not to hurry and says that since they will be her secret guards, she will give them names first, dubbing them A, B, C, and D. She then presents them with small gifts, handing Wukong a package she says will ease the relapse of his next poisoning. After they thank her and leave, Han Fei returns to her room, exhausted, and collapses onto the bed. An hour later, she is awakened by a loud clamor outside and groggily wonders what is happening. A woman's voice shouts for everyone to gather and set off immediately. Another contestant approaches Han Fei, expressing her worry, but Han Fei puts on a fake smile, thinking she can play that game too. She tells the woman not to worry and asks her not to do anything that would make her worry in return. Han Fei is soon on her way in a carriage. Back at the palace, His Highness sits alone until Jiafeng arrives with a letter from Miss Han. In the letter, she apologizes for leaving quietly but explains she did it so he wouldn't forget her, promising to return as soon as possible and professing her love. His Highness holds the letter, a sad expression on his face. The journey is difficult for Han Fei, who gets motion sickness and has to vomit by the side of the road. When they finally arrive, she finds Shui Village to be a desolate, impoverished place. As she walks through the village, a woman eyes her with suspicion, but Han Fei explains she is there to help someone at residence No. 68. The woman points the way, and Han Fei observes the wilted rice seedlings and the gaunt faces of the villagers, realizing the land is barren. She arrives at a rundown house and hears violent coughing from within. A woman named Lu Ping opens the door. Recognizing her as Miss Han, she sends her daughter, Shui Zhu, to prepare a bed. Lu Ping explains that an unknown man paid her to take care of Han Fei for a month. That night, Han Fei offers her help to Mrs. Lu if needed. She finds it impossible to sleep as Mrs. Lu coughs incessantly throughout the night, realizing how poor her health truly is. The next morning, Shuizhu wakes her up, chirping that the sun is shining. The girl informs her that her mother has been working in the field since dawn. Horrified that the ill woman is doing hard labor, Han Fei insists on being taken to her. A system quest immediately triggers, offering 1,000 star coins and a permanent carrier pigeon to contact her man of dreams for saving the villagers. In the barren fields, Han Fei finds Mrs. Lu and warns her that her body will collapse if she keeps working so hard. Mrs. Lu replies that they will starve otherwise. When Han Fei asks about hunting, Shuizhu explains that all the animals on the mountain mysteriously vanished, which they believe is a curse from God. Suspecting a more worldly cause, Han Fei asks Shuizhu if she knows of any place where the grass has withered, and the girl enthusiastically agrees to show her. Shuizhu leads her to a large, dead-looking tree, but as she reaches out to touch it, Han Fei grabs her hand, warning that it might be poisonous. With a serious expression, she tells Shuizhu to run back to the village and bring everyone here at once. When the villagers and their chief have gathered, Han Fei explains that someone has poisoned their soil, which is why nothing grows and the animals have fled. The chief desperately asks if there is a solution. Drawing on the knowledge from the handbook the prince gave her, Han Fei instructs them to locate all the poisoned patches of land, dig them up, and pour white vinegar on them to neutralize the toxin. She then asks the chief if the village had offended anyone, prompting him to exclaim that someone must be after the dragon-tiger seal. Han Fei immediately recoils, insisting she wants nothing to do with any mysteries. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a red dress appears, stating she went through a lot of effort to find Han Fei, who wearily asks what she wants. The woman says it concerns the pharmacist's contest and that Han Fei should listen to her. She presents a handful of soil to Han Fei, who asks what it is. The woman reveals it is invaluable black soil, and the nearby village chief overhears, realizing its worth. The chief explains that black soil is perfect for growing medicinal herbs and is extremely valuable. Looking at the strong, orderly villagers, Han Fei remarks that they seem like a well-trained army and would be perfect to guard this treasure. The chief asks to speak with her privately, leading her through a hidden door. Inside is a chamber filled with ancestral tablets. The chief shows her the tablet of General Shui Muksheng, explaining that this place is a 9-row military order, a battle formation, and that Muksheng was Lu Ping's husband who died in battle years ago. He reveals that they are the last of the Shui army and, bowing deeply, greets Han Fei as their goddess. Confused, Han Fei follows him deeper into the chamber. He shows her 2 sacred items, the dragon-tiger seal, which can command the Shui army, and the goddess's bracelet. Han Fei grows nervous, fearing he might kill her now that she knows their secrets, but the chief simply asks her to keep what she has seen confidential. A system prompt confirms that the village is not simple and that the military array was created by the goddess. Han Fei is left wondering about the identity of this mysterious goddess everyone speaks of. That night, she dreams she is floating in a void, dressed in her modern-day doctor's coat, and sees 2 figures in the distance, one of whom seems familiar. As a voice in the dream tells her to wake up, she jolts awake in her bed. Unable to fall back asleep, she decides to take a walk. The system alerts her to an injured person in the nearby woods. Though hesitant, she is swayed by the promise of 100 star coins for helping and follows the rustling sound into the forest, where she finds a man lying unconscious on the ground. She recognizes the injured man as Qin Mu. Turning him over, she is shocked to see he is covered in sword wounds and wonders why he is here instead of the palace. While dressing his wounds, she discovers a blank book on him, a no-worded heavenly book. The words are faint, and she jokingly wonders if she needs to use blood to reveal them. Suddenly, the system warns her that people are approaching quickly, likely the prince's guards. Panicked, she starts to flee, but Qin Mu's eyes snap open and he grabs her arm with a powerful grip. She struggles, shouting for him to let her go, and manages to kick him off before running away as the sound of carrier pigeons fills the air. The next morning, while examining the mysterious book, she gets a system notification for a hidden quest related to a lost treasure. She realizes with excitement that this could be her chance to find top-quality herbs and save her man of dreams. As she holds the book, its sharp edge accidentally cuts her finger. A woman calls out to Miss Han, trying to wake her for breakfast, but Han Fei is still yawning. Suddenly, a bamboo basket is pushed through the window, flying directly at her face. Han Fei watches it approach in slow motion, wondering if she is hallucinating, just as a man with a ponytail swoops in and catches her, pulling her out of the way. The woman who tripped explains it was an accident, as she didn't see a stone on the ground, causing the basket to fly out of her hands. The man holding Han Fei tells her not to worry. Han Fei says she's fine, and the man identifies himself as her employer, stating he came to protect her. She asks him to leave, explaining that she is on a quest and cannot draw unnecessary attention. The man then speaks with a woman named Mrs. Lu, introducing himself as a distant relative's son with good martial arts skills but a not-so-good brain. After Mrs. Lu leaves, he asks Han Fei what's up. She hands him a letter addressed to Prince Qin, instructing him to sneak into the palace and deliver it for her. He promises he will definitely complete the task. Elsewhere, a prince looks at a small piece of fabric, noting that the treasure map left by the Xiaohu clan is missing and wonders if the owner of this fabric was the one who took it. He recalls the woman who saved him, thinking her hands were soft as he hides the fabric piece. His mother, resting in bed, tells her son not to consider other things when he has not yet recovered from his wounds. He reassures his mother he is recovering and asks if something happened outside the palace, wondering who could have set him up. A flashback shows him being ambushed and wounded by a group of assassins. His mother advises him to be more careful from now on, saying he was lucky to be saved this time. He replies that he cannot be sure everything will be all right, as his father doesn't trust him enough and he still has many things to do. His mother changes the subject to the girls training at a manhua, asking if he likes any of them and offering her help. The prince stiffens, merely saying her name. Outside, Han Fei's bodyguard kneels before an unseen figure, apologizing for not doing his job well and asking to be punished. He is reporting to a blindfolded Prince Qin, explaining that the opponent's manpower was beyond their expectations, which is why they failed. Prince Qin muses that he even used the map to lure the eldest prince out of the palace. The bodyguard is surprised he won't be punished, but the prince dismisses it, stating it's not the right time and it's his fate, before ordering the man to send someone to remove all traces. The prince then takes out Han Fei's letter, reading it, and wondering how she is after so long. Back in the village, Han Fei is startled from a nap by a commotion. Mrs. Lu is cradling a collapsed girl named Shui Zhu, explaining she became like this after drinking water from the well. Han Fei immediately recognizes the signs of poisoning and asks what else she ate, but Mrs. Lu confirms it was only the water. Han Fei instructs her to warn all the villagers not to touch the well water while she administers medical treatment to Shui Zhu. That evening, Han Fei discusses the situation with an old man, guessing it was the same person who put poison in the woods and that they came for the goddess. The man finds this illogical, questioning why they would go to the trouble of poisoning the villagers instead of just stealing the item. Han Fei agrees and wonders about their motive. She taps the table, concluding their actions were meant as a threat. The old man dismisses her concerns, calling the object just a stone coffin and questioning if it's worth so much effort. Han Fei retorts that he is being silly, as the Shui army is the biggest asset there. She asks if he has ever thought about fighting back, to which he confidently replies that he has. The next day, a man carrying a medicine box arrives in the village and is warmly greeted as Dr. Gu. A villager informs Han Fei that many people have been getting poisoned for no reason recently. Mrs. Lu introduces Dr. Gu as a kind doctor who provides free medical treatment and leads him to the patient. Dr. Gu examines Shui Zhu's pulse and declares that she has been poisoned with the worst kind of toxins, saying he doesn't think he can do anything. At that moment, Han Fei grabs him, accusing him of being the one who poisoned them. She tells him he has too little vigilance to be the mastermind and demands to know who ordered him to poison the villagers. Dr. Gu vehemently denies it, claiming he's just a doctor and she is slandering him. Han Fei smirks, revealing she also knows something about medicine and points out that his pulse-staking technique indicates he only learned it recently. Shocked, Dr. Gu admits he had considered everything except her. Before biting down on a hidden poison capsule, Han Fei shouts for someone to squeeze his mouth open, but he collapses to the floor dead. She grits her teeth in frustration, knowing the trail is now broken. Han Fei's bodyguard searches the doctor's corpse, finding a wooden token. Han Fei feels like she's seen it before. The bodyguard, Mr. Bailey, says he has no clues now and wonders what the enemy will do next, while Han Fei instructs him to tell everyone to be on guard. Later that night, as Han Fei examines the token alone, a man appears silently behind her in the woods, remarking on her acute senses. It is Mr. Bailey who expresses his surprise, recognizing her as the impressive drummer from a manhua and noting she must have lost a lot of weight. Panicked by his comment, Han Fei falls silent. Mr. Bailey quickly clarifies he didn't mean to tease her or judge her appearance, explaining he came for the token as he is trying to get clues from it. Han Fei considers this, then tosses the token to him, saying that since she doesn't know its use, perhaps it could give him some new ideas. Mr. Bailey identifies the symbol on the token as Dark Grass, an organization that has been making big moves recently. He mentions that not only Hanling but also Yunju have appeared, though their source is untraceable. He then asks Han Fei if she started her investigation for her own reasons or for Yunju. He points out that she hasn't offered anything in exchange for this information. Han Fei says she can't tell him what's going on, but he correctly bets they've taken something from Yunju. When she asks how he knew, he playfully suggests he might have just been pulling a stunt to fool her. Han Fei squints and insists she figured it out on her own, causing him to smile awkwardly. Not long after, her bodyguard is seen leaping across rooftops toward the palace, only to be stopped at sword point by Prince Qin. The guard quickly explains he is delivering a letter for Miss Han. Prince Qin takes the letter, then stands alone under the moonlight, thinking of Han Fei and wondering if they are watching the same scenery now. In a separate, ethereal dimension, a player named Han Yan is told by her system that she is already a gorgeous woman. She touches the face of a man named Jimu, asking if he will help her. Blushing, he vows to do anything for her, no matter what it is. She asks him to get some people out of her way. The system notes that the player is controlling the man with her looks and seems afraid. Han Yan looks in a mirror, denying she is afraid and claiming she's just worried she isn't attractive enough. She demands her system use her star coins to upgrade her appearance. After a flash of light, she admires her enhanced reflection, convinced no one can be better looking. A notification chimes in with a new task. Approach Qin Mu and make him smile. Back in the village, Mr. Bailey finishes applying a human skin face mask to Han Fei, telling her she looks wonderful. A flashback reveals Han Fei's initial reluctance, but Mr. Bailey had begged her, explaining it was an emergency and that she only needed to wear it for 5 days, pleading for her to think of it as a cosplay game. In the present, Han Fei regrets her decision. She reminds Mr. Bailey that she can't stay in Shui Village forever and that he only has 5 days to complete his task. She admits that even though he wouldn't tell her his plans, she still chose to help him. Suddenly, she clutches her stomach, exclaiming that it aches and she needs to go. Later, a red-cloaked figure rides swiftly towards Yu's town. It's the disguised Han Fei who arrives at the pharmacist's contest just in time. She pulls out a weight-losing potion and drinks it, transforming in a swirl of magical light. She arrives at a hotel and knocks on a door, which is opened by a finely dressed woman who asks if she is Han Fei's fellow. Han Fei confirms she is, and the woman tells her to call her Bai Ying. Han Fei, using the alias Bai Ying, asks Miss Hao if she'd like some delicious food, but her system, Peaky, warns her to beware. Peaky explains that consuming salt while under the potion's effect will revert her transformation. Han Fei quickly tells Miss Hao she is too tired from her long journey to eat. Miss Hao apologizes and leads her to a luxurious suite. Han Fei marvels at the room and happily jumps onto the bed, wondering what her man of dreams is doing and deciding to enter the land of dreams again. Peaky warns her to think twice, but Han Fei insists, saying it's fine. She's pulled into a dark, swirling tunnel. As she falls, she screams for Qin Chi to stop, and to her surprise, the motion ceases. She opens her eyes to a barren, white landscape where she sees Qin Chi standing silently. She runs towards him, panting and calling his name, but he doesn't respond. When she reaches him, he grabs her arm, his eyes glowing red, and asks where she wants to go this time. He pulls her into a tight embrace as the world seems to spin backward, whispering that he wants to keep her there forever. She struggles and dodges away from him. He looks pained, asking what happened to her. She cautiously asks which prince he is now, given his strange behavior, and he replies that he can't control it. He begins to laugh menacingly, warning her to leave this place and never return to the palace. He reaches out to her, pleading for her to stay with him. For a moment, she thinks that if it were possible, she would want to stay with her man of dreams forever before the dreamscape dissolves. Han Fei jolts awake in her bed, shouting Qin Chi's name. She declares that her answer is that she would like to stay with him forever and yells that neither of them can give up on each other. After a moment, she sighs and lies back down. Peaky asks if anything special happened in the dream, but Han Fei says it was nothing. She thinks to herself that since the man of dreams didn't explain anything, she should observe for a while longer before making any decisions. The next day at the pharmacist's contest, the hall is bustling with people. Miss Hao confidently asks Han Fei as Bai Ying if she will win. Han Fei reassures her, thinking that she knows everything about the contest thanks to the real Han Fei. An official informs them that as a sponsor, their candidate from the miraculous pharmacy can bypass the line. The crowd murmurs about the upstarts and their female pharmacist. Another woman, Tu Menghan of the Tri-Elemental Pharmacy, registers for the contest. Han Fei then steps forward to register as Bai Ying. Tu Menghan gives her a slight, challenging smirk, and Han Fei thinks to herself that she looks forward to arrival. A gong sounds, and an official announces the first round, writing prescriptions, giving the contestants 4 hours to complete the test. Han Fei nods, ready for the challenge. Han Fei sits at her desk during an exam, realizing the test paper has no listed symptoms, which means she must improvise and come up with her own diagnosis and prescription. While other test takers write furiously, she hesitates, identifying herself as a player and feeling the pressure of the time running out. She decides that an ordinary prescription won't impress the stubborn examiners and quickly scribbles down 2 simple lines of text with a confident. Later, she tells Miss Hao that she chose to write a modern prescription before handing in her paper. After the test, Miss Hao gives her an encouraging nod, and Han Fei clenches her fist hopefully. Inside the grading room, the examiners are dismissive, tossing aside papers they deem worthless. One examiner, Shan Yongping, declares that only the dead would consume the remedies on one paper he reviews. His colleague comments on his pickiness, but Shan Yongping retorts, asking if he should allow ignorant quacks to practice medicine. He then picks up Han Fei's paper, his expression shifting from disdain to amazement as he declares it marvelous. The other examiners gather to see what has impressed him. One observes that it's just a simple prescription for a common cold using ordinary ingredients, but another points out that the unique combination of these materials would produce exceptionally good effects, hailing the candidate as a genius. On the day the results are posted, an acquaintance excitedly informs Han Fei that she passed the first test. Han Fei thanks Miss Hao and confirms the next test is scheduled for 3 months later. Suddenly, Miss Hao unexpectedly ties Han Fei's hands together. A shocked Han Fei asks what she is doing. Miss Hao apologizes, explaining she has an emergency to attend to before quickly riding away on her horse, promising to see her in 3 months. Later, as Han Fei rides her own horse towards Shui village, a mysterious voice warns the player not to proceed, informing her that the village is currently under siege. Han Fei halts her horse, looking around and asking who spoke. The voice replies that it doesn't know who is behind the siege but can sense immense danger. Han Fei resolves to continue, reminding herself that Mr. Bailey is waiting for her. She observes Shui village from a distance as her system companion. Piki points out the bandits below. Han Fei assesses the besieging force, noting that while the men are large, they appear weak and undisciplined, leading her to believe they are merely common bandits. She decides to observe them for a while longer as the sun sets. Inside a house in the village, a bandit boss confirms that all the local households have been rounded up. One of his men reports there is a sick girl in one of the rooms, and the boss orders them to tie her up. The sick girl, who is actually a man in disguise, silently panics, knowing the bandits will soon enter. He considers setting off a flare but knows he cannot reveal his true identity. He curses his situation, thinking he must have been bewitched to agree to do this favor for Han Fei, which has led him into this terrible predicament. He believes Han Fei must be on her way and worries about what will happen if she encounters the bandits. He sighs, frustrated with himself for being unable to stop thinking about her even at such a critical moment. As bandits move to tie up more villagers, he senses someone approaching. Han Fei suddenly appears, smiling as she greets Mr. Bailey and says it's been a long time. She tells him she has finally arrived after he waited for so long. Han Fei quietly approaches Mr. Bailey, who is surprised and asks how she managed to get in. She nonchalantly explains that they were just silly gangsters, and she easily knocked them out with some drugs. Just then, a frantic villager runs up, shouting that the village head has been kidnapped. As Han Fei processes this new information, the disguised Mr. Bailey stands before her, now dressed in his proper male attire. Han Fei remarks on how thin Mr. Bailey is, and he teasingly retorts that she only thinks so because she's overweight. She instructs him to act weak and fragile and to be wary of a potential ambush. She then begins applying makeup to his face to make him look pale and sickly. He tries to take over, but she dodges his hand, insisting she do it. Once she finishes, she tells him to tie her up so they can go and confront the bandit boss. Mr. Bailey expresses concern that he doesn't look like a bandit and will be easily discovered. Han Fei coaches him, telling him to inhale deeply and then practice shouting that he's going to kill the stupid vixen. He struggles with the role, explaining that his upbringing as a gentleman makes it difficult to act like a thug. Han Fei encourages him to forget his refined manners and give it a try. He makes an attempt, calling her a stinky vixen, but immediately covers his face in shame. Han Fei approaches him and in character tells the bandit to tie up the stinky vixen. As Mr. Bailey ties her ropes, he admits with a smirk that he's feeling a bit excited by the role play. Han Fei starts shouting, demanding the bandits release the village head and take her as a hostage instead. Hearing the commotion, a bandit comes out and asks what's going on. Mr. Bailey, now fully in character, reports that the stinky vixen was yelling for them to free the village head. The large, bald bandit boss orders him to gag her, complaining that her noise is preventing him from interrogating the others. The bandit boss holds a large blade to Han Fei's throat, threatening the captive village head that he will kill her unless he's told how to open a nearby stone coffin. Han Fei shouts that she knows just as much as the village head and will tell him everything. A bandit drags her before the boss, who presses the blade against her skin. She subtly blows a powder from her palm into the boss's face, then cries out for him not to kill her, claiming she knows the secret to opening the coffin. The boss suspiciously asks if she truly knows how. She affirms this, explaining that the village head once opened it in her presence. She leans in as if to whisper the secret, then abruptly slams the boss's head against the stone coffin, knocking him unconscious with a loud thud. Mr. Bailey rushes to her side to check if she is all right, while other bandits cry out in alarm at their fallen leader. Mr. Bailey comforts Han Fei, telling her not to blame herself for the boss's death as it was a kill-or-be-killed situation. She replies that she wasn't thinking about that, but was simply amazed by her own quick reflexes. The rescued village head approaches, intending to check her for wounds while cursing the scoundrels. However, he knows his health is failing and tells Miss Han that he won't survive, using his last moments to speak of a coming change in the world and wishing for the goddess's radiance to bless Shui village before he passes away. The villagers gather around, mourning their fallen patriarch. Sometime later, a man wakes Mr. Bailey, urging him to get up because they are being targeted by multiple forces and must prepare for an imminent crisis. Mr. Bailey asks why he wasn't woken sooner, and the man informs him that the bandits are returning. The villagers rally, inspired by Han Fei's words, and declare their trust in her leadership. At night, Mr. Bailey is positioned in the tall grass outside the village when one of his men cries out behind him. The returning bandits cautiously make their way through the foliage, their leader warning them to use sticks to check the path ahead, suspecting a trap and fearing their boss is in danger. Suddenly, arrows fly out from the darkness toward them. From his hiding spot, Mr. Bailey observes that the woods have gone unnaturally silent, with no animal sounds to be heard. Realizing it's an ambush, he orders his men to retreat. The villagers spring their trap, attacking the bandits from all sides. From a safe distance, Qin Chi watches the battle unfold, marveling at how Han Fei continues to surprise him. As a powder fills the air, he cautions his subordinate to hold his breath, assuming it's poison. Han Fei then appears, announcing that the powder was just a bluff, and the real fight is only now beginning. Qin Chi advises her to stay back, warning that the fight will be fierce. She thanks His Highness and offers her future assistance should he ever need it. He remarks that he has never met a woman as unique as her and wonders about her true nature. Han Fei accepts his words as a compliment, replying that if he truly cared for her, he would already know who she is. He calls her interesting but laments that he has no time to unravel her mysteries, as he is currently investigating the Dark Grass organization. He bids her farewell, hoping they might meet again. Later, a messenger delivers a letter to Han Fei from His Highness. Han Fei asks about his health, and the woman replies that he has been coughing a lot and seems unwell. Reading the letter, Han Fei is dismayed to learn that he is getting married to someone else. She angrily crumples the letter, refusing to believe he would simply dump her. She concludes that something serious must have happened to him and that he must have a plan, deciding not to act rashly and to focus on the Shui village situation first. After spending a month in Shui village, Han Fei knows it is time to return to the palace. The new patriarch and the villagers beg her to stay, insisting they owe her a great debt. The patriarch promises the entire village will aid her in any endeavor, as long as it isn't criminal. Han Fei reflects on the harsh, dog-eat-dog nature of the world. Before she leaves, the patriarch entrusts her with the village's sacred goddess's jade bracelet. She accepts, promising to care for it, and bids them farewell. Meanwhile, a subordinate reports to Qin Chi that the royal selection candidates are returning to a mahal. Qin Chi orders his guard, Jiafeng, to look up, then nervously asks what they will do when Miss Han returns. Jiafeng trembles in fear. Later, Qin Chi is seen practicing with his sword before suddenly collapsing to the ground, writhing in apparent pain. Han Fei arrives at the palace and warmly greets Jiafeng. When she asks to see His Highness, Jiafeng coldly informs her that it is late and he is sleeping. Han Fei correctly deduces that Qin Chi is avoiding her. He calls him a baby and tells Jiafeng to relay a message. If this is a game of love he wants to play, then she's all in. Unseen by her, Qin Chi listens from behind a screen, crushing a rock in his hand. At dusk, Jaifeng confronts Han Fei again, asking why she insists on making things difficult. Han Fei says she has been pondering the situation, and his sudden indifference makes no sense. She then declares her guess. There must be something wrong with the letter he sent her. She explains that during a handwriting competition at a mahal, she was so impressed with his calligraphy that she copied his work for practice, resulting in her handwriting becoming identical to his. She assures him she never intended any harm. When her explanation is met with silence, her system asks if she wants to activate the scenario assistant. She agrees and promptly clutches her chest, fainting dramatically, internally cringing at how much like a romantic movie character she's behaving. The system announces that this is a difficult time for the player. Jaifeng panics and rushes to the prince's door, shouting that Miss Han has fainted. The doors fly open, revealing Qin Chi, who commands Jaifeng to bring her inside. Han Fei lies in bed, feigning unconsciousness and wondering if he is trying to read her mind. The scenario assistant takes over her voice, making her plead with His Highness not to leave her alone. Han Fei is internally horrified by the sappy dialogue. The voice continues, professing how much she misses him. Qin Chi reaches out to her but pulls his hand back when she quivers. He coldly tells her that since she is awake, she should leave. As she opens her eyes, the scenario assistant makes her say that he can't just arouse her feelings and then run away. Han Fei grabs a startled Qin Chi and demands to know what happened and why he won't tell her. He avoids her gaze, calling her childish. She retorts that he is the one being childish by suddenly giving her the cold shoulder without any explanation. She speculates that the tension between him and the Empress has worsened, and that he is pushing her away because he fears the Empress will harm her. She challenges his logic, asking if he truly believes she would be safer without his protection. He remains silent as she argues that the safest path is for him to stay with her and protect her directly. She insists she is not a weak girl, reminding him of her skills with medicine and poison. Overcome, he pulls her into a tight embrace, confessing how much he wishes he could see her whenever he wants. He gazes into her eyes and tells her to close them before they share a passionate kiss. 2 hours later, he gently pulls away, telling her it's too soon for them to be together completely. He calls her his most precious gift and says their first time should be in a better place, suggesting she leave for now. Disappointed, Han Fei departs, mentally fuming that he should have just had sex with her. The next day, the emperor makes a surprise visit to the hall of the royal selection candidates. He singles out a woman named Han Yan, noting how much more beautiful she has become, and asks about her adventures outside the palace. The empress questions his presence, but he dismisses it as a simple visit. The emperor looks closely at Han Yan, struck by her resemblance to someone he knows. Han Fei watches from the side, sarcastically wondering if her dear sister went for plastic surgery instead of the test. Beside Han Yan, another candidate named Jingdong glares at her rival with intense concentration. Han Yan tells the emperor and empress a story about an old scholar who put up couplets to brag about his family's achievements, explaining that the couplets boasted that both father and son were descent scholars and their wives were noble madams. The emperor is interested as she continues, revealing that another educated man detested the bragging and changed the content. The couplets then became a declaration that the father and son were deceased scholars, and their wives were noble madams, which the emperor finds hilarious and bursts out laughing. Han Fei inwardly observes that Han Yan just made a fool of herself, not the scholars in the story. The empress, however, is not amused and sternly asks Han Yan if she doesn't know that the word deceased is a taboo in the palace. Han Yan immediately drops to her knees, looking weak and delicate, and begs for forgiveness, claiming it was her fault. The emperor intervenes, telling the empress not to be mad and to forgive the little girl. The empress relents but still punishes Han Yan by ordering her to copy the female disciplinary code 30 times by hand. Meanwhile, Han Fei tries to make herself unseen, mentally chanting that they can't see her. The emperor then turns his attention to her, asking if she is all right after he heard that bandits had plundered Shui village. Internally, Han Fei panics, realizing this is exactly what she feared. She declares that she was waiting for him to ask this question. She explains that a mahal taught her to be a moral citizen, and she would never abandon the villagers to escape alone. The empress looks on, telling the emperor that she has always adored this girl, and that Han Fei is indeed a dignified lady. Han Yan asks Han Fei how she solved the problem, and if she was hurt, looking forward to the answer. Han Fei explains that the first thing to do when suppressing a gang is to catch its leader. She recounts how she cautiously sneaked into the room where the bandit leader was, grabbed some sand from the ground and threw it at him. The leader, fearing it was poison, turned his back in terror, giving her the perfect chance to take him hostage and solve the problem. The emperor claps, praising Han Fei for being not only brave, but also brilliant and declaring she deserves an award. He suggests that everyone would agree to make Han Fei the champion of the competition, to which the empress nods in agreement. Later that night, Han Fei speaks with a gray-haired man, saying she stole Han Yan's thunder because Han Yan wanted to play hardball, so she had to strike back. He pinches her cheek, warning her that Han Yan could be very cunning. Han Fei pinches his cheek back, noting how it feels. She asks him if he has ever dreamed of a snowland, a lake, and a wooden hut. He replies that he has not. She looks away, disappointed, wondering how the man of her dreams could have no idea about those things. He asks if she fancies a land of snow. She calls the place beautiful but lifeless and says it's meaningless to continue talking about it since he knows nothing. She tells him she is tired and that he should go take a rest. After he gathers his things and leaves, he pauses outside her closed door, thinking to himself that she has become aware of it. In another room, Han Yan furiously sweeps a table clear, shattering a teapot and seething that she wishes she could kill Han Fei. Her small, blue whale-like familiar trembles in fear. She tells her familiar, whom she addresses as player, that they need to speed things up and it is time to run across the eldest prince. Later that night, a cloaked Han Yan stalks the emperor through a garden. Her familiar warns her that the last thing they need is trouble, but she shushes it, insisting the emperor is up to something and they need a closer look. She follows him into a bamboo grove where he meets with a guard. Han Yan hides, but loses sight of them and stomps her foot in frustration. The scene shifts to the emperor approaching a building called the Prison of Love, where a man with long, silver hair stands among blossoms. The silver-haired man whispers a word of detest as the emperor approaches, and a guard warns his majesty not to go any further. The emperor tells the silver-haired man that he has his mother's eyes. The man reacts angrily, retorting that it's too late and calling it ridiculous that the emperor would look at his eyes and say he missed his mother. He challenges the emperor to fight him if he finds it too ridiculous to accept. Suddenly, Han Yan, who was spying from a rooftop, slips and falls directly in front of them. The emperor catches her and lifts her chin. He remarks that she looks very similar to a woman he used to know, and for her sake, he will not punish her for offending him. As he lets her go, Han Yan reflects that the eldest prince is nothing compared to the emperor. A narrative overlay explains a legend about an underground labyrinth beneath the palace, said to be a masterpiece left by a goddess where her body is hidden. Though the story was forgotten over time, the current emperor has commanded that the labyrinth be explored. The third test for the Ama Hall candidates is to navigate this labyrinth, with the winner being able to choose whom to marry. Han Fei is ecstatic, seeing this as her chance to gain glory and marry the eldest prince. Other girls gossip nearby, with one suggesting Han Fei should marry the cripple, the third prince, but another retorting that he's out of her league. Han Fei's small companion advises her to calm down, noting the labyrinth seems tough. Han Fei snaps at it, saying its ideas are terrible. When asked for her plan, she says she will let nature take its course. The next day, a monk distributes rune papers with the goddess's blessings to the candidates for good luck. Han Fei accepts one and descends the stairs into the labyrinth. Inside the quiet, stone-walled maze, she finds the place complicated and calls for her companion, Piki, to draw a map, but receives no answer. Realizing she's alone, she wryly wonders if GPS signals got weakened even in ancient times and resolves to rely on her own intelligence and strength. She takes a cautious step, which triggers a trap. She finds herself in a different room, wondering if she rolled in from a window and then slips into a puddle of mud. She ponders whether the task is to escape safely or find treasure. On the floor, she discovers a message that reads like a love letter, mentioning her name and asking her to come home. She finds the handwriting familiar, resembling that of the man from her dreams. Suddenly hearing footsteps, she quickly hides under a table. A man with long, wavy reddish-brown hair enters and demands to know who dares to break in. Realizing she didn't need to hide, Han Fei emerges as the man addresses her as Your Highness, saying it's been 1,000 years and asking if she has forgotten him. He introduces himself as Kui Nan. He tells her this is her favorite room, but Han Fei insists he has mistaken her for someone else. Kui Nan observes that she has become much fatter, but he can still recognize her. He happily exclaims that we missed her so much. Alarmed by the plural, Han Fei decides to play along and asks him to show her the way out. Kui Nan leads her to a cavern illuminated by a giant, night-glowing pearl. He explains that the army kept its promise and waited for her return. When Han Fei asks if they also lived for 1,000 years, he confirms it, stating they will never die. He then tells her she must be lonely. Distracted, she misses a step on the stairs and screams as she falls. Kui Nan lunges to catch her, and they tumble to the ground. He immediately blames himself for failing to protect her and declares he deserves punishment. Han Fei assures him it wasn't his fault, but he clutches her sleeve, whining that he hasn't been punished in a long time and misses the feeling. Internally calling him a masochist, Han Fei clears her throat and commands him to get up and lead the way, which he does immediately. He brings her to what he calls Her Highness's study room and asks if she wants to look inside. Upon entering, Han Fei is struck by a vision of the past. She hears disembodied voices begging Your Highness not to send out all the armies, reporting that the enemy has conquered the West City and that 2 generals have died on the battlefield. Overwhelmed and wondering who is speaking to her, she feels a buzzing in her head and collapses. She awakens in a desolate field of withered flowers. Nan stands over her, remarking that 1,000 years is a long time and that her favorite flowers have withered away. He adds that she doesn't seem as healthy as she used to be. Han Fei insists her name is Han Fei, not Your Highness, but he ignores her, telling her to come with him as the answer is right there. He leads her to a room where a single, dazzling artifact rests on a pedestal. As she reaches for it, she feels a strange sensation and withdraws her hand. Nan's expression turns sinister as he tells her she shouldn't be scared. His body is overlaid with a skeletal image as he lunges, declaring he can't wait anymore. Han Fei screams as he pins her, snarling that if she isn't his master, she is an intruder he must kill. The ground begins to shake, and skeletal soldiers rise from the floor around them. The skeletons are ordered to kill the intruders. Han Fei tries to buy time by telling them they look slim, then makes a break for it. Nan is momentarily stunned by how her behavior is exactly like Her Highness's, before yelling at the skeletons to go after her. As she flees from the skeletal horde, she tells herself to calm down, convinced no one can kill her unless she allows it. Nan grabs her from behind, ready to strike her down. She yells for him to stop, shouting that something is under her butt. A golden jade bracelet clinks to the floor. She quickly picks it up, remembering the patriarch from Shui village gave it to her for safekeeping, which she had hidden in a back pocket. She holds the bracelet aloft, and Nan and all the skeletons freeze, staring at it. She tosses it away, yelling for them to go. Nan catches the bracelet with lightning speed. He holds it high and announces that the jade bracelet represents the goddess herself. He orders the Zhang army to attention, and the skeletons all, proclaiming her Your Highness. Han Fei breathes a sigh of relief, glad the item was useful. Nan looks her over and remarks that it's true she has become much fatter. He thinks to himself that despite her stupid look, he recognizes her as his master. Han Fei stares at the bracelet in her hand, wondering if this is the power of the goddess. She muses that the goddess must have been a great woman. Nan interrupts, asking if they can get up now as they've been watching her for a long time. She tells them to rise. She then remembers Nan's threat to kill intruders and asks about the other royal selection candidates. Nan explains that some evil people infiltrated the group and the candidates are now in trouble. Han Fei orders him to catch those responsible but to keep them alive. Her command is followed, and soon several men are bound like mummies. Han Fei confronts one of them, demanding to know who sent him and for what purpose. When he refuses to speak, she shoves a cloth in his mouth. She pulls out a needle, telling him he won't get to kill himself, and begins pricking him mercilessly until he writhes in pain. Nan watches approvingly, thinking that her creepy and brutal nature confirms she is indeed his master. Han Fei, panting, continues her interrogation, but the man remains silent. She scoffs, saying she knows who is behind it even without his confession. She runs through the list of suspects in her mind: the Empress, the eldest prince, the second prince, or the man of her dreams. The thought that the man of her dreams could be Qin Chi's father horrifies her, and she wonders what a twisted relationship that would be. She dismisses the idea as too ridiculous and tells herself to stop scaring herself. She turns to a sad-looking Nan and tells him she has work to do and must be away for a while. He becomes upset, accusing her of planning to abandon them again as the skeletons reappear behind him. Han Fei quickly rubs his head like a good boy and promises she will come back soon. Her attention is then caught by a beautiful scepter, and she comments on how expensive it looks. Nan proudly informs her it's the priceless scepter of the goddess, not a nerdy wand. When she asks if it's the symbol of the goddess's power, he confirms it. Han Fei asks if she can borrow it, and Nan replies that it's already hers, before adding that Her Highness looks smutty and creepy. A group of frightened young women stumble out of a grand building, collapsing in distress while a courtier explains to the emperor that the candidates for some test were terrified, begging for his forgiveness. The emperor sighs, lamenting that once again none of them could pass the test. Suddenly, Han Fei emerges, looking dazed before she trips and falls to the ground with a heavy thump. The emperor smiles as Han Fei stands before him. Holding an ornate scepter she retrieved from the labyrinth and offering it as a gift to his majesty. Pleased, the emperor calls her excellent and reminds her that as the prime minister's daughter, he will keep his promise and allow her to choose her own husband. Han Fei thanks him but abruptly faints, dropping the scepter as she collapses. As the emperor calls for doctors, a monk named Master Taming steps forward to be heard. He makes the shocking claim that Han Fei is likely a devil woman who could tear the nation apart. Master Taming explains that months ago he noticed the stars vanish above the prime minister's house, and now those same strange traces have reappeared within the palace. He apologizes to the emperor for suppressing the girl's soul without warning, but the emperor questions him, noting she passed the goddess's test. Master Taming insists he can expose the devil within her. Elsewhere, an attendant informs Qin Chi that Han Fei fainted and is now being guarded after Master Taming accused the kind young lady of being a devil in disguise. Qin Chi clenches his fist, determined to help her just as she has always protected him. Han Fei's soul awakens in a sparkling void, wondering where she is. She opens her eyes and is shocked to see her own unconscious body lying in bed below her. Her small, winged companion, Peaky, explains that the master used magic to separate her soul from her body. A system alert warns the player to return immediately, but as her soul dives downward, it passes straight through her physical form. Han Fei cries out to Peaky that she can't get back in. In her room, Master Taming chants over her body, explaining to the emperor that her soul is lost and vowing not to let her harm the nation. He places several glowing golden talismans on her blanket. When Han Fei's soul tries to re-enter, the talismans flare with light, violently bouncing both her and Peaky away. Han Fei asks Peaky how the monk could have detected her soul's presence but not her sister Han Yan's. Peaky theorizes they must have come to this world through different means. If she were fully integrated into the system, the monk shouldn't have been able to find her out, leading Han Fei to wonder who brought her here. Unable to return to her body, she decides to visit her man of dreams, much to Peaky's annoyance. Her spirit floats into Qin Chi's bedroom where she fawns over his appearance. Peaky reminds her that as a ghost, she is invisible to the living. As she gazes at him, the ribbon in his hair mysteriously comes undone and floats away. The ribbon flutters off as Qin Chi, looking suddenly weak, collapses. His attendant, Jaifeng, rushes to catch him just in time. With a bitter smile, Qin Chi seems to look right at Han Fei's spirit, touching her cheek and murmuring her name. He then instructs Jaifeng to take him to his father. Han Fei muses on their strange relationship, asking Peaky about a past event in a tunnel, but Peaky's signal was lost then. Qin Chi confronts his father, the emperor, to ask for a favor. The emperor retorts that he wants a favor first and will not help until Qin Chi obliges. Qin Chi reminds his father that he agreed to kill her, which earns him a violent slap from the enraged emperor, who forbids him from ever mentioning the woman again. Furious at seeing her man of dreams hurt, Han Fei silently curses the emperor. The emperor demands to know what Qin Chi wants, and he declares that he and Han Fei are in love and asks for permission to marry. Han Fei is sent into a state of ecstatic shock, her mind reeling with the fact that her man of dreams has just proposed to her. The emperor flatly refuses, citing Master Taming's warning that she is a devil who would bring ruin to the country. He then sighs, asking if Qin Chi will give him what he wants in exchange for the marriage, remarking on the large sacrifice he's making for a fat girl. The emperor storms out, shouting that the devil Han Fei has bewitched a royal prince and commanding Master Taming to exorcise the evil spirit immediately. An imperial edict is issued, declaring Han Fei a threat to the nation who is to be eradicated by Master Taming. Panicked, Han Fei's spirit begs Peaky for help, afraid the story is about to end. Qin Chi pleads with his father that she is not a devil. The emperor is unmoved, and Master Taming states he is ready to perform a ritual under the new moon to expose her true form, with the emperor vowing to kill her the moment she is proven to be a devil. Master Taming chants over Han Fei's body as glowing talismans hover above her. Peaky, in its spirit form, resolves that she cannot die and transforms into a muscular, winged version of itself, though it laments that it hasn't achieved its ultimate perfect form yet and can't hold on for long. The monk's power intensifies, blasting the transformed Peaky away with a scream. Han Fei's body on the bed suddenly bulks up with muscles before returning to normal, leaving the emperor to wonder about the Hulk. Peaky sobs, complaining that the transformation made it look like a devil and ruined its chance to reveal its true, lovely form. Master Taming urges the emperor to act swiftly, but Qin Chi insists on a further investigation. Kneeling, Qin Chi asks his father if he wants him to suffer the same tragedy he did, losing the woman he loves. The emperor is visibly shaken by his son's words. Han Fei's spirit tells a crying Peaky that it's all right. She's happy just to have met such a wonderful man. She thanks Qin Chi just as a title card announces the end of the comic. However, another monk named Hu Iming arrives, requesting a private audience with the emperor on a matter of national security. The emperor agrees, and the eavesdropping Han Fei and Peaky are blasted away by a spiritual barrier. A short while later, a new edict declares Han Fei innocent and betrothed to Prince Qin Chi. Han Fei awakens in her body, utterly confused about who and where she is. Standing in the court, Han Fei listens dazedly as an official reads the imperial edict announcing her marriage to Prince Qin, sarcastically describing her as beautiful and decent. Han Fei internally questions the writer's conscience. Her father, the prime minister, who had fainted from shock, is roused by his daughter. He then bursts into tears of joy, profusely thanking the emperor and explaining he's just so happy his chubby daughter finally found a husband, even patting the emperor on the shoulder in his excitement. After seeing a mental warning about the penalty for assassinating an emperor, the prime minister quickly decides to go home. Hu Iming informs the emperor that the goddess star has finally sparkled, causing the emperor to drop his tea in shock. The monk reminds him of the prophecy that Prince Qin Chi's tragic fate could only be changed when the long dim goddess star, which had been tracking his, began to shine again, which it did when the strange phenomenon occurred at the Han mansion. The emperor realizes this is all connected to Han Fei. Back in her room, Han Fei is giddy with the news of her impending marriage. Peaky celebrates with her, and she decides to visit Qin Chi, but a guard stops her, relaying the prince's message that they cannot meet. He explains the tradition that a bride and groom cannot see each other before the wedding, which frustrates Han Fei. Later that night, she's wandering outside when she sees Madame Gu, one of Qin Chi's servants, meeting secretly with the emperor. The emperor asks Madame Gu for news of the prison of love, and she reports that Prince Chi's every move is under their control. Hiding, Han Fei realizes Madame Gu is the emperor's spy and worries about Qin Chi. She accidentally makes a sound, and the emperor calls out, demanding whoever is hiding to show themselves. Panicking, Han Fei begs Peaky to help. Peaky snaps its fingers, and a white cat appears, meowing loudly. The emperor dismisses it as a wild animal, and Peaky tells Han Fei that was a close call. Relieved, Han Fei is reminded by Peaky that she has uncollected quest rewards. A flood of system notifications appear, granting her star coins and items for her recent successes and for increasing the prince's favorable impression of her. She is thrilled to learn he is into her. Peaky suggests she flirt with him, and even though they can't meet, it produces a goose messenger, a piece of paper that folds into a goose and flies to Qin Chi's prison cell. The goose unfolds on his table. Qin Chi reads the single word on the paper, chubby. He writes a reply, and the goose returns to Han Fei. Annoyed, she writes back, telling him not to call her that or she'll bite him. He responds that she will have to wait until their wedding night for that. Suspecting he is flirting, Han Fei playfully bites the paper goose. Peaky reveals that the soul-bound prop allows them to physically interact through the paper, meaning she just actually bit him. In his room, a bite mark appears on Qin Chi's hand, but he dismisses his concerned attendant. The goose returns to him with a message from Han Fei, apologizing and saying she knew it must be painful. After he replies that it was, she sends back a kiss on the paper to make it feel better. His attendant peeks in to see the prince smiling to himself, leaving the servant utterly shocked and confused. A knock at the door startles Han Fei, and a maid's voice announces that Her Majesty the Empress wishes to have a talk with her. Han Fei calls out for her to wait a moment, recognizing the voice as belonging to the Empress's maid. She walks towards the door, feeling a mix of weakness, panic, and helplessness as she wonders what the old witch could possibly be up to. She is led into the Empress's presence and told to have a seat. The Empress addresses her marriage, noting that Han Fei will be going home soon to prepare, and offers her a small bottle, explaining it is the first antidote. The Empress then asks if Han Fei knows how to complete the task she was given, warning that her safety depends on her success. Han Fei kneels down, assuring the Empress that she understands. She accepts the task, but internally she curses the Empress, wishing a wicked daughter-in-law upon her who would torture her to death. Later that night, back in her room, a loud banging sound erupts at her door. Startled, Han Fei wonders who it could be this time, just as she was hoping for a good night's sleep. The door is thrown open, and a group of people led by Madame Gu barges in. Han Fei falls to the floor in shock, her mind racing with the fear that she had been discovered eavesdropping the previous night and was about to be murdered. Madame Gu orders her servants to get to work, and they roughly grab the intimidated Han Fei, who cries out in confusion, asking what is happening. The servants pack her luggage while Madame Gu, with a courteous but cold demeanor, informs Miss Han that she may now go back home to prepare for her marriage. As Han Fei is escorted out of the palace, she recognizes the familiar scene of being unceremoniously thrown out. A servant offers her an apple, commenting that she has lost much weight, but Han Fei retorts, asking if the servant is blind. A carriage brings her back to the Han mansion. She steps out and calls to her father, announcing that she is back. Her father greets her, telling her to come with him. From a balcony, her sister Han Yan watches with a smug expression, sneering to herself that her own future husband will be 100 times better than Han Fei's fiancé. Han Fei follows her father, wondering where they are going. He leads her to the ancestral hall of the Hans and instructs her to follow him inside to offer incense to her late mother, Du Xianyang, whose tablet rests on the altar. Her father speaks to the tablet, stating that their daughter Fei has finally grown up and will soon be married, adding that although Prince Qi is disabled, it is not a bad choice given Fei's situation. As Han Fei kneels before her mother's tablet, a system notification appears, assigning her a side quest to find the cause of Du Xianyang's death and avenge her, with rewards of star coins and a random prop. The quest confirms her suspicion that her mother did not die a natural death. She turns to her father, who looks sad, and tells him not to be sad, promising to take care of him since she never had the chance to care for her mother, all while planning to dig out more information from him. Her father tearfully apologizes, saying he is not a good father. She asks him to tell her more about her mother, recalling that she heard they were a perfectly matched couple. Her father's expression softens as he reminisces, explaining that back then, many high-level officials and dignitaries courted her mother, but she ultimately chose him. He explains that it was quite hard to win her heart. She had set up a difficult go game to pick her future husband, causing quite a stir in the capital city, and those who lost the game lost their chance to marry her. The game lasted for 3 days before he finally won. Afterwards, he offered his ancestral jade pendant and a love poem as betrothal gifts. Han Fei then asks the difficult question, why did he marry Yan's mother? He explains with shame that it was his fault. While her mother was pregnant with her, he got drunk at a feast and ended up with Yan's mother, who also became pregnant, leaving him no choice but to marry her. Han Fei presses further, asking why he didn't want to see her or care for her all these years, mentioning the rumors that she caused her mother's death. He dismisses this as nonsense, though a hidden thought reveals he can't admit his favoritism towards children with pretty faces. He sighs, explaining it had nothing to do with her, and that her mother's health was already poor during the pregnancy, weakening significantly after giving birth until she passed away, blaming himself for not caring for her enough. Han Fei watches him, thinking he seems quite self-conscious, and asks him to tell her more, but they are interrupted by the arrival of Han Yan's mother. Later, the system spirit Peaky asks Han Fei how she plans to finish the new quest. Han Fei, calling Peaky an ass-like head, states that the culprit must be Yan's mother. Peaky questions her certainty, but Han Fei reasons that her father is still in love with his first wife, and that Yan's mother had the motive and opportunity. She acknowledges that the evidence is long gone and declares her plan is to lure the culprit into revealing themselves. Just then, a maid arrives to announce that her dowry has been prepared. Elsewhere, Han Yan is by a pond looking troubled. Her whale-like system spirit, Jingdong, reminds her that she currently has 3 unfinished quests that need to be completed soon. Han Yan snaps, telling it that she got it and asking if it didn't hear her, her body trembling with frustration. She looks at the spirit in her hands, stupefied by her own outburst, and asks Jingdong if it will always be with her, to which it affirms. She decides to sing a song for it, but then apologizes to Jingdong, saying she scared it. She strokes it gently and suggests they forget about quests and points for a day and just have some fun. As she begins to sing, her voice carries through the air, causing birds to flee from the trees. A clapping sound interrupts her, and she turns to see the emperor approaching. She quickly kneels, apologizing for not knowing he was nearby. The emperor tells her to rise, saying he shouldn't have interrupted her angelic voice and feels compelled to play a song. He asks his attendant to bring his instrument, the fu, and asks Han Yan if she will sing and dance for him again. She agrees, saying it would be an honor. An attendant rushes to the empress's hall, where a court lady kneels before her, reporting a secret message. The attendant whispers in the empress's ear. The empress's face darkens with rage as she realizes the emperor couldn't forget. That bitch. She slams her hand on the table and orders her attendant to bring Han Yan to her later. Soon after, an attendant arrives to summon Miss Han, saying Her Majesty wants to talk to her. Han Yan agrees to go, wondering why the Empress wants to see her so suddenly. She is escorted to the Phoenix Palace, where she greets the Empress. The Empress tells her to come and give her a leg massage. As Han Yan kneels and begins, the Empress looks down at her, commenting that she is quite alike to someone. She suddenly grabs Han Yan's chin, her eyes filled with menace, and snarls that she is so alike that it makes her want to see her die again. Just as Han Yan trembles in fear, the Crown Prince arrives, calling out to his mother. The Empress's demeanor instantly changes. The Crown Prince asks what she is doing, and she smoothly lies, claiming she was just asking Han Yan if she wanted to go back home to help her sister prepare for her marriage. The Crown Prince dismisses the matter, saying there's no need to care about the marriage between that bastard and the chubby girl. The Empress then allows Han Fei's maid to leave, turning her attention to her son and his marriage. Back at the Han mansion, Han Fei is looking through her dowry with her maid Chun Hong, who exclaims over how much there is and how much her father must care for her. The boxes are filled with treasures. Han Fei questions whether her busy father would have had time to prepare any dowry for her. A maid clarifies that this dowry was prepared by her ladyship as ordered by his lordship. Han Fei skeptically asks if there is any poison, which panics the maid, who insists she must be joking. Han Fei then tells the maid to pass on her thanks to Mother, adding that she will visit in a few days to express her gratitude personally. The maid leaves, clearly flustered. Later, the same maid approaches Han Yan, informing her that the Empress, considering their sisterhood, has allowed her to return home to help with the wedding preparations. Han Yan wonders why the Empress would suddenly want to expel her from the palace, suspecting it has something to do with the person the Empress mentioned she resembled, the same person the Empress wanted to see die again. That night, Han Yan has a nightmare where Prince Qi, her love, lifts her bridal veil but then recoils in disgust, asking how she got so fat and declaring he doesn't love her anymore. The nightmare shatters, and Han Fei awakens with a gasp from her own terrible dream, in which system notifications repeatedly announce the failure of her quest to get slim. Her maid, Chun Hong, wishes her good morning and comments on the nice incense smell in the room. Han Fei says she doesn't smell anything, and Chun Hong suggests it because she's been around it for a long time. Chun Hong realizes the smell wasn't there before the dowry was moved in and traces it to one of the boxes. Inside, they find an incense pillow embroidered with the name Du Xianyang. Han Fei recognizes the smell as Hanjin grass and Yaoxiang fragrance. A memory flashes in her mind of her father telling her that during the last few months of her mother's life, she suffered from constant nightmares, and her body grew weaker and weaker, despite the doctor saying she could recover with good rest. With this realization, Han Fei declares that she finally knows what happened back then and tells Chun Hong to pack the dowry, as she needs to go out. She visits the Empress and the Crown Prince, Han Wenshu. The Empress notes her exhausted appearance, and Han Fei thanks her for her concern before asking after her brother, who appears much better now. As she looks at him, a new system notification flashes before her eyes. Side quest, kill Han Wenshu. That night under a crescent moon, Han Fei, cloaked in red, sneaks into her stepmother's courtyard, followed by a nervous Chun Hong. The system voice urges her to kill him now, as time is running out. Han Fei quiets it and continues. She leads Chun Hong into her stepmother's room, where the woman is fast asleep. Han Fei instructs Chun Hong to put an old, slender dress on the sleeping woman. Chun Hong, terrified, recognizes it as belonging to Han Fei's mother. Han Fei retorts that if she could put it on her, she wouldn't have brought Chun Hong along. After a struggle, they manage to get the dress on the woman. Han Fei then appears at the foot of the bed, her face illuminated eerily, looking like a ghost. Stepmother wakes up and gasps in terror, seeing the apparition. The ghostly Han Fei accuses her of hurting her back then and now trying to hurt her child, Han Fei, threatening to take her to hell with her. The stepmother screams, believing she has seen the ghost of Du Xianyang, before fainting from shock. Han Fei and Chun Hong quickly flee the room. Hiding outside, Han Fei signals for quiet as they see another figure sneaking across the courtyard towards Han Wenshu's yard. The next morning, a maid rushes to Han Fei with bad news about her ladyship. Han Yan runs into her mother's room to find her father holding her distraught mother, who is sobbing that it was all her fault. Han Yan asks what happened. Her mother, completely broken, confesses to her husband that she shouldn't have stuffed Hanjin grass and Yaoxiang fragrance into Xianyang's pillow. She admits the two substances aren't poisonous but cause nightmares, and she only wanted to scare Xianyang and ruin her sleep, never expecting she would actually die. She begs him to tell Xianyang's ghost to spare her. Her father stares at her in shock, grabbing her shoulders and demanding to know how she knew to put those two things in the pillow since she knows nothing about pharmacology, the realization dawning that Xianyang's death is related to her. Han Yan watches the entire confession with a cold, unreadable expression. Wenshu's mother confesses that she found the formula in a book and lost her mind at the time, insisting that no one else was involved in the poisoning. Enraged, the Lord declares he never thought it would be her, questioning how she could poison the pure-hearted Xinyang. He violently shoves her away, stating there's no room for such a vicious woman in his house and ordering the guards to send her to Dali Temple. She collapses to her knees, begging her lord to spare her for the sake of her many years of service and pleading not to be sent to the temple. Watching the scene unfold, Han Fei thinks to herself that drama truly imitates life, as the dialogue is exactly like scenes from plays she has seen. She steps forward, reminding her father that her mother was poisoned by this woman and questioning how she could be forgiven so easily. Her father turns to Han Fei, asking for her opinion on the matter. She proposes that since the dead cannot be brought back and the woman has served him for many years, she should be spared from Dali Temple for the sake of Wenshu, who is still ill and needs his mother. Her father agrees, declaring that from now on, the woman will be grounded in the West Yard, forbidden to step outside without his order, and that he never wants to see her again. Han Fei's system announces the completion of the side quest, rewarding her with 10-star coins. She wonders why she didn't receive the random prop mentioned earlier, and her system explains that such rewards are only for perfect completions. She muses that this means it wasn't a perfect completion and briefly considers if Han Yan was involved in her mother's death, though she dismisses the idea as impossible due to Han Yan's young age at the time. Later, Han Yan walks with Wenshu by a picturesque pond. Her system's voice urgently instructs the player to get ready to kill him, warning that it will be too late if she hesitates. As Han Fei approaches, she sees Han Yan pushing Wenshu toward the water and cries out for him to watch out. Wenshu tumbles into the water with a large splash. As he struggles, calling for his sister to save him, Han Yan stands motionless on the bridge above. Back inside, the family gathers around Wenshu's sick, where the Lord confronts Han Yan, demanding to know why his son fell into the water. Han Fei interjects, claiming it was her fault for not taking good care of him, but the Lord dismisses her, saying he saw her and it's not that simple. Wenshu coughs, regaining consciousness. The Lord clenches his fist and leans over Wenshu, asking him to tell them exactly what happened. As Han Fei watches nervously, Wenshu claims it was his own fault, that he wasn't paying attention and slipped into the pool. The Lord sighs in relief that his brother is fine and tells the two girls to stop arguing. Han Fei, however, bursts into tears, sobbing that it was all her fault. She cries so much that her father wonders if she truly feels sad, while Han Fei internally questions why Han Wenshu would lie. Later, as Han Fei leaves the room, she sees Han Yan and confronts her, certain that Han Yan is the other system player. Han Fei grabs Han Yan and accuses her of having a system, which shocks Han Yan, who realizes Han Fei must be the one who constantly interferes with her quests. Han Fei goes further, accusing Han Yan of being involved in Du Xinyang's death and stating that her current quest must be to kill Han Wenshu. Han Yan tries to deny knowing what she's talking about, but Han Fei tightens her grip, pleading with her not to kill an innocent child just to complete a quest. Han Yan shoves her hand away, angrily telling her she doesn't understand and storms off. Piki, Han Fei's system, appears and she asks what the so-called system is. Piki explains that each player's system is different, with different ultimate quests, and wonders why the system would give Han Yan such a quest. Han Fei returns to Wenshu's room with medicine, having sent the servants away so they can speak privately. She asks him why he lied earlier, and Wenshu confesses that he already knew his mother was responsible for her mother's death. He explains that he overheard servants talking about it long ago, and while he knows his mother deserves punishment, he is sad he won't see her again and doesn't want to lose Sister Yan as well. Han Fei is stunned, asking if he's kidding her, pointing out that Han Yan tried to kill him. Wenshu calmly replies that he knows, but even if Han Yan doesn't kill him, he probably won't live long with his current condition. He concludes that since he's going to die anyway, he'd rather lie to protect Sister Yan. Han Yan, in her room, tells her system, Jingdong, that she is giving up the quest. Jingdong warns her that she won't be able to withstand the punishment, but Han Yan is resolute, stating there's no need to persuade her as she is willing to accept it. A system notification confirms the quest to kill Han Wenshu has failed. As punishment, yellow lightning crackles around her. Jingdong, realizing she won't survive, gets an idea to use its own power to help her feel better. It projects a blue energy field that absorbs the lightning strikes. Han Yan collapses but survives, gasping for air. As she lies on the floor, she has a flashback or nightmare of being bullied in her previous life, kicked and slapped by other girls. She wakes with a gasp to see Jingdong beside her, asking if she had a nightmare. Weakly, she asks it to stay with her for a while, and Jingdong agrees, though it appears faint. Elsewhere, Han Fei discusses the concept of the master system with Piki, who imagines it as a giant golden cannon. Piki explains that the master system is the terminal for all subsystems, issuing quests and providing energy, but he has never seen it. Han Fei asks about its power source, but Piki demands she stop touching him. Piki then reminds Han Fei that while her quest to win over her man is almost complete, she's made no progress on losing weight. Han Fei asks what happens if the main quest is done, admitting she used to think her life would be perfect, but is now having doubts. Meanwhile, Han Yan asks her weakened system why the master system always deducts its energy. Jingdong explains that after she failed her quest, it used its own power to reduce her punishment, and the master system found out and deducted half of its energy supply as a result. Han Yan is distraught, realizing Jingdong suffered because of her. Jingdong comforts her, saying it's glad she didn't kill Wenshu, but when Han Yan asks what will happen if she fails again, Jingdong replies that they will probably all disappear. Han Yan vows not to fail again and to complete all her quests properly. She tells Jingdong that after Han Fei's wedding, they will return to the palace, where she will help it finish its final quest as soon as possible. Han Fei, bored while waiting for her wedding, decides to use her star coins to buy a magic mirror prop to see what her prince is doing. The mirror, which has an oddly punchable face, activates. She asks the magic mirror to let her see her prince as she misses him. An image of the prince appears, and to her delight, he is smiling. She pays 5 star coins to continue watching, then more and more, spending all her coins to watch the live stream of her prince all night. The next morning, feeling the financial sting of her binge-watching, a servant delivers a gift from Prince Qin. It's the very box she saw in his room via the mirror, and she realizes it's a gift for her. She opens it to find a beautiful wedding dress, and her heart thumps as she realizes Qin Chi personally prepared it for her. She tries it on and finds that it fits her current size perfectly, but her joy turns to horror when she sees the tag reads XXXXL. With a furious scream, she declares that she is absolutely not getting married in an XXXXL wedding dress. She slams the box shut and orders her servant to have the delivery man take it back, saying she doesn't like the size. Motivated, Han Fei summons Piki and demands a program to lose weight in the fastest way possible. Piki transforms into a muscular version of itself to initiate the ultimate brutal slimming training mode. She's put through a grueling workout, running on a mat under the hot sun. After days of this, she is presented with a weight loss formula that she chugs down despite its questionable appearance. The concoction proves too much, and she collapses with a burp. At the prince's residence, a servant informs Prince Qin that Miss Han returned the wedding dress and left a message for him. The servant relays Han Fei's words, declaring that she will make sure he marries the Han Fei who is most worthy of him. Prince Qin calmly tells the servant not to imitate her tone and deducts half of his salary. Just then, another attendant arrives to announce that the emperor has summoned him to the royal garden. The prince wonders what his father wants so close to the wedding, hoping it has nothing to do with Han Fei as he prepares to leave. The emperor stands before his son, Prince Qin, who is seated in a pavilion. Prince Qin rises and asks his father what the matter is. The emperor informs him that he has granted the wedding between him and Han Fei. With a sharp look, he adds that Prince Qin should therefore agree to his request. He reminds his son that he was supposed to leave the palace after growing up, but the emperor insisted on keeping him there, knowing the prince holds a grudge for it. The prince replies coolly that he wouldn't dare. The emperor remarks that the prince is just like her. He presses his son, asking if he doesn't dare to have a grudge or doesn't dare to argue. He accuses the prince of always feigning respect while being incredibly stubborn deep inside, warning him that such stubbornness leads to destruction. He then attempts to reach out and touch his son's face, saying that his son is getting married in a few days and he can't keep him in the palace any longer. As his hand gets closer, the prince dodges, questioning why his father, who knows stubbornness causes destruction, always accelerates it. He bitterly points out that the emperor did such things, yet now bothers to look so regretful. The emperor's hand pauses in midair as he stares at his son. The prince adds that the emperor's spur-of-the-moment decisions led to the destruction of so many people. The emperor, enraged, shouts that it's enough and orders someone to send Prince Qin back. The prince turns and announces that he is leaving, then walks away. Alone, the emperor's stern expression crumbles as a memory surfaces of a woman with long purple hair whom he calls Yu. In his memory, he reaches for her, saying she is back and that he missed her so much. The vision of Yu is replaced by his son, Prince Qin, who pushes his hand away, telling him it's enough. The emperor looks at his hand, which now holds nothing but air. The guards escort Prince Qin away, and the emperor orders them not to worry about him, but to send the prince back. Left alone, the emperor whispers Yu's name, admitting his selfishness and his regret. He calls for someone, ordering them to deliver an imperial edict. Elsewhere in a small house, Han Fei's system helper, Peaky, asks if she is ready. Han Fei slams her foot down in determination and steps onto a modern digital scale. The scale beeps repeatedly before displaying her weight. She stares in disbelief, crying out about how she only lost a single pound. Frustrated, she picks up the scale and shakes it, convinced it must be broken. Peaky suggests they try other ways. Han Fei collapses onto her bed in despair, lamenting that the wedding is in 2 days and she even returned the wedding dress to her prince. She feels she's about to break the vow she made. Suddenly, the door to her room opens. A servant informs her that someone from the palace has arrived and she must go meet him. Confused, Han Fei wonders what is going on. She enters the main hall to find a eunuch holding a scroll, ordering Han Fei to receive the imperial edict. She kneels, wondering about the situation, as the eunuch announces that by order of the emperor, Prince Qin has recently fallen ill and is unfit to marry. Therefore, the scheduled wedding between the prince and Han Fei is cancelled. Han Fei is shocked, wondering why he is suddenly ill and why their wedding has been cancelled by the emperor so easily. She feels as if she's being treated like cheap goods that can be returned within 7 days. The eunuch continues, informing her that she will be promoted to the status of holy maiden and should go to the palace as soon as possible to pray for the national fortune. Han Fei is baffled, questioning if she's supposed to be some kind of lucky cat. As the eunuch holds out the edict for her to accept, she realizes the whole thing is not so simple. A system notification chimes, announcing that a main quest has been activated, to elope with the man of her dream. Later, Han Fei tells Peaky that something is fishy about the whole matter. She recalls seeing her prince through the magic mirror before and he was fine, even preparing a wedding dress for her. She suspects Emperor Qin arranged all of this and has some ulterior motive for summoning her to the palace. She asks Peaky if there's a way she can sneak into the palace to meet her prince. Peaky agrees that women in love tend to lose their heads and checks the system props. Peaky notes that Han Fei spent a lot of star coins on the magic mirror and doesn't have many left, but suggests a cheap item called the burglar rope for 10 star coins. Hesitantly, Han Fei purchases the rope, feeling that cheap stuff is never good and its name sounds weird. As she approaches a wall with the rope, she trips over it and falls flat on her face with a thud. She lands inside a room, right in front of Prince Qin, who asks who she is. He then recognizes her, calling her Han Fei. She quickly gets up and explains she received the imperial edict saying he was sick and their wedding was cancelled, and asks if he's okay. The prince is surprised to hear their wedding was cancelled. Han Fei realizes he didn't know about it. He then remarks that he feels she has lost some weight. Elated that he noticed, she has to remind herself she is there on serious business. She looks at him seriously and declares that they should elope. The prince simply says okay. She is stunned by his easy agreement, having expected to need to explain herself. She thinks that if she'd known it would be this easy, she wouldn't have beaten around the bush. The prince then confirms that he knows the reason. His father canceled their marriage and wants her to enter the palace to pray for the national fortune. He clenches his fist, explaining that it's his father's way of doing things, using her to have better control over him. Han Fei is impressed he knew exactly what was happening. He admits he just didn't expect she would elope with him. As she looks at him, a notification shows his closeness points have increased by 99. She realizes he must have been secretly wanting to escape all along. She asks him if he knows a way to sneak out of the palace. He affirms that he does, revealing there is a secret passage in Lanjai Palace. Just then, there is a knock at the door. An older woman's voice announces it is time for the prince's medicine. Han Fei panics, recognizing the voice of Madame Gu and wondering what to do. Back in the silent room, Madame Gu waits outside the door, calling for the prince. Hearing no response, she pushes the door open with a creak and finds the room empty. She looks around, then calls for the guards. The guards arrive, and she orders them to search for the prince. They soon report that they've searched all over the prison of love but can't find him. Madame Gu reasons that the prince can't walk far due to his leg and suggests they search outside the palace, sending the guards away. Meanwhile, the emperor is informed that his son has disappeared from the prison of love. He asks if Lanjai Palace has been searched. The subordinate says no and is about to go search, but the emperor stops him. In the closet, Han Fei asks the prince if Madame Gu has left. He shakes his head no. The closet door suddenly bursts open with a loud dong, revealing them huddled inside. Madame Gu, who opened the door, finds the prince unharmed and asks if he is all right. He says he is fine. Han Fei looks terrified, realizing they've been caught just 30 seconds into their elopement. Madame Gu blocks the view into the closet as she addresses the guards, who report they cannot find the prince. She tells them that His Highness can't have gone far and instructs them to search outside the palace. The guards agree and leave. With the guards gone, Madame Gu turns back to the couple, her back to them as she closes the door. She says that the palace is a place full of trouble and tells them to take care of themselves from now on. The prince thanks Madame Gu. He then tells Han Fei it's time to go, and she agrees. They enter a dark, candlelit secret passage. Han Fei is amazed that such a place exists in the palace and asks how he knew about it. The prince explains that his mother told him about it when he was a child, and he used to slip out of the palace through it without the staff knowing. He then looks grim, saying, "But later." He tells Han Fei that if she goes out from here, she'll find Huaking City to the north. He instructs her to hide her identity when she enters the city, as his father will definitely send guards to search for them. Han Fei asks if he isn't coming with her. The prince explains that he walked the passage as a kid and knows there are almost 1,000 steps in total, and it would be too hard for her to carry him. He suggests she go first and wait for him in the city. She adamantly refuses, declaring that they will go together and she won't leave him behind. She swiftly lifts him onto her back, telling him not to talk to her. He protests that the guards will find the place soon and she won't get out of there. She grits her teeth and tells him she'll try her best. After a grueling journey, they emerge from the passage into a grassy field under a starry night sky. Gasping for breath, Han Fei tells the prince that they finally got out. She proudly says that she told him she was strong. He looks at her and apologizes. She dismisses his apology, saying she should be the one to apologize for being hot-headed and dragging him into an elopement without thinking. Back at the palace, the emperor is told they can't find the prince in Lanjai Palace. He orders his servant to go to the Han mansion, telling them that if the holy maiden is not found, the entire mansion will be punished for disobeying the imperial edict. He smirks, wanting to see if Han Fei can really sacrifice the lives of her family. By a crackling fire, Han Fei watches the sleeping prince, thinking he must be exhausted after such a rough day. She whispers that he looks quite handsome. She reaches out to touch his face but stops, noticing his mask. He suddenly opens his eyes. She nervously jokes that there was a mosquito on his face, then realizes it's winter. He asks if she is disgusted by his face. She is confused, and he explains that his face is exactly like his mother's and that she must already know. He asks why he always wears a mask, why his father vetoed their marriage, and why he's kept in the palace when he has his own fief, finally asking if she finds it all disgusting. Han Fei tells him not to say such things, insisting it's not his fault but the world's. She tells him he is not disgusting and that the person who is truly scared is him, hoping he won't be afraid of the world anymore because he still has her. As she pulls her hand away, he grabs it and pulls her into an embrace, saying, "Okay." She blushes as he rests her head on his shoulder and tells her to sleep. He covers her eyes, and she drifts off by the fire. Later, as she sleeps, a figure swoops down from the trees. It is one of the prince's men who apologizes for being late. The prince asks about the others, and the man reports that all have been evacuated from the imperial city and the secret guards will be assembled in a few days. He then pinches Han Fei's cheek playfully, asking the prince to consider the feelings of single men like him. The prince asks about the palace. The man reports that the emperor has announced the prince is recuperating from an illness, but has secretly sent imperial guards to search for them. He adds that the emperor has also ordered Han Shanking to hand over Han Fei, or the family will be punished. The prince says he sees and orders the man to follow them secretly. The man agrees but looks concerned for the prince. The prince smiles faintly, saying Han Fei will find a way. At the Han mansion, Han Shanking is told that the palace has sent guards and a palanquin is waiting outside. His daughter, Han Yan, enters and says she's heard everything from the servants and has a solution. She proposes to enter the palace in Han Fei's place. Her father objects, warning she'd be accused of deceiving the emperor, but she insists. She argues that if they fail to produce Han Fei, the whole family will be punished, but if she goes, she has some certainty of protecting them. She tells her father that to achieve greater success, they have to take risks. She prepares to leave, asking him to take care of her mother and brother. A system message asks the player if they made the choice to save Han's mansion. In the early morning, Han Fei awakens in the prince's arms, annoyed that a stupid thing disturbed her dream of waking up with her prince. Peaky appears, telling her not to be like that and that it's time for her rewards. A series of notifications appear. The main quest of eloping is complete, rewarding her with 1,000 star coins, a set of miniature scalpels, 3 uses of X-ray eyes, 1 scene assistant, and 1 cubic meter of personal space. A new quest is triggered. Go to Huaking City for 10 star coins. Han Fei wonders how to finish the new quest, realizing the prince cannot walk and it's too far to the town. Peaky suggests a tool from the system, a multifunctional wheelchair for 3,000 star coins. Han Fei balks at the price, but Peaky enthusiastically declares it's so cheap and she should buy it. Han Fei dismisses the idea, finding the word cheaper unreliable. Just then a voice calls her name, Han Fei. The prince is awake. The prince, lying among the rocks, calls out from his resting spot, asking what she is muttering about. Han Fei explains she was thinking about the long way still to go to Huaking City. She offers to give him an acupuncture treatment to temporarily restore his walking ability, though she warns it might be painful afterwards. The prince agrees without hesitation. She asks him to hang in there and carefully applies the needles. He watches her intently, a gentle smile on his face, which makes her blush and complain that he's distracting her. After the treatment, she tells him he should be able to stand up now. She wistfully says it would be nice if they had a carriage, repeating the wish under her breath as she trembles with hope. Suddenly, a horse neighs as a carriage magically swooshes down from the sky, landing right in front of them. The prince calmly identifies it as a carriage, but Han Fei is shocked, asking where it came from. He dryly replies that it fell from the sky, asking if she thinks he's stupid. They take the carriage and arrive at Huaking City, pulling up to an inn. An innkeeper asks if they wish to dine or stay, and Han Fei, supporting the prince, requests a large room. As they walk, a woman notices the handsome gentleman has a leg problem. Inside their room, the prince sits down, and Han Fei asks how he's feeling, worried that the long, bumpy journey was painful for him. He tells her he's fine and requests that she give him the acupuncture treatment every day from now on. She agrees, believing he can bear the pain. She feels a pang of sympathy, realizing how much his dignity is tied to his condition, and resolves to get him a multifunctional wheelchair, though she notes it costs 3,000 star coins, and she's still 1,500 short. She tells the prince she needs to go out to get some herbs for him, promising to be back soon. She believes the system must have other quests for her here to earn more coins. As she walks through the city, women call out from a brothel inviting men inside. She feels the city is strange, and her system guide, Peaky, explains that Huaking City is famous not for real flowers, but for the flowers of the flower house, the beautiful ladies within. Han Fei realizes she can't escape dealing with brothels, even in this world, and bumps into him. The man grabs her chin, remarking on how beautiful she looks. Flustered, she decides she must get away to buy medicine for the prince. She pushes his hand away with a pop and apologizes before trying to run. The man grabs her again, asking why she's so ashamed, but she slips away and ducks through a nearby door, thinking he didn't see her. Inside, a woman she identifies as Mrs. Zhang is surprised to see her and tosses a bundle of clothes at her, telling her to take them upstairs to the girl's room. A system notification beeps, triggering a random task. She will be awarded 300 star coins if she becomes the most popular woman there, with the reward of mermaid singing paid in advance. Han Fei is stunned, wondering how she could possibly do that. She steals her resolve, knowing she wants to do more work to buy the wheelchair for her prince. She clutches the clothes, deciding she must win the competition somehow and will have to play it by ear as she takes a deep breath and heads upstairs. She walks down a hall, determined to inquire about the competition, and knocks on a door. A woman with her hair in an elaborate style opens it. Han Fei delivers the clothes, and the woman, Bing Ling, notes that she is new. Han Fei concocts a story, claiming her son is sick and she has no money, so she must work several jobs to afford medicine, thinking to herself that she treats her prince like her own son. Bing Ling expresses her sympathy with a "poor you" and offers her tea, explaining that everyone is busy with the beauty pageant. She elaborates that the pageant is a farce for merchants and dignitaries, but the winner receives 100 gold coins and will not be forced to receive guests, making it a highly sought-after prize among the 31 flower houses in the city. Seeing Bing Ling weep over the difficulty of winning, Han Fei pats her back comfortingly and suggests she could go off the beaten track. Bing Ling notes that while Han Fei's clothes look great, everyone will be dressed similarly, and she isn't flamboyant enough to stand out. An idea strikes Han Fei, and she declares she will go ask the bawd for different clothes. The bawd agrees, and Han Fei promises to see her dance in the competition tonight. Back in her room, Peaky asks if she forgot she had to enter the contest too. Han Fei confirms she didn't and asks Peaky if she has one more chance to transform. Peaky nods, confirming she has one left. Han Fei decides that special times call for special uses and prepares to transform, rustling into a new outfit. The competition begins with a round of applause as the bawd thanks the distinguished guests for their presence and announces the start of the game. The first contestant, Ziaing from Manhua House, is introduced to more applause. Meanwhile, Han Fei struggles with her makeup, and Peaky titters at her messy attempt. Han Fei feels like giving up, but Peaky reminds her that time is running out and suggests she use the empathic system to learn. A system notification beeps, initiating the target task, learn to make up. As she sits at her vanity, the empathic system connects her to the prince. The connection feels different this time, and she blushes, thinking of the ancient story of Zhang Chang drawing eyebrows for his wife. With the makeup complete, she heads to the stage area. Bing Ling is announced next and performs beautifully. Backstage, another contestant named Lu Peiing approaches Han Fei, asking why she's there and which flower house she's from. Han Fei says she's just getting some air. Lu Peiing looks her over, noting she hasn't seen her before and wonders what she plans to perform. But Peaky whispers that Han Fei doesn't know how to perform at all. Han Fei laughs nervously as Lu Peiing watches Bing Ling's performance end. Suddenly, Lu Peiing shoves Han Fei, sending her stumbling forward with a bang right onto the stage. As she falls, Lu Peiing smirks, thinking that Han Fei should blame her own beauty, as only she can take first place. Han Fei grabs onto a long, flowing ribbon to break her fall, swinging onto the stage in a dramatic entrance. The audience watches as the legend of a woman dancer begins. Peaky urgently tells her to jump, having activated a function to make her as light as a swallow. Though scared of falling to her death, Han Fei jumps and her mermaid singing skill activates. She performs a mesmerizing dance, floating through the air. In the audience, a man's teacup cracks as he watches her intently. The crowd erupts in applause, shouting their approval as she finishes her performance with a bow. The man in the audience murmurs that it's really her. She's crowned the beauty queen of Manhua House, and a system notification confirms her mission is complete. She has earned 300 star coins, permanent mermaid singing, and 3 chances to slim down. Relieved, she decides she has to run. The madam introduces her to the crowd as Miss Huahua. Han Fei is annoyed by the ridiculous name and worries the madam will force her to receive guests. The madam tells the audience to wait while she takes Miss Huahua to rest, but then tells Han Fei that a VIP on the 2nd floor wants to see her and pushes her into a room. Inside, she sees Bailey Wenxiu and panics, determined not to let him recognize her. He asks her name, and she replies that it's Huahua. He then asks if she knows a person named Han Fei, and she turns away, claiming not to know her. She tries to leave, saying she feels unwell, but he grabs her arm and tells her to wait. Just then, the prince appears and forcefully pulls her away from Bailey Wenxiu, declaring that it's not proper for a prince to be entangled with a woman in a brothel. The prince announces that no matter the cost, he will ransom Miss Huahua. He then appears behind Bailey Wenxiu, declaring that he has already bought her. Han Fei is shocked to see her prince, wondering if he recognized her. He tells Bailey Wenxiu that she is his woman and entered the contest under an imposter's name, suggesting he ask her for the truth. Bailey Wenxiu's associate realizes she must be his concubine. The prince tells Han Fei they are leaving, but Bailey Wenxiu grabs her other arm, refusing to let her go. The prince glares at him, and the two men have a silent standoff. Han Fei yelps that her arm is going to break, and the prince pulls her away from Bailey Wenxiu, leading her out of the room as Bailey Wenxiu stares after them, wondering who that man was. Outside under the night sky, the prince tells her to slow down, noting she can't walk properly like this. He asks if this is why she stayed out all night. She denies it, and he holds her close, asking if she enjoys being watched as she was tonight. He tells her to think it over and tell him who she really is. Overwhelmed, she stammers his title, Your Highness. He asks why she went there, and she explains she was looking for something that could help him stand up. He then asks how she became slim, and she says she has a medicine that can turn her into this form, twirling to show him. She asks if she doesn't look pretty, but he bluntly asks how she changed back, his face a mask. He wipes her face and calls her ugly, much to her outrage as she exclaims that she won the championship. He retorts that the judges must be blind. Suddenly, Peaky announces that her time is up, and she puffs back to her original size with a boom. He tells her he doesn't like her transformation, his voice low. Her heart thumps as she promises not to do it again. He leans closer, his expression intense, but then suddenly becomes dizzy. He warns her not to do it again before collapsing against her. She catches him, calling his name, Qin Chi, and realizes he has a high fever. She gets him into bed and watches over him, consumed with guilt. When he wakes, he finds her trembling beside the bed. She bursts into tears, apologizing and saying she shouldn't have gone there. He calmly explains that he has been bearing pain since they left the imperial palace, and his collapse is due to the side effects of walking combined with exhaustion. He tells her not to cry. Peaky appears, telling her not to blame herself and that she's done a good job. The system congratulates her on successfully reaching Huaking City, awarding her 10 stars. It also announces that Mr. Dreamy's likability has risen by 10%, now at 30%, and rewards her with 500 stars and a beam of goddess's light for her progress. Han Fei is shocked that his likability increased despite all the hardships, wondering if it's a benefit of their elopement. She asks how many stars she has now and if she can afford the wheelchair. Peaky beeps and informs her that she still needs 1,000 stars for the wheelchair but can now buy modern weapons, showing her a tank available at a discount. Hanfei flatly refuses. A knock sounds at the door. As she asks who it is, the prince shushes her, warning that someone is outside. She wonders who would visit at this hour. The person outside calls for his master, and the prince tells them to come in. Jai Feng enters, and Han Fei is surprised to see him. He urgently tells them they have to go, as the emperor's soldiers have entered the city. The sound of horse hooves clatters on the road as a carriage travels through a town. Inside the carriage, a tired-looking Qin King rests while Han Fei tells him that she thinks it's best not to perform acupuncture on him for a few days. The king, with his eyes closed, tells her not to worry, but she sighs, still concerned. Suddenly, the horse neighs and the carriage jerks to a halt, causing the startled Qin King to lose his balance and lean heavily against Han Fei. Annoyed, Han Fei lifts the curtain and asks Jai Feng why he stopped so suddenly. Jai Feng explains that there is a girl in the way. A woman with purple hair stands in the middle of the road, and when she sees Han Fei, she looks relieved. Han Fei asks if it's her. The woman grabs onto Han Fei's clothes, pulling her and begs to be taken with them, explaining that the Fang's family tried to catch her and she barely escaped. Han Fei looks down at the woman, questioning the name Fang's family. The woman explains that they are the richest family in Huaking City, and that they have caught many girls who then disappeared without reason, pleading again for Han Fei to take her. From inside the carriage, the Qin King overhears something and tells them it's time to go. Han Fei agrees, telling her master yes. She turns to the woman, telling her not to cry and explaining that it's not safe to follow them. But she has an idea for a village on the south of the city where the woman's madam won't be able to find her. The woman desperately begs for help, asking if the man inside is her master and saying she'll beg him instead. She tries to push past Han Fei, who shoves her away. The woman stumbles backward and bumps into the horse's rear, startling it. The horse neighs loudly, and the carriage lurches, causing the unprepared Qin King to be thrown to the floor with a flop. The woman stares in shock, realizing he is limp. Han Fei panics, crying out for her master. She rushes to his side, asking if he's all right, and he replies that he is fine. He glares out of the carriage and tells Jai Feng to hurry up. Jai Feng gets back on the driver's seat and pushes the woman out of the way. Thrown to the ground, the woman looks up in anger, calling them heartless. She stands up and yells, asking what they think they are and calling the Qin King just a cripple. Her insult echoes as 2 city guards are shown nearby. Another guard shouts for the carriage to stop and asks who is inside. In a flash, Han Fei appears outside the carriage and delivers a sharp slap across the woman's face. The woman holds her cheek in disbelief, asking if Han Fei just slapped her. Han Fei, with a furious expression, replies yes, telling the woman she asked for it. Han Fei then orders Jai Feng to go, and he nods in acknowledgement. He shouts for people to move. The scorned woman stands behind them, shouting that she isn't wrong and that he is a cripple. As the carriage speeds away, a guard points and orders the others to stop them. At the city gate, 2 guards cross their spears to block the path. The carriage speeds through the gate archway. Han Fei looks ahead with determination as Jai Feng asks what they should do. She orders him to break through them. With a determined shout, Han Fei yells at the guards that while the mission may be their bosses, their lives are their own. The carriage whooshes past the guards, who dodge out of the way. Han Fei shouts for them to go as they clear the gate. One guard grabs the other, angrily asking why he didn't stop them. The other guard, looking guilty, thinks to himself that he believes she was right. In the imperial study, the emperor slams his hand on the table, shouting, "Idiot." He angrily asks the guard how they got away like that. A eunuch enters, announcing his majesty as the guard bows his head. The eunuch whispers into the emperor's ear. After a moment, the emperor gives a command to bring her in. A woman in a red cloak enters the study. She introduces herself as Han Fei and offers greetings to his majesty. The emperor sternly asks if she knows that deceiving a monarch is a capital crime. The woman, her face hidden by the hood, sobs and says she knows she has committed an unforgivable sin and will bear whatever punishment he decides, asking him to raise her head. As she looks up, revealing a face identical to another woman, she declares she will bear the punishment alone. The emperor stares in shock, uttering the name Yu. The woman feigns confusion, asking about his majesty. The emperor looks down, lost in thought, before telling her to forget about it. He tells her to stay in the palace, and that she can go home as long as the real Han Fei is back. She thanks his majesty. As she leaves, the emperor watches her, deep in thought. Outside, a small, flying whale-like creature appears and asks its host what will happen if Han Fei never comes back. The woman, JD, smiles and says that is what she wants. She thinks back to a memory where an empress told her that her face looks like a dead person's, and she now understands what she meant after seeing the Emperor's expression. He muses that she has a triumph card now and might as well take a gamble. After their escape, Jai Feng informs the king that they have gotten rid of the soldiers and can take a break. The king agrees, and Han Fei helps him out of the carriage, thinking that the bumpy road must have made him uncomfortable. She asks what he's thinking about, but he doesn't answer. She then asks the king if he really doesn't care about what the woman said. She thinks to herself that outside the palace, no one knows he is a king, and some people call him a cripple or feel sympathy, which must hurt his feelings. He tells Han Fei that she doesn't need to care about other people's opinions, but she still looks worried. He takes her hand and asks if she remembers what others call her. She blushes and admits that of course she does. They call her fatty, pig, and things like that. He then asks if she cares about them. She puffs her cheeks and huffs that of course not, declaring that whether she's fat or not is none of their business. He gently touches her head and tells her that if she doesn't care about them, then neither does he. She blushes furiously, rendered speechless. Flustered, she pulls away and runs off, saying that the king should please take a break while she goes to fetch some water. By the riverbank, she crouches down, thinking that she knows what he meant. He doesn't care about discrimination against himself, but he can't allow them to hurt her. She clutches her dress, feeling that because of him she can't speak her feelings out loud. As she's lost in thought, a figure approaches from behind. A voice in her head warns her to watch out. She turns with a startled expression and a hand chops the back of her neck, causing her to pass out. Han Fei wakes up dizzy, wondering if she was caught by the soldiers and if Mr. Dreamy was also caught. A woman asks if Aunt is awake now, and Han Fei looks around, asking where she is. She is in a rustic room with several other women, realizing she wasn't caught by the Emperor's soldiers. A woman introduces herself as Duor and asks if she was also caught and brought to this place. The horrible realization dawns on Han Fei: human trafficking. She is shocked, wondering who could be so stupid as to kidnap her when no one would want to buy her, causing Duor to giggle. Duor offers her half a steamed bun, and Han Fei thinks that the woman is very kind but poor-sighted, as she's not old enough to be called aunt. Han Fei confidently declares that she will get them out of there and teach the kidnappers a lesson. She calls for her system, T-Mall, but receives only silence in response. She frantically calls for T-Mall again, wondering why it's not responding like it did in the underground palace. Realizing her stupid system is always unreliable at critical moments, she decides she must depend on herself. The door bangs open and two men enter carrying baskets. They yell at the captive women to drink their soup. Han Fei eyes them suspiciously, thinking that they must be the kidnappers. She overhears one of them telling the other that they should ask the Fang's family for more money. The other agrees, mentioning that he found a big woman on a riverbank who should be worth a lot of money. Hearing this, Han Fei burns with rage, realizing they are talking about her and wanting them to die. A hand offers her a bowl of soup, telling her to drink it. She calms herself down, remembering the woman on the road's plea for help and her mention of the Fang's family taking girls who then disappeared, and also how the kidnappers just mentioned the same family. She stares at the bowl of soup, then sees Duor about to drink from hers. Han Fei quickly stops her, whispering for Duor not to drink it because something is wrong with the soup. Han Fei thinks to herself that she'd like to see what the Fang's family wants. Elsewhere in a forest clearing, the king rests by a tree as Jai Feng tends to the horse and carriage. The king's eyes snap open and he calls out for Jai Feng to wake up. Jai Feng rushes to his side as the king looks around, asking what is taking Han Fei so long. Jai Feng runs off to search, returning shortly after to report that Lady Han is missing. He explains that he checked the riverbank and found her ribbon. The king's expression hardens as he takes the ribbon. He orders the summoning of his shadow guards to find her. Back at the kidnapper's den, a scream pierces the night. Han Fei wakes up with a start, asking her aunt if she heard that. Duor, also awake, confirms she did. Han Fei observes that the other women are sleeping deeply and wonders what is going on outside. She peeks through a crack in the door and sees the kidnappers dragging a struggling woman out, shouting that there's a monster and to catch her. The woman falls to the ground, her eyes crazed, and curses them. Han Fei stares in horror, realizing what is happening. Duor asks her what's wrong. Han Fei grabs Duor's hand, telling her they must get out of there and explaining that their captors are going to turn them into medicine freaks. She explains that the girl in the yard hasn't completely turned yet, but once she does, she will be very strong but will have lost her sanity, only listening to her creator. Han Fei realizes they caught all those girls for this purpose and wonders why they want so many killing machines. She grabs Duor, saying they must run away. Duor asks if Han Fei believes her, and Han Fei, feeling guilty about her lack of confidence, stammers out a yes. Duor, however, thinks Han Fei is a strong girl, which gives Han Fei pause. Taking a deep breath, Han Fei resolves to get her out of there. She checks the door and finds it locked but unguarded, reasoning it's because they all drank the soup that was given in the afternoon. She looks up and sees that the window isn't locked, but exclaims that it's so high. She turns to Duor and tells her to take off her clothes. With a confused look, Duor complies, and Han Fei throws the tied-together clothes out the window, forming a rope. Han Fei holds the makeshift rope, trembling, and tells Duor not to be scared. Duor bravely declares she's ready to go, making Han Fei think that her new friend is so brave she doesn't have the courage to admit she's scared herself. Han Fei begins to climb down the rope, but the fabric tears under her weight. Realizing what's happening, she cries out "no way" as the rope tears completely. She flops onto the ground below, lying in the grass and thinking that she must lose weight. Duor climbs down safely and asks if she is all right, but Han Fei suddenly puts a finger to her lips, sensing someone nearby. A group of guards spots them, shouting that they are running and to catch them. Han Fei grabs Duor and they run. The guards give chase with torches, shouting orders to guard every door and that they can't fly out. Han Fei and Duor find a large empty jar and hide inside it. Huddled together, Duor asks what they should do, and Han Fei tells her to shush and wait. They overhear two men talking outside. An older man, Fang Daxiao, tells his son, Fang Mingcheng, that the human experiments should be done in secret, as their family will be done for if people find out. He frets that these unethical things will get them cursed by God. Fang Mingcheng scoffs, calling his dad too conservative and pointing out that with conflicts breaking out, this is a great chance for their family's rise. He argues that when the world becomes chaotic, they can rule the place with their creations. Hiding in the jar, Han Fei thinks that the Fang's family has no sense of morality, thinking about benefits before a war has even started. The father asks his son if he knows how many people he's killed for this, revealing the number to be 200. The son coldly replies that as long as they succeed in the experiment, their deaths are worthwhile. The father sighs, hoping they get the result they want soon and praying to God that if there is any punishment, he will bear it alone. The son calls his father superstitious, stating that there is no God and that power makes everything, then tells him he heard two girls ran away and he's going to check. As he leaves, Han Fei, still in the jar, gets an idea. Later, Fang Daxiao is sitting alone when a voice tells him to keep quiet. A dagger is held to his throat as he asks who is there. Han Fei tells him to close the door. Duor peeks around the doorframe before closing it. Han Fei struggles to hold the dagger to the man's neck, her arms shaking. The dagger is stuck, not moving at all, because her stomach is in the way. The old master looks at the comical situation of her being stuck. He begins to laugh, and Han Fei tells him he is quite optimistic to be laughing when someone has a dagger against him. She tells Duor to take the dagger, and her friend complies. The old master asks what they want, and Han Fei pats her stomach, saying she will try her best to satisfy him. He reveals that he is the old master of the Fang's family and killing him won't give them any benefit, but Han Fei tells him to relax as she won't kill him. She smirks, holding up a small pouch, and says she needs his cooperation. Under her influence, the old master calls for his servants. Two men enter, asking what they can do for him. He points to a large red box and tells them to take it out. The servants lift the heavy box, and one complains about how heavy it is. Hidden inside, Han Fei thinks that a thing that can manipulate people's minds won't last long, and she hopes they can get out safely. The servants carry the box towards an open gate. From inside the box, Han Fei and Duor watch the exit, and Han Fei thinks, thank God. Suddenly, a voice asks what is inside the box, and Han Fei thinks, no. It is the young master, Fang Mingcheng, who has stopped the servants. They claim the old master only asked them to throw it out and they don't know what's inside. He orders them to open it. He opens the lid himself and sprinkles a powder from his sleeve into the box, shouting for them to run. The powder makes Han Fei and Duor cough and stumble out of the box, exposed. As Duor runs for the gate, Han Fei calls out to her aunt, but a guard catches up to Han Fei and stabs her. Miles away, the Qin King senses this, and a dark voice in his mind tells him he lost her again. A sinister, smiling version of himself appears before him, taunting that he can't protect what he loves and is a waste. The apparition offers to take his body, promising he won't be useless and will protect her well. It tempts him, saying it will let their enemies know the price of irritating them and asking if he wants to lose her again. The Qin King clutches his head, shouting, shut up. The vision of his other self disappears as the guards he fought before lie defeated on the ground. His shadow guards appear, reporting that their captives confessed that the lady was taken to the Fang's family. The Qin King removes his mask, a grimly determined smile on his face, and orders them to go. A woman holds Han Fei down as a foul liquid is poured over her head, causing her to cry out in pain. She wakes up, whimpering that it hurts, and sees a man who comments that she is awake and that he thought she would have died. She looks around in shock, questioning if she is really alive. Her captors hold her over a bubbling green vat while a long-haired man, Fang Mingcheng, watches her pinch her own cheek to confirm she's not dreaming. He then grabs her face, pinching her cheek hard and saying it's good, thinking to himself that her vitality is what he wants. He laughs maniacally, declaring that he can finally realize his goal. Han Fei warns him to stop before it's too late. He smirks, asking why, and she tells him that what he just said is a classic villain quote, which means he will probably die soon. He scoffs at her threat, tells her to worry about herself, and orders his men to throw her into the pool. As they drag her towards the vat, Han Fei desperately pleads that as the heroine, she should have some privileges. Her cries are ignored as she is dropped into the bubbling concoction with a plop, coming up coughing and sputtering. The green liquid burns her skin, and she cries out that it hurts as she struggles to stay afloat. She reaches for the edge, begging for help, while one of the guards notes that she is surprisingly tough and has been struggling for a long time, wishing she were a man. Another guard counters that a man would be too strong-willed to control, which is why their master only uses women for this process. Han Fei manages to crawl partially out of the vat, coughing, but a guard shouts not to let her escape. Another guard brutally kicks her in the face, sending her falling back into the liquid with a pained expression. She slumps back into the vat, her face showing pure agony. She lets out a final, piercing scream. Far away in the imperial palace, a ceremonial staff begins to glow and buzz with energy, startling two ladies-in-waiting. A system alert flashes red, beeping and repeatedly warning that the goddess's candidate is in danger. A woman with wavy hair, Kui Nan, hears the alarms and realizes with horror that Her Majesty is in danger. She rushes off as an emergency directive appears, ordering her to go to Hueking City and rescue the candidate, to which she responds with a determined yes. Back at the vat, Han Fei's head begins to slip beneath the surface. The guards panic, worried she might be dying, and shout at each other not to let her die. They hastily pull her unconscious body from the vat, splashing liquid everywhere, and drop her onto the floor. One guard suggests she might be pretending and pushes her with his foot to check for a reaction. Another man tells them to wait and use a different method, heating a metal poker in a brazier until it glows red hot. He approaches Han Fei with the crackling poker, bringing its searing tip menacingly close to her face. Before the poker can make contact, both guards are suddenly struck down, sent flying through the air as they cough up blood. A silver-haired man, Qin Chi, stands over them with a cold expression. From the floor, Han Fei weakly calls his name, telling him that it hurts. He kneels and gathers her into his arms, telling her he is here. She manages a faint smile, replying that luckily she didn't give up and that he finally came. He lifts her gently and walks out of the room. In the courtyard, which is now littered with the bloody bodies of guards, Qin Chi calls out for Jai Feng. His subordinate appears, reporting that the mission is complete. Jai Feng clarifies that the entire Fang family has been executed, with the sole exception of Fang Mingcheng. As he speaks, another subordinate arrives, announcing Fang Mingcheng's presence and throwing the villain to the ground before Qin Chi. Fang Mingcheng frantically begs for forgiveness, insisting he did nothing to Han Fei and claiming he can heal her with just a little time and effort. Qin Chi glares down at Han Fei's wounded form, coldly questioning the man's claim. Fang Mingcheng quickly changes tactics, proposing they cooperate. He boasts of knowing a medicine that can create the strongest army and offers to build a new kingdom with Qin Chi in exchange for Han Fei, calling it a beneficial proposal. Holding Han Fei close, Qin Chi states that he doesn't want Fang Mingcheng to die quickly or easily. Jai Feng understands his master's intent. He hands a sword back to Fang Mingcheng, who takes it and declares that they are forcing his hand. He puts his fingers to his lips and lets out a sharp whistle. After a loud bang, Qin Chi's men look around in alarm, wondering about the source of the noise. Fang Mingcheng laughs triumphantly, summoning his soldiers to come out and make their enemies shiver. A large group of zombie-like women with vacant eyes rushes into the courtyard. Jai Feng warns his master that they are outnumbered, and soon they are completely surrounded by the mindless horde. Qin Chi's men shout to protect their master and clash with the women. Fang Mingcheng laughs maniacally, saying they asked for it and commanding his puppets to die. Suddenly, the ground begins to quake, and Fang Mingcheng looks around in confusion as a skeletal hand erupts from the earth. He stares in terror, asking what it is. An entire army of skeletons rises from the ground, letting out a collective roar. The women under Fang Mingcheng's control scream as a clawed hand attacks, spraying blood. Kui Nan kneels amidst the chaos, announcing her arrival and apologizing to Her Majesty for being late. Han Fei, still held by Qin Chi, weakly recognizes the title. Qin Chi looks down at the kneeling woman and commands her to kneel. Kui Nan immediately drops to her knees, looking stunned and confused. She wonders why she obeyed so instinctively, then her eyes widen in realization as she looks at Qin Chi. She exclaims in shock, identifying him as the Supreme Guardian. Nan formally introduces herself and greets the Supreme Guardian. As Qin Chi walks past, carrying Han Fei, he orders her to clean up the mess. She agrees and commands her Zhang army to fight for Her Majesty. The skeletons respond, their red eyes glaring as they advance on Fang Mingcheng's forces. He screams in terror as the skeletons close in on him. The skeletal army overwhelms him, their eyes glowing ominously in the dark. As his screams fade and the estate burns behind them, Qin Chi carries Han Fei to safety. Later, Han Fei lies sleeping peacefully in a bed. She slowly wakes up, wondering where she is and murmuring that the pain is gone. She turns her head and sees Qin King sitting beside her bed. She panics, thinking she must be in heaven, but quickly dismisses the thought. A hand pokes her bandaged forehead, telling her to wake up, and she yelps. An old man with a goatee scolds her, saying it took him great effort to heal her, and that she shouldn't risk herself again. Han Fei recognizes him as her master and asks why he is there. He pokes her again, asking if she truly remembers him and demanding to know how she got so wounded. She explains that she would have died if Qin King hadn't found her. She looks over at Qin Chi with adoring, star-filled eyes, thinking to herself that she knew her hero would save her. Her master clears his throat loudly, stating that he can finally rest assured now that she's awake. He announces he's leaving to get some rest. As he walks out, he mutters that he's a lonely old man and has no desire to witness their public displays of affection. Han Fei blushes and asks Qin King how long she was in a coma. He looks at her and replies that it has been 5 days. She sits up in shock at how long it's been. He simply tells her to lie down. She obediently gets back under the covers, assuring him that she feels fine now. He responds with a quiet, She calls his name again, and when he asks what it is, she gives him a cheerful smile and says it's nothing, she just can't help calling him. She then wonders to herself if what just happened was an illusion, finding her Mr. Dreamy's behavior a bit weird. She considers if her being missing angered him, then recalls crying out his name in pain during her ordeal. She remembers the look in his eyes when he found her and realizes something was strange about it. He starts to say her name but stops himself. She asks him what's wrong. Just then, Nan's voice shouts from outside, asking if Her Majesty is awake before bursting through the doors. She rushes to Han Fei's bedside, crying out Your Majesty once more. Nan expresses her relief that Han Fei is finally awake, petting her on the head like a cat, while lamenting that she should have arrived sooner and asking how she is feeling. Han Fei ignores her, looking at Qin Chi and asking where this person came from. Qin Chi stares back at her intently, replying that this is what he wants to ask her. Han Fei sits up angrily, telling Qin King that the Fang family is unforgivable and that he must not let them go, as they had imprisoned many innocent girls. Qin Chi reassures her not to worry, stating that they received the punishment they deserved. In the imperial study, an official informs the emperor that the Fang family has been slaughtered, and investigations point to Qin King as the perpetrator. The emperor is puzzled, noting that there was no grudge between them and that annihilating an entire family is not his style. The official explains that the Fang family had kidnapped Han Fei, a fact confirmed by other rescued girls. The emperor crushes a scroll in his hand, realizing how much Qin King cares for her. He gives an order, but his subordinate pleads with him not to harm Qin King and to allow his safe return. The emperor's face darkens as he gives his final command regarding the witch: kill her. Back at the safe house, Han Fei complains that Mr. Dreamy won't let her leave, even though she feels recovered, and worries that the emperor's soldiers will find them. Nan enters carrying a bowl of foul-looking medicine for her. Han Fei eyes the bowl with dread. Seeing her hesitation, Nan thinks that the old method will be necessary. Han Fei says she'll take the medicine with her to drink later. She then shouts for Nan to get it and throws a golden ring across the room. While Nan is distracted, Han Fei dumps the medicine, but Nan returns almost instantly, holding the ring and asking if Her Majesty just poured out the medicine. Caught, Han Fei tries the same trick again with another ring. She throws it, thinking that it always works, and dusts her hands off with satisfaction. However, Nan returns holding both rings, calling out Her Majesty's name in a disappointed tone. Han Fei decides on a different approach and pats Nan on the head, calling her a good boy. As she does, she notices Qin Chi standing in a nearby doorway, watching them before he abruptly closes the door. Inside the room, a darker version of Qin Chi taunts his lighter self, asking if he is jealous and confirming that he is. This dark persona claims to know all his thoughts, whispering suggestions to catch her and hold her hand. The voice continues, suggesting that if she dies by his hand, she will never leave him. An idea it calls wonderful as an image of him strangling her flashes in his mind. Qin Chi slams his hand on the table and shouts enough, then hurls the nearby bowl of medicine to the floor, shattering it. He gasps for breath, leaning on the table for support. His dark persona smirks, taunting him that he just did it as a knock sounds at the door. Han Fei peeks into the room. She sees the shattered bowl and instantly concludes that Mr. Dreamy is being jealous. She blushes, thinking that despite his calm exterior, he cares deeply for her and resolves to make him happy. She approaches him gently, calling his name, but he remains still. She tries again, reaching for his hand and putting on a cute face. He pulls his hand away, stating that her act doesn't suit his style. She quickly explains that she knew Kui Nan from the underground palace. Realizing how that sounds, she hastily adds that Kui Nan mistook her for an acquaintance and that they are just friends, internally panicking that she is making things worse and needs to do something to fix it. As she speaks, the memory of his dark persona's words about her dying in his hand echoes in his mind. He turns his back on her. She looks at him with concern. He tells her he needs a break and wants to be left alone. She asks what's wrong. He snaps, whirling around and yelling at her to get out. Startled and hurt, she quietly agrees and leaves the room. Elsewhere, a woman in red named MS. Hao searches a forest, muttering that she was told Han Fei was in the village, but she can't find anyone and the place is creepy. She feels uneasy. A rustling from the bushes makes her jump. She asks what it is and spots a dark shape behind a rock. She reminds herself that it's daytime and there can't be ghosts. She backs away and bumps into someone, immediately apologizing. She turns to see a tall skeleton in a black cloak who simply says, "You." MS. Hao stares in utter shock, realizing it's a real skeleton before her eyes roll back and she faints. The skeleton is confused by her reaction but recognizes her as an acquaintance of Her Majesty and decides to bring her back. Han Fei is surprised to see the unconscious MS. How? Kui Nan stands beside them, looking proud and waiting for praise for bringing her back. Han Fei gently tries to wake MS. How up? MS. Hao's eyes flutter open and she faintly says Han Fei's name. Suddenly, she recoils in terror, remembering what she saw. She grabs onto Han Fei, crying out that she saw a moving skeleton and that it must be him. Han Fei tries to calm her friend down as she hides behind her. Kui Nan watches the scene, utterly bewildered. MS. Hao then peeks out from behind Han Fei, gets a good look at Kui Nan, and is instantly smitten, thinking to herself how cute he is and falling in love at first sight. The group is staying in Shui Pin village when MS. Hao arrives, explaining to a suspicious Han Fei that she specially came for her. MS. Hao's tone seems off, and Han Fei orders Kui Nan to stand guard outside so they can speak privately. MS. Hao informs her that the apothecary contest has been cancelled due to the unstable political situation, with the Four Kingdoms planning for war, which makes Han Fei realize why the Fang family is creating medicine freaks. MS. Hao then mentions seeing soldiers questioning people with a comically unflattering wanted poster of Han Fei. Han Fei vehemently denies it's her, but MS. Hao is skeptical. Seeing that Han Fei is on the run, MS. Hao provides a map, suggesting a deserted northwest route to evade capture. She specifically warns Han Fei to avoid the boundless forest, a place no one returns from due to a constant poisonous fog. After Han Fei thanks her, MS. Hao's questions about Kui Nan's personal life lead to the shocking revelation that he is thousands of years old and the skeleton Han Fei saw was him, causing MS. Hao to faint. Han Fei sighs, reflecting on what a bad day it has been before deciding she must tell Qin Chi they have to leave, though she feels something has been wrong with him lately. She enters his room to find him sitting up, and he invites her in. She hesitates, calling his name before starting to say what she thinks they should do. Suddenly, she gasps in shock as Qin Chi stands up from the bed, something she thought was impossible. He smiles, asking if she is surprised, and pulls her into a hug, saying this is the only way he can truly hold her. As Han Fei embraces him, feeling his heart thump against her ear, she thinks the moment feels unreal. Her feeling proves correct as she senses a fragility about him, as if he might break at her touch. Just as the thought crosses her mind, Qin Chi collapses and she cries out his name in alarm. Later, with Qin Chi unconscious in bed, Han Fei asks her master for a diagnosis, but he can't find anything wrong with his pulse. The master tells her not to worry, claiming Qin Chi is just tired, but Han Fei insists his legs couldn't have healed so quickly. Her master then confesses that he was the one who made it happen. Shocked, she asks if he healed Qin Chi's legs. The master pats her head, confirming that he used a very potent but dangerous medicine that has put Qin Chi into a coma. He tells her to prepare another decoction for when Qin Chi awakens. When Qin Chi does wake up, the master is there waiting for him. Having sent Han Fei away, the master demands an explanation, asking what power Qin Chi borrowed that would drain his life energy, reminding him that his body cannot handle standing. Qin Chi dismisses his concern, but the master pleads with him not to forget Han Fei's love for him. Qin Chi affirms that he won't let anyone hurt her, not even himself. Meanwhile, Kui Nan is watching over the sleeping MS. How? When she wakes up, they stare at each other, realizing he's been watching her the whole time. She blushes as he turns away in embarrassment. Kui Nan internally debates reporting to His Majesty, while MS. Hao finds him cute. She calls out to him, feigning dizziness. Her attempt to wink at him goes unnoticed, so she asks for a cup of water. As he hands her the cup, their hands touch, causing her to get flustered and spill the hot water all over herself. She screams in pain as Kui Nan apologizes and tries to wipe the water off her dress, leaving them both deeply embarrassed. Han Fei walks in at that moment, asking if MS. Hao is awake, only to find them in a compromising position. Kui Nan jumps up as Han Fei awkwardly asks if she's interrupting, much to MS. Hao's private frustration. The next day, the entire group is traveling in a carriage. Han Fei laments that her elopement has turned into a group trip. When their servant suggests taking a break, Han Fei complains that they are eloping, not picnicking, but Qin Chi calmly agrees to the stop. Han Fei steps outside and gathers Kui Nan and MS. Hao telling them that since they insisted on coming, they need to earn their keep. She hands them a map and orders them to go buy necessities in a nearby city, shouting after them for Kui Nan to protect MS. Hao. She then instructs her servant to backtrack and check for pursuers. After sending everyone away, she sees Qin Chi standing by the carriage. He asks what she's doing, and she explains she's trying to solve the misunderstanding between MS. Hao and Kui Nan before it turns into hatred. She approaches him sadly, asking if he still doesn't trust her after everything. He hesitates, and she pleads for him to try to trust her. She promises to face any difficulty with him. From within the carriage, Qin Chi tells her not to come any closer, saying he can't control his body. With a sad smile, Han Fei says she knows and apologizes for overstepping, unaware of the dark voices in his head urging him to tear her up. The voices mock him, calling him trash and laughing maniacally, telling him he will kill her. Standing outside the carriage, Han Fei feels defeated, thinking Qin Chi is determined to shut her out. Just then, Kui Nan and MS. Hao return, proudly presenting a captured and bound Bing Ling. Han Fei is shocked to see her, and Bing Ling explains she was following them after escaping the Fang's burning mansion. Han Fei orders Kui Nan to send her away, but when Bing Ling protests, Han Fei coldly tells Kui Nan to force a memory-wiping medicine down her throat. Bing Ling calls her vicious as Kui Nan grabs her, telling her to shut up. Before he can administer the medicine, Qin Chi appears and commands them to let her stay. He tells Kui Nan to release her, and Han Fei protests, but he cuts her off, stating that it's his business. Hurt, she asks what he'll do if she disagrees. He coldly replies that they will go their separate ways, shocking her. Bing Ling immediately kneels and thanks Qin Chi profusely, pledging her service. With a scoff, Han Fei bows to Qin Chi, says she is leaving, and walks away. After a moment of hesitation, Kui Nan and MS. Hao chase after her. Qin Chi watches them go, telling his servant they will set off, thinking to himself that Han Fei won't be safe unless she leaves him. MS. Hao catches up to Han Fei and tries to console her, suggesting she stay and make Bing Ling's life miserable as a concubine. Han Fei, unimpressed, tells her she doesn't want to hear Bing Ling's name and asks to be left alone. Alone by a river, Han Fei feels pathetic, lamenting her failed missions and how her mister, Dreamy, has abandoned her. As she cries, a voice asks about her appearance, and she turns to find Bailey. She wonders why she always encounters him when she's upset. He offers to be a listener, patting her head and reminding her that the Han Fei he knows wouldn't complain when frustrated. His words cheer her up, and she stands newly determined. Back in the carriage, Bing Ling observes Qin Chi, noting he can walk now and thinking all men are lecherous. She approaches him and offers to serve him. When he refuses, she offers to massage his legs, but his eyes narrow dangerously. He suddenly grabs her by the throat, choking her. With his eyes glowing red, he repeats that he said no. He releases her and she collapses, coughing. He leans over her, asking if she's scared. Terrified, she scrambles away, screaming that he's a devil. Qin Chi clutches his head as his hand begins to bleed, struggling against his inner demons. Han Fei sits by the river with Bailey, who asks about the purpose of her trip and whether she is there specifically to meet him. After she stands up, he smiles and says she has become smart again, guessing correctly that he's not there just for her. He explains that the Four Kingdoms are no longer peaceful, as the boundary of Yunju has been harassed by hostile forces, and he is looking into it. Two women hide in the nearby bushes, one wondering who this guy is, while the other says she doesn't know but thinks he won't hurt Her Majesty, impressed that she can find a new boyfriend so soon. Bailey tells Han Fei that during his trip, He heard that some people are looking for her and Qin King, and he asks what she did. She looks away guiltily, claiming she didn't do anything, but a thought bubble reveals she asked someone's son to elope with her, and then lost him in the end. Bailey says if she doesn't want to tell him, he won't keep asking. But considering her situation, there's no place for her in Hanling and asks if she would like to go to another kingdom. He then clarifies his meaning, inviting her to join Yunju. From the bushes, the two women watch in shock, with one asking what's going on and the other wondering if he is stretching out his hand to pop the question. The black-haired woman, Hao, waves her hand and says she can hear their conversation, suggesting they get closer. Bailey tells Han Fei that it's his oath and he won't break it, hoping she can join Yunju, and asks if there is anything she can't put down in Hanlin. Suddenly, the two women leap onto Bailey's back, and Han Fei asks him if he finds that he's become heavier. She then tells Bailey that she's confused but doesn't have the mood to think about those things. Bailey advises Han Fei that she should move forward, and since she doesn't know where to go, she can go with him for now, telling her to let him know when she decides her destination. Han Fei thinks of Qin Chi's masked face, wondering if moving forward will put her farther away from him. Her red-haired companion, Kui Nan, steps forward and declares that no matter where Her Majesty goes, she will go there too. Hao then mentions that the apothecary contest has been cancelled, so she has no work to do in the coming days, and Han Fei nods in agreement. Later that night, the group camps around a fire. Hao shows Han Fei a map, explaining that they are now at the entrance of the boundless forest and must pass through it. Bailey asks about the boundless forest, and Hao explains that it is said to be covered by a poisonous fog all the time, from which no one can come out alive. She adds that in the depth of the forest, there is a bottomless cliff, and people say a person can reach another world through it. Han Fei sighs, wondering how Mr. Dreamy is doing now and thinking that Bing Ling is the one who caused her trouble. As she thinks this, soldiers sneak through the grass, rustling it as they approach the camp. Han Fei becomes vigilant, sensing their presence. She shouts for Kui Nan and Bailey as the soldiers reveal themselves. The leader of the soldiers orders his men to bring Qin King back and kill the witch. One soldier agrees with a nod, and Han Fei yells for her friends to run. A soldier charges at her, swinging his sword in a whooshing motion. The blade gets dangerously close to her neck as she turns away in fear. A loud clank echoes as Kui Nan appears, blocking the soldier's sword with his own. The soldier is shocked, and Han Fei gives Kui Nan a thumbs up, telling him he did well. From the woods, more soldiers emerge, their leader pointing and shouting that the witch is over there. Han Fei realizes they are too many and she only has one fighter, Kui Nan, so they'd better not engage in a fight. They flee in their cart a gallop. Bailey, driving the cart, yells for Han Fei to hurry up. She reaches out to him, trying to pull him into the cart, and shouts that Kui Nan hasn't come yet. Kui Nan's companion looks out from the cart, confused. Han Fei decides to forget about it, thinking he is dead after all, so there was no reason to worry about him. The cart continues to gallop away as the soldiers shout for their comrades to go after them. Inside the cart, Bailey curses and Han Fei asks what's wrong. Hao looks at a map and says they will enter the forest now. The cart races into the eerie, mist-filled, boundless forest. Han Fei cries, thinking that misfortunes come one after another. The pursuing soldiers yell for them to stop, but Bailey says they don't have much time and urges Han Fei to keep going. A soldier manages to grab the horse's reins, shouting in frustration. The captain asks what they should do, and the soldier confidently declares that they won't get rid of them so easily. Elsewhere, an attendant runs to Qin Chi, calling him master. Qin Chi tells him to talk. The attendant reports that he just came from Lady Han's camp and found traces of a fight left by the Emperor's soldiers, concluding that they must be heading for the boundless forest. Qin Chi orders his men to move, clenching his fist and thinking that he was wrong to believe she would be safer without him, and wonders if he was wrong about her. The Emperor's soldiers enter the boundless forest, with one asking what this place is. They begin to cough violently from the fog. The leader realizes the fog is poisonous and orders his men to stop and get out, but smirks, thinking his quarry can't hide for long. Han Fei's group has stopped, and she explains that she poured a detoxifying potion on their masks, allowing them to stay in the fog for a while. Bailey asks why they don't try to go through the forest before the potion loses its effect, but Han Fei says she is afraid they can't. She explains they are in the boundary of the forest, and she feels something more dangerous calling to her. Hao panics and kneels, wailing that they can neither go deeper nor leave and will die. Outside the forest, the Emperor's soldiers have set up camp, and one yawns sleepily. As they rest, a blade flashes, silently cutting down the guards. Back at Qin Chi's location, his men report that Lady Han isn't at the campsite. He tells his men to stay put as he is going into the forest alone. His subordinate protests, saying the forest is dangerous and he doesn't want his master to die for nothing, but Qin Chi states that as for him, he will always find her. He walks resolutely into the forest alone. Inside, Han Fei's companions have fallen asleep, lulled by a strange musical sound wave. Han Fei is also feeling drowsy when a voice tells her it has been waiting for a very long time. Startled, she asks who is there. The voice asks if she doesn't remember the name she bestowed upon it. She looks around and asks what happened to her companions. The voice explains it used a small trick because they would disturb their reunion. Han Fei looks at the thick vines covering the trees and wonders if this is an erotic comic. A hand gently reaches out to her, asking her to follow. She takes it and is led away. Bailey suddenly wakes up, calling out for Han Fei. To stay awake, he cuts his hand and staggers after her, bleeding. The vines rustle and part, revealing a bright, open doorway of light. Han Fei steps through, looking shocked. Inside, she finds a shirtless man with long gray hair and cat-like ears bound to a massive tree by glowing vines, seemingly asleep. The sight shocks her, but she quickly calms herself down, thinking that she has seen moving skeletons before and shouldn't be scared of a treeman. As a modern girl, she feels okay with supernatural creatures. She asks if he is talking to her. The man opens his eyes, says that His Majesty is finally back, and introduces himself as Wu Jin. Hidden nearby, Bailey whispers to Han Fei, asking about the weird man and the forest, noting that he called Her Majesty and seems to have mistaken her for someone. Wu Jin announces that Her Majesty must be there to take him with her, and that he is coming out now. He emerges from the tree trunk, then transforms into a small boy with puppy eyes, looking up at her and calling Her Majesty. Han Fei tries to explain that she is not the person he knows, and only came to get rid of some soldiers. Wu Jin says he can sense Kui Nan's smell on her. Confused, Han Fei says she doesn't know how to explain this and thinks both of them should see an oculist. Wu Jin begins to cry, saying that even if she won't take him, he wouldn't be unhappy, and he will still protect the Holy Land for her, asking why she can't recognize him. Han Fei tells him not to cry and asks about the Holy Land he mentioned. He cries that she has not only forgotten him, but also the Holy Land. Han Fei thinks to herself that both he and Kui Nan are at least 1,000 years old, but are not mature at all. As she asks what the Holy Land is, Wu Jin suddenly announces that an annoying guy is here and asks who it is. A blade cuts through the vines, and Qin Chi appears holding a dagger as the severed vines follow. Wu Jin warns Han Fei that his poisonous fog can't stop him, and that she shouldn't trust the honey-tongued man who fooled her last time. Wu Jin jumps into her arms, telling her not to listen while she looks dizzy and overwhelmed. The scene suddenly becomes empty, and she wonders what's going on and if she saw an illusion. She decides to go back and ask Kui Nan. As she turns, a voice calls her name, and she wonders if it's another illusion. She sees Qin Chi standing before her and murmurs what a realistic illusion it is. She turns to leave, but he shouts her name, Han Fei, and grabs her wrist. She yells for him to let go of her and pushes him away forcefully. She backs away, looking scared and hurt. Tearfully, she asks why he is here, questioning if he didn't want Bing Ling to stay and look after him, and if he didn't want them to go their separate ways. He can only apologize. She breaks down and starts crying, and he pulls her into a hug, telling her he won't leave her. He apologizes again, admitting he was too careless and thought she would be safer without him. He promises that no matter what danger awaits, he won't leave her, hugging her tightly and saying they will go together. She calls his name, Qin Chi, and makes him promise not to break his word. He agrees, and she beams with a happy, tear-streaked smile. From the trees, Bailey watches them embrace, and a voice in his head tells him he will never be the right one in her heart, leaving him looking dejected. A tiny, chibai-like Wu Jin pops out from a tree, says hey, and asks to be excused. Wu Jin uses his vines to separate Han Fei from Qin Chi, tying Qin Chi up, and warns His Majesty that a large number of soldiers are coming. Han Fei sees them and says it should be the Emperor's soldiers. Qin Chi adds that the soldiers who watched the entrance have been killed, so these must be their reinforcements. Han Fei notes that they are outnumbered and they need to think. Wu Jin confidently tells them not to worry, saying he can take care of them and needs some exercise after a long sleep. Han Fei asks if he is sure, and he replies by asking if His Majesty doesn't believe him. She stammers that she trusts him. Qin Chi then asks Han Fei if she isn't shocked by him. She says he's always surprising and that she's gotten used to it. He suggests they move and find the others. She stops him and hands him the dagger he dropped, asking him to take it. He asks why she is giving it to him. He tells her that if someone wants to hurt her, she should use it to kill the person, even if that person is him. He stands behind her, placing his hands over hers on the dagger's hilt. Elsewhere, Kui Nan calls out for Bailey and MS. How in an empty clearing, finding only a spot of blood on the ground. Han Fei thinks that with Kui Nan around, it shouldn't be easy for anyone to catch their friends. Qin Chi warns her that they're coming. A large group of masked soldiers marches toward them. They stop and greet Qin King respectfully. Another group arrives with an unconscious Hao slung over a horse, and a soldier tells Miss Han that she's finally back. Han Fei mutters that Kui Nan is an idiot. The lead soldier asks Qin King to please go back with them, but Qin Chi asks what if he says no. The soldier replies that he shouldn't blame him then and waves his hand, ordering his men to catch him. As the mounted soldiers approach, Han Fei stands protectively in front of Qin Chi, her arms spread wide, yelling at them not to touch him. Text appears indicating her security and happiness indexes have both increased by 100, and she's being strongly protective. She points forward and shouts for Wu Jin to go. Thorny vines erupt from the ground, stretching out to ensnare the soldiers and their horses. The horses neigh in terror as they are tangled and pulled to the ground. Later, Hao wakes up and asks if anyone saw Bailey, but Han Fei says she didn't see him after she woke up. The group, now reunited with Kui Nan, walks deeper into the forest as Hao says, "Let's go." Behind them, a masked soldier cuts through the vines with his sword and yells for his men to catch them. An attendant frantically reports to Her Majesty that he's tried his best to delay their pursuers with wine, but it won't hold them for long and she'd better hurry. Visibly annoyed, Han Fei questions if that's truly his idea of taking care of the problem, as the masked man sheepishly admits he's scared of blood, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, she trips and cries out as she falls to the ground. Her companions shout her name in alarm, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. As she lies on the ground, a series of system notifications appear in her vision, announcing that the system is rebooting, that the reboot is complete, and that system personification is beginning. The final message confirms the personification is completed, and Han Fei finds herself sitting in a tranquil, sparkling void. Confused, she wonders what's going on, only to see a strange creature appear below her. A muscular man with a peach for a head and tiny fairy wings, who strikes a pose and smoothly greets his host, saying it's been a long time. Han Fei stares in disbelief, recognizing the creature and exclaiming his name, Tmall. She grabs the tiny fairy and furiously demands to know where he's been, complaining that he's been offline for so long that the readers have probably forgotten him. Her anger suddenly melts away, and with tears in her eyes, she admits that the most important thing is that she really, truly missed him. Tmall nervously comments that her emotional display is quite scary, just before a loud thump echoes through the space. Now composed and intimidating, Han Fei tells him to get to the point, asking why he pulled her into this special space while she was running for her life. Tmall explains that he was temporarily gone because the system was being updated, but he assures her he could still watch everything that was happening. He proposes a solution to her current predicament, suggesting she can learn swordsmanship within this space, which will allow her to easily defeat the soldiers chasing them. Intrigued, Han Fei considers the offer of learning swordsmanship. Her expression brightens with renewed determination as she exclaims that they should do it immediately, declaring that she is going to save her hero. Tmall enthusiastically agrees and instructs her to simply imitate the shadow that appears before her. A red silhouette of a swordsman materializes and bows. Han Fei briefly wonders why the training shadow isn't her Mr. Dreamy this time, but quickly decides it's not important and prepares for battle. After a long and grueling training session, an exhausted Han Fei wipes sweat from her brow, asking Tmall why she can't leave the space now that she has mastered swordsmanship. Tmall nervously explains that the updated system requires her to pass a small test. When she asks what kind of test, he reveals that she must defeat a few more shadows to be freed, and 3 more red silhouettes appear before her. Finding the task troublesome, Han Fei sighs and decides to make it quick. Meanwhile, back in the forest, the man with reddish-brown hair carries the unconscious Han Fei and tells the Supreme Guardian that the exit is nearby. The woman in red, Miss Han, laments that Han Fei is unconscious at the wrong time, just before she shouts for them to stop. They've reached the edge of a bottomless cliff, and their escape is cut off as armored soldiers emerge from the surrounding woods. The woman asks what they should do. The man holding Han Fei tells the Supreme Guardian to look after Her Majesty while he takes care of the soldiers. Before the Supreme Guardian can object, the man draws his sword and charges into the enemy ranks with a powerful whoosh. Miss Han watches him, blushing as she thinks how cool he is. At that moment, the real Han Fei's eyes snap open. She stands up before a surprised Supreme Guardian and Miss Han, her face shadowed and her gaze intense. She takes a decisive step and leaps into the battle, a sword now in her hand, cutting through the soldiers in a flurry of motion. The man who had been fighting stares in utter shock, asking if that is Her Majesty. Miss Han is equally stunned, wondering what's wrong with the cooler girl as the man looks at his now empty hands, confused about where his sword went. Back in the training space, Hanfei easily shatters one of the shadows and finds it strange that the next one is only dodging her attacks instead of fighting back. She wonders if it's trying to stall for time, and refusing to be delayed from saving her prince, she presses her attack and destroys it as well. She now faces the final shadow, observing that this one also refuses to fight her. She asks Tmall why this is happening, and he urges her to just attack it. She raises her sword but hesitates, her heart pounding as she admits she can't bring herself to do it. She demands an explanation, and Tmall reveals that this is an order from the master system. Horrified, Hanfei realizes the final shadow is a representation of Qin Chi. She throws her sword down in defiance, declaring she will never hurt Qin Chi. An apparition of him appears, and she embraces it, lamenting how long it took for him to open up to her. She resolves to stay in this space forever rather than harm him. Tmall panics, warning her the master system can hear everything, and immediately, system messages flash, repeatedly demanding she complete the quest. Red energy threads suddenly erupt and bind Hanfei's body, and she struggles against them, screaming to be let go. In the real world, the Supreme Guardian is protecting the unconscious Hanfei when a soldier's blade is caught and snapped by the other man's hand. After dispatching the soldier, the man gazes down at Hanfei's sleeping form, gently touching her face and telling her the crisis is over, though he privately wonders why he briefly lost control of his own body. He tells her she's finally safe, but her eyes open with an unnatural glow. Her hand, moving against her will, raises a dagger and plunges it into his chest. Horrified and crying, Hanfei begs Tmall to make the master system stop as the wounded Qin Chi assures her he's fine. As his mask cracks and falls away, he pushes her to safety before falling backward over the cliff's edge. She reaches out, screaming his name, and then collapses. Hanfei awakens in a snowy landscape, dressed in modern clothes, and wonders if she is in Qin Chi's dream. She is filled with a sudden certainty that her prince is not dead. She spots a figure in the distance and realizes she must be in Qin Chi's inner world. She runs toward him, calling his name, but trips and falls hard on the snow-covered ground. She crawls the rest of the way, but as she reaches him, the image of Qin Chi dissolves into smoke, leaving her to sob alone. Half a month later, she remains in a coma. A physician explains to a concerned nobleman that her condition isn't physical. She simply has no will to wake up. The nobleman recounts seeing her push Prince Qin from the cliff, narrowly stopping her from jumping after him. The physician sadly concludes that Prince Qin is likely gone, lost to the bottomless abyss, and all he can do is keep her alive with herbs. In her subconscious, Hanfei confronts Tmall, demanding to know why he betrayed her. He apologetically explains it was the master system's will, but he secretly altered the plan, revealing that the prince is still alive. He used a prop to teleport Qin Chi to another location just before the fatal fall, though he admits he doesn't know where. Worried for the gravely injured Qin Chi, Hanfei asks if Tmall can teleport her to his side. He says it's possible but extremely dangerous. She doesn't hesitate, insisting she must go, reminding him of their promise to always be together. Tmall agrees to try. She is enveloped by a swirling vortex of light and disappears. Hanfei reawakens in what appears to be an imperial palace, realizing she's been sent back there. A woman is assigning roles to new maids, and Hanfei notes with some annoyance that she's back in her chubbier body. When her turn comes, she requests to be sent to the prison of love. The woman informs her no such place exists, but offers her a position in the desolate cold palace instead, which Hanfei accepts. On her way, she hears a commotion and sees a group of youths beating a small boy. She immediately intervenes, yelling at them to stop. She scolds them for their cruelty, but the group's leader arrogantly threatens to punish her for meddling in his affairs. He grabs her, sneering about what she can do in such an isolated place. With a calm smile, Hanfei agrees to obey her master and promptly flips the boy over her shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. He scrambles away, vowing revenge. The boy she saved thanks her and then quickly runs off. Hanfei is struck by his resemblance to her prince and calls for him to wait, chasing him as he dashes into the cold palace. She finds the place eerily quiet and spots the boy hiding behind a tree. She approaches him gently, calling out the name Qin Chi and assuring him she means no harm. As she cups his small, dirt-streaked face, she knows it's really him. Overcome with emotion, she pulls the boy into a fierce hug, asking Her Highness why he's so small, leaving the young version of Qin Chi completely bewildered. A man in green robes is startled by a rustling sound while walking on a grassy mountain, wondering why another person is there. He discovers an unconscious man with long, light-colored hair lying in the grass and checks on him. Kneeling beside the body, he checks for a pulse, suspecting the man may have fallen into a trap set for wild animals. Finding him still alive, the man remarks on his luck and decides to save him, carrying him away on his back. The scene transitions to a moonlit night, showing a building identified as the Cold Palace. Inside a sparse room, Han Fei lies slumped over a table, musing that this must be a prison of love and realizing she has been teleported into her prince's past by Piki, whom she curses for messing up a critical moment. A small boy with light hair, the young Prince Qin Chi, appears and states that he is hungry, surprising Han Fei, who feels pity for him and wonders how he survived in a place without servants. She rummages through her clothes for food, claiming to have nothing, but then confusedly pulls a chicken drumstick from her sleeve. She offers the drumstick to young Qin Chi, who takes it and begins to eat without a word. As she watches him, thinking that she just feels sorry for him, there is a knock at the door. A woman in red enters and asks if Han Fei is the new maid, informing her that her grace has summoned her. Han Fei agrees to go, wondering if her grace is the prince's mother, while a servant announces her arrival to a woman seated behind a screen. The woman behind the screen dismisses the servant and immediately questions Han Fei about helping the boy in the garden, asking if she is aware that he is considered a jinx. Han Fei declares that she does not believe in fate and will change it herself if necessary, which makes the unseen woman laugh with interest. The woman is suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, stumbling out from behind the screen as she clutches her chest. Han Fei rushes forward to ask if she is okay and offers her medical skills, only to be shocked upon recognizing the woman as concubine Yu, her mother-in-law. Han Fei takes her pulse and apologizes, noting its weakness. Concubine Yu calmly states that she knows she doesn't have much time left, and that her only worry is for her son, Qi, before asking Han Fei if she finds her hypocritical for letting him live like a wild animal while claiming to be worried. Han Fei quickly reassures her mother-in-law to rest, while she secretly takes care of him. Concubine Yu grabs her hand, confessing that she knows she's been a poor mother and will die soon. Explaining her strategy was to make him seem harmless so others wouldn't kill him, giving him a chance to at least live. Han Fei rejects this notion, declaring that Concubine Yu is wrong and explaining that if she dies, the boy will be left as helpless prey for anyone to kill. Rendered speechless, Concubine Yu claps slowly, admitting that Han Fei is right. With a confident smile, Han Fei agrees. Concubine Yu grabs her hand again, asking if she will take care of Qi in the future, as she trusts no one else. She suggests Han Fei could become his teacher. Flustered, Han Fei protests that she is not worthy of being his teacher, before kneeling and boldly declaring that she will be his wife instead. Concubine Yu looks down at her, questioning if she truly wants to accept Qi. Han Fei emphatically denies any hesitation, promising she will always stay with Qin Chi and take care of him. Later, she walks alone under the moonlight, vowing to be there for him from the past into the future. The next day, the once dilapidated room is clean and tidy. Han Fei smiles, satisfied that it now looks like a normal room, even if it's a bit shabby. She places a small vase on the table where young Qin Chi is sitting. He looks up at her silently as she watches him. She cheerfully tells him to take off his clothes for a bath, giggling to herself that her adult prince would never imagine this moment. The boy shakes his head, refusing. Han Fei tries to reassure him not to be afraid, but he remains wary. After she calls his name, Qin Chi, he darts away to hide behind a large wooden tub. Sighing, Han Fei gives up, thinking how alert he was even as a child, and tells him to clean himself up. As he sits in the tub, she notices the many bruises covering his back, thinking that the children who did this should be punished. The boy in the water then looks directly at her and calls her chubby. Han Fei freezes, her eyes wide with shock. She stumbles backward, gasping his title of Your Highness, and wondering if the adult prince was also teleported back with her. The boy looks at her with a puzzled expression, which then breaks into a wide, happy smile. In another part of the palace, an official reports to an empress-like figure that a maid from the Cold Palace bullied her son. He elaborates that the prince described his attacker as fat and strong, a description that only fits one person. Another attendant cautions that a mere maid would not dare to act alone and must have backing. The empress's face darkens with rage. She slams her hand down, shattering a teacup and cursing the offender as a bitch. She sees that Concubine Yu dares to cause trouble even from the Cold Palace, ordering a maid to harm her son. The empress vows that she won't be blamed for what happens to Concubine Yu's son now. Back at the Cold Palace, Han Fei writes her name, Han Fei, in the dirt with a stick to show young Qin Chi. He calls her chubby, but she corrects him and hands him the stick, telling him to write. To her surprise, he flawlessly writes Han Fei multiple times, his penmanship far superior to hers. A brief memory flashes through Han Fei's mind of the adult Qin Chi teaching her to write, and she marvels at how amazing fate is. She then asks the boy to write his own name, and he writes Qin Chi in the dirt. He then tugs her sleeve, anxiously asking if she is going to leave. Han Fei quickly reassures him that she is not leaving and is there specifically for him, though he doesn't understand it yet. Patting his head, she muses on how cute he is now, finding it hard to believe he will grow into such a cold person. She lies down on a pile of firewood beside him, telling him he will grow up to be cool, arrogant, and scary. When he asks if he will, she adds that he will also always be jealous. The boy insists that he won't, while she playfully teases that he will. The scene shifts to the present, where the adult Qin Chi awakens with a start. The green-robed man who rescued him asks if he is feeling better. Qin Chi clutches his head, complaining of a headache, and the man asks why he was in the mountains in the first place. Qin Chi explains that he has just recovered a long-forgotten memory, piquing the man's curiosity. A flashback shows Han Fei telling young Qin Chi to close his eyes while she washes his hair. Back in the present, Qin Chi blushes furiously, and the green-robed man teases him, asking if his memory involves a crush. Annoyed, Qin Chi gets up to leave, stating he is going to gather herbs and telling the man not to share such gossip. After Qin Chi vanishes, the green-robed man sighs, and a subordinate appears from the shadows. The subordinate addresses the man as Your Highness and reports that there is still no news of Miss Han. He then asks if he should dispose of the doctor who just left. The green-robed man declines, stating that despite being talkative, the doctor is skilled and might be useful, adding that besides that, he needs a horse to return to handling. Back in the past, concubine Yu is coughing violently in her bed. Her maid reports that Han Fei has been teaching the prince, who has grown very attached to her and was reluctant to attend the imperial school as ordered by the emperor. Concubine Yu summons Han Fei. When Han Fei arrives, the visibly weakened concubine Yu thanks her for her care. Han Fei replies that it is her duty to look after her future husband. Concubine Yu laments her past foolishness, realizing her attempts to protect her son by keeping him ignorant only made him a target. She then entrusts Han Fei with a letter and a token, asking her to deliver them to a place called Huangmu. Han Fei worries about the 10-day journey, but concubine Yu insists that she is the only one she trusts to ensure her and her son's safety. Han Fei agrees and departs immediately. Soon after, young Qin Chi searches frantically for her, calling her fatty and trying to pry open a locked door. He continues his desperate search throughout the cold, empty palace grounds. He finds his mother and tells her that fatty is gone. Concubine Yu tells him to stop looking, stating that Han Fei won't be back and has abandoned him because she couldn't stand the humiliation of the isolation palace. She lied to him. She embraces him tightly, telling him that only by becoming strong will he be able to get what he wants and ensure no one ever abandons him again. As she holds him, her coughing worsens. She raises his chin, telling him he must be strong enough to keep her, and that everything she is doing is to help him. 5 days later, a weary Han Fei arrives in Huangmu. She locates the man she is meant to meet. The man appears silently behind her and she hands over the items, unnerved by his stealth and immense strength. She asks if she can go, and he dismisses her with a wave. He opens the letter, which reads that upon concubine Yu's death, all shadow guards are to swear loyalty to her son and kill the messenger. The shadow guard's eyes glow with menace as Han Fei nervously tries to take her leave. Sensing the danger, she breaks into a run, screaming for help as the guard pursues her. She throws a powder in his face, momentarily stunning him, but he quickly recovers and grabs her, remarking on how fast she is. Having held her breath, she dives into a nearby river to escape. As she swims away, wondering why Qin Chi's mother wants her dead, she decides her priority is to return to the palace. However, upon climbing ashore, she is kicked and captured by other guards. Meanwhile, back at the palace, an imperial decree is read, sentencing concubine Yu to death by poisoned liquor for instigating a maid to harm a prince. Young Qin Chi arrives just in time to see guards forcing the poison down his mother's throat and screams her name. As she dies, concubine Yu whispers for him to remember her words about becoming strong. Another young prince kicks Qin Chi to the ground, calling him a waste, while the empress sneers that she will eliminate him soon, ordering her guards to beat him and break his legs. The guards viciously attack the small boy. 3 days later, Han Fei awakens, having survived her capture by using a sleeping power, and her first thought is to find Qin Chi. She finds him locked inside a wooden cage, severely beaten and bleeding. He weakly calls out to her, saying that it hurts. Overcome with guilt, Han Fei cries, apologizing for failing to protect him. She promises to get him out and frantically begins working on the lock, saying she never should have left. As she struggles with the cage, The sound of approaching footsteps echoes nearby. An imperial figure looks down sternly at several unconscious guards littering the floor of a prison, while another guard alerts his comrades to the presence of prison breakers, telling them to prepare for a fight. In a tense standoff, guards surround a young girl with twin buns, who shields an injured boy lying on a pile of straw. In a hazy memory, the girl gently comforts the boy, reassuring him that they will meet again, though she privately fears he will have forgotten her by then. The emperor confronts the girl, demanding to know who she is and why she broke into the prison. With a dignified air, she addresses him as His Majesty. She then challenges the emperor, asking if he finds the situation hilarious and pointing out that if he truly cared for the child, he wouldn't have abandoned him in a deserted mansion to be bullied, nor would he have let him end up with broken legs and dying in a prison cell. The emperor listens with a grim expression as she questions the kind of palace education that teaches people to ignore those they claim to care for. She passionately declares that true care means cherishing and protecting someone, warning him that he will regret his inaction when he loses the person he neglected. Internally, she hopes the emperor is convinced, acknowledging that despite his annoying nature, the boy, her man of dreams, needs the emperor's protection to survive in the palace. She begins to make an offer, but as she reaches into her robe, a guard screams a warning that she has a knife. The guard lunges forward, stabbing her through the chest as blood bursts from her mouth. Annoyed, she asks why he couldn't have waited for her to finish her sentence, revealing a small bottle of medicine she had been reaching for. She explains it's a medicine she made herself which, while unable to heal the prince's legs, is better than what the careless royal doctors offered. She pleads with the emperor to take good care of the prince. The young boy screams in horror, begging them not to kill Chubby, but she calmly tells him it's fine and asks him to close his eyes. Her voice echoes in his memory, telling him it's fine, as the scene transitions to a much older version of the boy sitting alone in a wheelchair, a disembodied voice urging him to take care of himself and not give up. The vision changes to show the boy as a handsome, silver-haired man with a mask, Qin standing beneath a starry sky. After a long time, he sits alone at a table as the protagonist's voice promises she will run to him, making him smile faintly. The protagonist, Chubby, now in her own time, holds a mirror reflecting Qin masked face before dropping it with a thud. She furiously confronts a small, peach-headed fairy named Peaky, accusing him of mistakenly sending her into Qin past to die in front of him. Peaky's attempt to console her by saying she's now part of his memory only enraged her further, as she laments causing the childhood trauma that likely made him so cruel. Sobbing, she collapses, crying about how the fairy even made her a chubby girl in his memories. Back in the present, she wakes up in the palace of Yunju Kingdom as maids rush to inform His Highness that she is awake. A noblewoman watches with an unpleasant expression. Chubby sits up in bed, feeling rusty and wondering how long she slept and why Peaky didn't wake her. She looks around confused and then lets out a piercing scream. The scene shifts to a military tent where Qin has just entered, surprising Chubby, who is in a wooden bathtub. He calmly informs her that it is his tent. Flustered, she tries to block his view, questioning why he would enter while she was bathing, but he simply grabs her wrist and leans over her, asking why she had insisted on bathing him back when he was in the cold palace. Blushing, she denies it and says this is different, but he gently caresses her chin, calling her chubby and telling her he missed her. He then leans in and kisses her. Though she tells him to let go, he holds her hand firmly, murmuring that she's finally back and that he won't let her go this time. 10 minutes later, they sit back to back on the edge of the bed in silence. She apologizes, and he complains that his neck hurts from where she pushed him away. She retorts that she told him to let go because she was losing her breath. Feeling a little guilty at his pitiful expression, she offers to rub his neck and then gently blows on the red mark, promising it will make the pain go away. He tells her not to do that again and says it's late, so she should sleep. The next morning, the camp is alive with the sounds of soldiers training. Qin stands on a platform in armor, commanding the troops, and Chubby watches him, surprised by his transformation. The soldiers change formation on his command. She marvels at how the commanding general before her and the poor, broken child from her vision seem like two completely different people. Qin notices her and asks what she's doing there. She smiles and compliments him, saying His Highness has grown up, but he just stares back, looking unimpressed. Confused, she asks Peaky why he looks so unhappy, and the fairy explains that no man takes being told, "You've grown up," as a compliment. Just as she realizes her mistake, Qin is suddenly beside her, agreeing with Peaky and whispering that he has indeed grown up as he wraps an arm around her. Qin, dressed in a white robe and mask, gently tells Han Fei, whom he affectionately calls Chubby, that she hasn't changed at all. Confused, she inwardly questions if he's serious, considering how much weight she has lost. He touches her face, reassuring her that to him she will always be herself, which makes her blush. Their tender moment is abruptly cut short when a soldier bursts into the tent, urgently calling for His Highness. The soldier reports that the combined armies of Yunju and Meng State have gathered just 50 miles away. Han Fei looks on with concern, wondering how Yunju could have allied with Meng State. Qin Chi, however, seems amused, concluding that someone wants to challenge him openly. Han Fei voices her worries, reminding him that the soldiers of Meng State are known for their bravery and skill in combat. Qin Chi calmly pats her head, telling his chubby not to worry. She looks up at him, feeling a sense of security and thinking that with him by her side she has nothing to fear. As he turns to leave, Han Fei is left speechless, watching him go. Standing outside the tent, Qin Chi confidently resolves to win the upcoming battle. Later, Han Fei sits alone in her tent, troubled by her thoughts about Bai. Her contemplation is disturbed by a commotion outside. Curious, she goes to investigate and finds a group of disheveled people surrounded by soldiers. She overhears their cries of despair, with one person lamenting another's attack and another resigning themselves to a grim fate. Han Fei steps out and asks a soldier what is happening. The soldier explains that the people were discovered in a deep pit and warns her to keep her distance, as they might be enemy spies. The word spies echoes in her mind as she observes the scene. She notices a woman cradling a sick child, asking the little girl Yuan what is wrong. Han Fei assesses the group, thinking they look more like ordinary refugees than spies. Just then, a system notification chimes, presenting her with a new main task: rescue the refugees. She's taken aback, noting that it has been a while since her last task and momentarily suspects the system might be setting her up. Shaking off her suspicion, she decides she would have helped them anyway. She approaches the worried mother and offers to examine the child, warning that the girl could die without treatment. The mother, desperate, confirms that her daughter has had a high fever for 3 days. Before Han Fei can act, a man named Xiaohu Jiu steps forward, angrily declaring that it is God's will for them to be destroyed and that his will cannot be violated. Han Fei finds his fatalistic speech both familiar and annoying. Losing her patience, she orders the guards to cover his mouth. As he is silenced, he struggles and shouts muffled protests against the evil woman. Han Fei defiantly states that she will challenge this so-called God's will today and save the child. Inside the tent, the child, Yuan, coughs violently. Her mother tries to rush to her side, but Han Fei holds her back, instructing her not to touch the child yet. After performing her treatment, Han Fei announces that the child is now all right. Yuan awakens and calls for her mother, who tearfully embraces her, relieved. Han Fei smiles, feeling proud of her skills, though the effort leaves her feeling weak and sweaty. As she wipes her brow, Xiaohu Jiu's eyes fixate on the bracelet on her wrist. He suddenly falls to his knees, shouting, "Goddess." The other refugees quickly follow his lead, bowing and crying out that the goddess has returned. Pleading for her help, Han Fei stands bewildered, surrounded by prostrating people and floating question marks. Her system assistant, Piki, appears to clarify the situation, explaining that these refugees are the Xiaohu army, one of the 9 armies that served the goddess. He points out their current state: old, weak, and sick. Han Fei skeptically asks if the 9 armies accepted just anyone. Piki scoffs, reminding her that years have passed, and these are the descendants of the original army, not immortal skeletons like Kui Nan's forces. He explains they recognized her as the goddess's descendant because of the bracelet she wears. He elaborates that the Xiaohu army was unique. They were skilled merchants who loved money, which allowed them to have the best military equipment and fighting power of their time. Han Fei smirks, thinking of them as RMB soldiers who pay to win. Piki reveals that they hid their vast wealth in a holy land known as the famous Xiaohu treasure. An image of mountains of gold fills Han Fei's mind. Her eyes turn into dollar signs as she dreams of the riches. Snapping back to reality, she questions why they would become refugees if they were so wealthy. Piki advises her to calm down and ask them herself, then reminds her that she has yet to claim the rewards from her completed weight loss task. He displays the reward screen. The system announces the completion of her ultimate task, granting her a set of miniature scalpels, X-ray eyes, a charming eye, a sky-swallowing sword, and 10 million star coins. Overjoyed by the massive sum of coins, she imagines herself as a rich woman, gleefully diving into a sea of gold. A new plan is initiated, the goddess plan. The first step is to find the Xiaohu treasure with a reward of 3 acres of mysterious space. Piki finds it strange that this new task has no time limit or punishment. He tries to get his master's attention, but she is completely mesmerized by the thought of money, waving him off to focus on her new task. Peaky sighs at her lack of attention. Later, Xiaohu kneels before her, explaining that they are the third branch of the Xiaohu family. Han Fei nervously tries to get them to stand, inwardly admitting she's plotting to get their treasure. Her attempts to lift him fail as he remains firmly on the ground. Clearing her throat, she adopts a commanding tone and orders them to rise. They obey, standing stiffly. She invites them to sit, but Xiaohu respectfully declines, stating he will stand in the presence of the goddess. Han Fei gives up and asks him how they came to be in their current predicament. He reveals they are exiles, banished by their patriarch for refusing to help him break a sacred vow and seize the ancestors' treasure. He explains that only the ancestral law against kinslaying has kept them alive. Xiaohu tearfully begs her to accompany them to the treasure and stop the patriarch, declaring that as the descendant of the goddess, she is the true master of the treasure, which belongs to all 9 armies. Filled with righteous anger, he proclaims that the patriarch's plan will fail now that they have found her. Han Fei, moved and perhaps a little excited, slams her hand on the table and agrees to go with them the next day. When Xiaohu asks why they can't leave immediately, Han Fei hesitates. Later that evening, she finds her way blocked by Qin Shi, who forbids her from going. She explains to her followers that her prince won't let her leave. Qin Shi tells her he knows of the treasure and the fierce beast that guards it, warning that even the Xiaohu family would suffer great losses trying to claim it. She argues that she can succeed where they would fail, her eyes gleaming at the thought of using the treasure to strengthen the Qin army. Qin Shi suddenly grabs her hand and pulls her into his arms. Holding her from behind, he tells her he doesn't want her to risk her life. He makes her promise not to go. Blushing, she nods in agreement, marveling at how persuasive his charm is. She then questions the necessity of the impending battle, hoping for a peaceful solution. He reminds her of her own words, that strength is the only way to protect what one cherishes, and he is now strong enough to protect her from everyone. Flustered, she claims not to remember saying such things. He gently grabs her sleeve, asking her to look at him, and declares he is no longer the loser he once was. She retreats slightly, unsettled. She thinks about how he used to wear white but now prefers black, feeling a sense of strangeness about him. A memory flashes through her mind of a white-robed Qin Shi telling her in a dream that he had been waiting for her. Another memory shows him carrying her as they escape danger together. A younger version of him smiles, happy that she can stand on her own. Back in the present, she asks him how many versions of him exist. He calls her chubby and insists he is the real Qi, the one who has always been waiting for her. To prove his point, he removes his mask, revealing that the weak, unambitious Qi from the palace was a fake. He crushes the mask, explaining it was just a facade. Noticing her trembling, he asks if she is afraid of him. He embraces her, asking if she prefers the other Qi. Their intense conversation is interrupted by a guard reporting that the army is assembled and ready to depart. Qin Shi puts his mask back on, telling Han Fei he must leave. Now in his armor, he reassures her that no matter which version of him she sees, their love for her is the only thing that is real. She watches him, clenching her fist. As he mounts his horse, she calls his name. In a burst of emotion, she runs and leaps into his arms. Her heart pounds as she kisses him passionately. A nearby soldier awkwardly turns away. Pulling back, she tells him that it's all the same to her. When he looks confused, she clarifies that no matter which version he is, it's always him that she loves, and the kiss proves it. She smiles warmly and asks him to return safely, promising to wait for him. He nods in agreement. She stands and watches as he rides off to war. Once he is gone, Peaky appears, asking if her promise means she won't seek the treasure. Annoyed, she retorts that his eavesdropping will ensure he stays single forever. Peaky is unfazed, reminding her he's just a system. Han Fei's resolve hardens. She declares that she must go for the treasure. She decides they will set off at dawn. Meanwhile, at Hanling Palace, a furious woman smashes a mirror, demanding to know why she wasn't told that Han Fei, her rival candidate, was still alive. Her system apologizes, explaining it had lost track of Han Fei's system until the main quest began. The woman dismisses the explanation, vowing that she must win. A hidden message reveals her plan to keep Emperor Qin alive but weakened. The next day, Han Fei travels on horseback with Xiaohu's party. He informs her they are approaching the entrance. Han Fei worries about the strenuous journey but is motivated by the thought of the treasure. Peaky reminds her that this new quest has no rewards or penalties, a detail she missed in her excitement over her last payout. The realization shocks her. She panics at the thought of no more star coins, fearing 10 million won't be enough, solidifying her status as a penny pincher. She tries to console herself with the thought of the treasure itself. Piki urges her to consider the master system's motives for this change. He explains that the goddess achievement quest now involves an opponent, another invader in this world. As she asks if there's another candidate besides Han Yan, Piki confirms it and senses one nearby. A voice suddenly yells from the forest, accusing Xiaohu Jiu of being a traitor for bringing outsiders. A group emerges, led by the Xiaohu patriarch and a woman in red, whom Piki identifies as the other candidate. Xiaohu Jiu confirms the patriarch's identity and names the woman as physician Tu Menghen. Han Fei recognizes Tu Menghen from a past contest and is surprised she's a candidate. The patriarch asks Tu Menghen how to deal with the intruders. Tu Menghen calmly suggests merely expelling them, citing a distaste for unnecessary killing. The patriarch then orders Xiaohu Jiu and his goddess to leave. Xiaohu Jiu looks to Han Fei for orders, ready to fight, but she coolly tells him they should leave. As they retreat, the patriarch is stunned by their easy compliance. Han Fei thinks to herself that it's pointless to fight a battle you can't win. Tu Menghen watches them go with a condescending smirk, dismissing Han Fei as a mediocre opponent. Later, as Han Fei's group rests, Piki frets that Tu Menghen will seize the treasure at dawn. Han Fei resolutely states she won't let anyone get the treasure, quest or not, and asks Piki for her star coin balance. He confirms she has more than enough to splurge. A wicked grin spreads across her face as she asks him what kind of player one should fear most in a game. She opens the system mall, navigates to the weapons section, and laughs maniacally, embracing her role as a star coin warrior as images of modern weaponry flash around her. That night, Tu Menghen's group camps at the cave entrance. An arrow suddenly flies out of the darkness, hitting Tu Menghen with a tranquilizer dart and causing her to faint. Her guards panic, unable to locate the attacker as more tranquilizer darts rain down on them. From the shadows, Han Fei and her people laugh, Piki remarking on the power of money. Han Fei orders the unconscious group to be tied up, one of the men muttering in confusion about her strange weapon. Leading her group with torches, Han Fei enters the treasure cave, underwhelmed by its plain appearance. Xiaohu Jiu nervously hushes her, warning of a beast that guards the treasure. They find a massive, ornate door that won't budge. After trying to push it, Han Fei comically shouts, "Open sesame," to the confusion of her followers. When that fails, she apologizes for the old spell and tries another. Waving a twig, she recites Alohomora and Paramita. The doors creak open, revealing a giant, shadowy beast. A massive white tiger stands behind Han Fei. As she turns, she comes face to face with the creature. It lets out a deafening roar, sending her stumbling backward in terror. Her followers panic. Xiaohu Jiu asks if she can use her strange weapons, but she retorts that they wouldn't dare shoot it. He promptly runs past her, wishing her luck. She curses him for his cowardice. Desperate, she asks Piki for a solution. After rejecting cannons and poison, Piki gives her an idea. A cat-teasing wand materializes in her hand. She waves it, and to her amazement, the ferocious tiger shrinks and begins playfully batting at the feather. Her followers applaud her feat, but she scolds them for abandoning her. As she pets the now docile tiger, it purrs contentedly. The familiar scene gives her a sense of déjà vu. Her relief is short-lived as Tu Menghen and her recovered party appear at the cave entrance. Tu Menghen accuses Han Fei of using dirty tricks after she had spared their lives. Han Fei mentally notes that the tranquilizers wore off too quickly. Tu Menghen orders her archers to take aim. Han Fei tries to negotiate, but Tu Menghen declares it's too late. The white tiger lets out a fierce howl and leaps at Tu Menghen's forces. They scatter in terror as the tiger tramples them. Han Fei shouts a name that comes to her mind, Yu Chu, telling the tiger not to eat them. She asks the tiger if that is its name. As the tiger looks at her, the golden doors behind them rumble and swing wide open. Before she can react, Yu Chu grabs her and leaps through the doorway, carrying her into the treasure room as the doors slam shut. Xiaohu Jiu and his men can only stare in horror, shouting that the white tiger has taken their highness away. With a faint groan, the woman with light green hair slowly opens her eyes, wondering what this strange place is with its red-tiled floor and wooden pillars. She remembers the bronze door opening before Yu Chu took her inside, after which she passed out. She tries to call for her system, Piki, but gets no response, growing annoyed as she wonders if she lost contact again due to a poor signal, and laments what a lousy system it is. A voice suddenly announces her return, calling her Your Highness. Startled, she turns to see a man with a long gray beard and hair tied back, his sudden appearance causing her to yelp and fall backward, thinking he's a ghost. The man, however, seems unbothered, pattering over to her and remarking that he didn't expect this after all this time, impressed by her martial arts skills. Peeking from behind a pillar, she demands to know who he is. With a loud bang, the man slams his fist to the floor and bows his head low. He introduces himself as Xiaohu Sheng and expresses his gladness that she has finally returned. She asks if he is one of the goddess's old crew, and he kneels before her. The man, Xiahuksheng, tells her that it doesn't matter if she doesn't believe him now, explaining that her memories are stored on the throne and she can check for herself. She looks towards the ornate red throne with a crane motif, asking if he means that specific object. He confirms this, adding that her memories are the most precious treasure the entire Xiahu family has sworn to protect until their last moment. She carefully reaches out and touches the red cushioned seat of the throne. A brilliant golden light envelops her as she does so. An exclamation mark appears as a beautiful woman with long pink hair, dressed in ornate red and gold robes, materializes before her, looking identical to her but with different coloring. The pink-haired woman greets her, saying she's here, while the green-haired woman, stunned, asks who she is. The scene shifts to a woman named Tu Menghen sleeping on the ground, who suddenly gasps awake. She panics, begging not to be eaten and screaming about a big tiger. A small lemon-shaped fairy with wings, identified as Su Ning, appears, calling out for its master. The fairy calls its master useless, chiding her for being scared out of her mind by a tiger. A system notification rings, announcing that candidate Tu Menghen has failed the quest and is disqualified as a goddess candidate. Su Ning sweats, complaining to the master system that the goddess quest is too difficult and questions if anyone can really complete it. The system displays images of candidate No. 1, the green-haired woman, and candidate No. 2, a dark-haired woman, noting that their tests are still in progress. The master system declares that candidate No. 3, Tu Menghen, is too useless and failed too quickly, lamenting that it will have to find another player, which will waste a lot of time. The master system orders Su Ning to attach itself to Tu Menghen. It needs Su Ning's help to interfere with the test of candidate No. 1. Su Ning questions this, stating that it doesn't like the human body and finds it too much trouble. The master system then asks if Su Ning knows the last goddess, showing an image of the pink-haired woman. Su Ning identifies her as the loser who betrayed the system. The master system confirms this, explaining that she secretly left her memories behind before it destroyed her. It continues, stating that her old subordinates are all helping to recover candidate No. 1's memories, and now she and her system are getting out of its control. The sleeping Tu Menghen opens her eyes, which now glow red. The master system reveals its plan. It wants Su Ning to possess Tu Menghen to assist candidate No. 2 Han Yan and destroy candidate No. 1 completely, including her system. Back in the memory space, the pink-haired goddess appears in a flash of light. The green-haired woman asks if she is the goddess. The pink-haired woman replies that according to the title they called her, she is. The green-haired woman asks who they are. The goddess smiles and confirms it, then asks if her counterpart has heard that above the subsystem, there is a master system. She explains that all quests and rewards are issued by the master system. The green-haired woman affirms that she knew that, humorously asking if she means the Armstrong swingback jet-propelled cannon. The goddess states that the master system is the creator of all this. It wants an obedient puppet to control the world for it, and she, like the green-haired woman, was its chosen candidate. She completed the ultimate quest and became a goddess, but she disobeyed an order he couldn't tolerate. She reveals that she fell in love with someone named Hanling, one of her former divine guards. She married him and made a solemn pledge of love, but all of this was not allowed by the master system. The green-haired woman thinks the man in the memory seems familiar, but tells the goddess to continue. The goddess explains that what the master system wants is a ruthless and cold ruler, a puppet who does what it's told, while all she yearned for was a secluded life with Ling in a deep forest. To teach her a lesson, the master system killed their child. Not wanting to be a puppet anymore, she started disobeying all of its orders. It wanted to erase her completely, but before it did, she copied her memories. After the master system lost the goddess, it started looking for a new candidate. What it doesn't know is that she put her soul into another world that it can't control. In that world, her soul grew up and experienced a new life. The goddess declares that they are one and the same. The green-haired woman is the former goddess of this world. She explains that her soul is the green-haired woman, and she herself is now just a memory. She asks if she is ready to read the memory. The green-haired woman starts to protest, but the goddess, now identified as Han Fei, tells her that time is running out. The goddess says she has waited here for too long. She embraces Han Fei, merging with her in a shower of golden light and sparkles. Han Fei's consciousness is now overlaid with the goddess's pink hair as the memories flood in. The memory shatters like glass, revealing a battlefield where armies clash with a clang of steel. A soldier of the Qin army is struck down. A soldier urges His Highness to go, saying they can't hold out much longer. A masked man with gray hair, Prince Qin, tells him to shut up, declaring that he is not afraid of death, but the other must not die. The soldier insists that the front has been broken through and the enemy has too many reinforcements, urging him to leave now. Prince Kin stomps his foot and declares that fight or die is his motto, and withdrawal is not in his vocabulary. His subordinate cries out to him. Prince Kin thinks to himself, calling out to Chubby, that even if he falls, he will fall right in front of her. He turns to face the enemy soldiers. A war drum beats with a steady rub-a-dub rhythm. An enemy soldier looks up in surprise. Prince Kin's expression changes as he hears the sound. A soldier cries out in pain as he is struck. The goddess, Han Fei's past self, appears, striking a large red drum. Standing atop a cliff with a white tiger, she beats the drums with vigor. The soldiers recognize the sound as the drum of the goddess and are invigorated, exclaiming that the goddess has appeared. They cheer that God is blessing their army and that the Qin army will win, charging forward with renewed morale. Prince Qin looks up, a slight smile on his face as the drumbeat continues. He sees a vision of a woman in modern clothes embracing him from behind. He whispers that she's here, teetering on his feet. He then collapses as his soldiers cry out his name. Later that night at the camp, a soldier remarks that the sudden drum of the goddess heartened the army. Other soldiers discuss seeing Miss Han play the drum, agreeing she contributed a lot to the victory. Han Fei enters a tent where a doctor is about to treat the unconscious Prince Qin, announcing that she heard he was injured. She tells the doctor that she can take care of him. She insists on treating him together, saying Prince Qin is the most important man in the army and she doesn't think she's too bad at it, but the doctor offers his own hemostatic medicine. She bluntly tells him no. She tells him to help hold down the blood from the wound, stating there's something inside it. She asks Peaky to give her the scalpel from the last mission. A set of surgical tools appears with a boom. She sterilizes the scalpel in a candle flame, remarking that with limited conditions, it's the only thing she can do. The doctor rushes forward, asking what she is doing and accusing her of trying to murder the prince, reminding her how kind the prince is to her. She whirls around, holding the scalpel, and sharply tells him to shut up or get out. The doctor meekly says oh and backs away. Han Fei looks down at the unconscious Prince Qin, thinking that she wants him alive more than anyone else. Prince Qin's eyes open slightly. With a determined look, Han Fei makes an incision on his arm with the scalpel. She pulls out broken arrowheads from the wound and finishes by wrapping it in bandages. The doctor is shocked, saying he can't believe there were arrowheads in the wound and that the consequences would have been terrible if she hadn't noticed them. Han Fei, looking pale and holding her head, feels dizzy and wonders if Prince Qin is all right now. She says she can't promise anything, worrying that in the heat, the wound could become infected and lead to complications. She dismisses the doctor, telling him he doesn't understand and should go see the other wounded soldiers. As he leaves the tent, Peaky appears, telling his master that the prince's situation has stabilized and she did a good job. He confirms that he is okay. Peaky then asks if she found the treasure behind the copper door, noting that he always thought she looked weird when she came out. A system voice informs her that she has gotten the goddess bracelet, and having inherited her memory, can now open its space. She finds herself in a vast, modern-looking space, wondering if this is the space for the goddess's bracelet. Peaky explains that the space can change according to her mind, and what she sees is what she imagined. The system informs her that the rumored Zayahu treasure was hidden in the space of the goddess's bracelet, available at any time. She realizes this is the greatest power she has ever traded with the chief system, which prompts her to exclaim in surprise at the mention of the chief system as she looks upon a mountain of gold and treasure chests. The memory of the goddess returns, confirming that Han Fei has a subsystem that can shield the main system, which is why the memory of the goddess still exists. The goddess's voice warns that since she is here, the chief system will know all this soon. Han Fei realizes this is why she couldn't wake Peaky after coming from the copper door. The goddess's voice echoes a final warning. Too much trust in the system will make history repeat itself. Peaky's voice snaps her out of her thoughts, asking if she's all right and telling her to come back to Earth. Shaking her head, Han Fei muses that maybe she's been too tired lately, while Peaky, in his human form, advises her to take care of herself first. He complains that he doesn't know why the chief system hasn't released quests recently, and he's running so low on energy he can't even maintain his human form, worrying that he'll have to stay dormant for a long time. Han Fei, looking alarmed, asks what will happen to him if he has no energy. Peaky explains that all the energy in their system comes from the chief system and can be used for a long time after one supply, but he hasn't been able to contact it for a while. Without energy, he would probably die just like humans. He looks at her sadly, asking if one day he disappears, will she miss him? Han Fei recalls the goddess's warnings and wonders if the system is intentionally cutting off Peaky's energy supply. She reassures him that he'll be fine and says maybe she'll try contacting the chief system again. Winking and giving a thumbs up. Peaky says he'll go dormant and to call him if she needs him, adding that Peaky is always at her service before dissolving into light. Han Fei agrees, but privately wonders if she can really trust Peaky. A war horn blows twice, sounding the alarm. A soldier asks another what's going on and is told it's the signal for an incoming attack from the Meng army. Han Fei, concerned, notes that Qin Chi is not awake yet. Another soldier reports that the Meng army came to attack. A scout's shadow falls on the tent as he reports that the Meng army has appeared 10 miles to the southwest. Han Fei exits the tent, and a soldier asks for her orders. She commands him to recall the sentinels and move all casualties to the rear feed area. The rest of the soldiers are to line up and wait for the command, and she forbids the enemy from ever stepping into the rear. She looks toward the unconscious Prince Qin's tent, thinking that she will defend the Qin army and everything he has for him. The soldiers affirm their understanding with a loud yes. Han Fei, now in red and black armor, rides atop the white tiger leading the Qin army. She gives her one order: never let an enemy in the rear. The soldiers shout their agreement. The enemy general on horseback scoffs that they are overrating themselves. He gives the order to kill them. The battle begins, with both sides shouting "kill" as they charge. Swords clash, and a Qin soldier is impaled by a spear, crying out in agony. Han Fei observes the battle with a grim expression, thinking that it won't last long if it goes on like this, and wonders what she can do. A loud, rumbling sound echoes across the battlefield. The enemy general demands to know what the noise is. One of his soldiers reports there's a team behind them and that it's like they're surrounded. The Qin soldiers see the new arrivals and cheer that the reinforcements are here. They express their relief, saying they can hold it now. Han Fei, however, remains silent and composed. The sound of rattling bones, ka-ka, fills the air as a massive army of skeletons with glowing red eyes appears, led by a man with long brown hair. Han Fei smirks, saying heh. Riding the tiger and holding a banner, she yells that God blesses them and they will win, ordering her troops to go. Back at the palace of the Yunju kingdom, a servant runs, calling for his majesty. He reports from the front that the Meng army has broken the covenant and secretly sent troops against the Qin army. The emperor, shocked, snaps the brush in his hand, asking what happened since Prince Qin was seriously wounded and demanding to know who is leading the charge. He thinks of Han Fei, hoping it's not her. The messenger continues, saying he heard it was a woman, but the reinforcements of the Qin army arrived in time and are fierce, defeating the Meng army. He adds that he heard the reinforcements were skeletons. The emperor says good and sits down. A maid kneels before him, crying that Dr. Crane has disappeared, along with the young man he was taking care of. The emperor dismisses her, covering his face with his hand. He wonders if Kui Nan and Mr. Crane have gone back to her side, lamenting that he tried so hard to be with her. He questions why he is now standing opposite Han Fei. A woman, Consort Lai, enters and asks if His Majesty would like to know why. She says that if he wants to know, she'll tell him. The emperor asks what Consort Lai is doing there. He angrily asks if she thinks he doesn't know that she secretly sent Han Fei away against his order. He demands to know how she dares to come to him, asking if she thinks he won't punish her. Consort Lai retorts that of course he can punish her, but if he had treated Miss Han as mercilessly as he treated her, he wouldn't be feeling sorry for himself now. The emperor asks what she means. Consort Lai tells him that he had been too gentle and passive. She says he always thought that if he waited long enough, Miss Han would change her mind and stay, but it was just wishful thinking. She advises him that if he really wants Miss Han, he should go get her back and keep her by his side. She adds that even if she hates him, he can be with her. The emperor asks why she is saying this to him, reminding her that she was the one who secretly sent Han Fei away before. Consort Lai confesses that it's because she loves him. She touches his face gently, telling him she wants him to be happy, even if she's not the one he loves. Back at the military camp, the skeleton army waits eagerly outside the gate. A man with long brown hair tells them they may take some rest in place and not enter the camp. The skeletons all respond, yes. Han Fei enters a tent with a whoosh, only to find it empty. She wonders where Kui Nan went, as the Kuezhang army all came back with the main troop. A soldier asks her if she sees the reinforcements coming from the battlefield. Another soldier comments on how scary the skeletons are and wonders where they came from, but his companion confirms that they followed them back and are still guarding the camp. A female soldier approaches Han Fei, reporting that they have won the battle and everyone is asking about the celebration banquet tonight. Han Fei orders her to cancel all activities and muster the troops. She stands before the assembled soldiers. They wonder why they were suddenly mustered and if it's to reward them according to their contributions. The skeletons march into the camp, making cracking sounds, shocking the soldiers who wonder how they got in. The soldiers murmur that they are scary and question who let them in. Han Fei stands on a platform and declares that they are not reinforcements sent by the court, but troops under her command. She tells the soldiers that the skeletons came a long way to support them so they could win the battle and survive. She asks if they have ever had a trace of gratitude for those who saved their lives, accusing them of refusing to accept those who helped them win the war and questioning if this is their way of expressing gratitude. The soldiers lower their heads in shame. The brown-haired man speaks up, addressing her as Your Highness. He points out that the skeletons have no facial expressions and don't bleed, but they're not scary, and tells the soldiers to think about who protected them at that time. Han Fei tells the soldiers to look at them again and tell her if they are still scary. The soldiers shout no. She tells them good, now they know what they should do. The soldiers bang their fists on their armor and approach the skeletons. They thank the skeletons for helping them win the battle. They apologize for their rudeness before, saying they've set up new tents and inviting them to rest inside. The brown-haired man looks at Han Fei, calling her Your Highness, as the memory of the pink-haired goddess smiles down at them. The goddess's voice says it's been a long time. Nan looks at Han Fei with tears in his eyes, calling her Your Highness. He kneels before her, saying she is back. Han Fei tells him he may arise. He raises his head, his face now looking younger with cat-like ears, and cries that she's finally back after so many years and he knew she would be. He sobs loudly. He asks if she knew that he would never be left behind, and she strokes his head, thinking with a guilty conscience as she says, yeah. A soldier suddenly runs up, shouting that Miss Han, His Highness, has woken up. Startled, Han Fei, Nan, and the female soldier all turn in a whoosh and run towards the tent. Nan watches Han Fei rush into the tent, muttering, heh, woman. Prince Qin Shi sits up in his tent, asking his attendant what happened to the army during the few days he was in a coma. The attendant explains he was unconscious for 7 days and that yesterday, when the Meng army attacked, it was Miss Han who led them to victory. She excitedly recounts how Miss Han had gathered an army of skeletons from somewhere and that they were very brave. The prince murmurs her nickname, Chubby, in surprise. The tent flap swishes open, and the attendant calls out to Qin Shi as Han Fei enters, dressed in red armor. The prince watches her, thinking that while he can't say what the exact change is, he feels his Chubby has changed, becoming more and more shining. With the sound of pattering feet, Han Fei jumps into his arms, crying out that he is finally awake. The prince thinks to himself that no matter how shining she becomes, she is always his girl, and he embraces her. The scene shifts to the palace of Hanling Kingdom, where the emperor is coughing violently. A woman, Han Yan, urges him to drink a potion, but he refuses. A messenger kneels before him, delivering a battle report that their soldiers have defeated the Meng army, and even Meng State's allies have broken their alliance to negotiate peace. The emperor is shocked, asking if Qi has won. The messenger confirms the victory and adds that civilians are praising His Highness's command, attributing the win against a larger army to the help of a goddess. The emperor questions the word goddess, and the messenger explains the rumor of a goddess appearing on a white tiger, beating drums to boost morale. Han Yan trembles as she holds the bowl of medicine. The emperor dismisses it as a false rumor, merely glad for the victory, and orders the messenger to tell Prince Qi to return home before dismissing Han Yan, wishing to be alone. After leaving, Han Yan stops in a corridor and furiously smashes the bowl on the ground, wondering who the hell the goddess is. A mysterious voice offers to tell her, startling her. A woman appears, and Han Yan demands to know which palace she is from and why she does not kowtow. The woman identifies Han Yan and reveals that the goddess of the Qin army is none other than her sister, Han Fei. Han Yan denies knowing what she's talking about, but the woman pats her shoulder and asks if she wants to be a goddess, offering her help. Han Yan is shocked and asks who she is. A small lemon-headed creature appears, greeting her, and the mysterious woman introduces herself as Tu Menghen. At the imperial city of Hanling Kingdom, the gates creak open to reveal Prince Qin Shi and his army returning in triumph. The crowd cheers that the god of war is back. Onlookers gossip that Prince Qin is no longer who he used to be and might even succeed the throne. One woman daydreams about having a chance with the unmarried prince, but her friend tells her to stop, pointing out her weight. Han Fei on horseback overhears their exchange and gives a thumbs up, thinking that great minds think alike. Prince Qin Shi turns and calls out Chubby, and she rides over to him, saying she's coming. He asks what she was looking at, and she smiles, replying that she was just looking at a younger version of them. They arrive at the imperial palace gates and dismount, greeting the emperor who sits weakly on an outdoor throne. He tells them all to arise, coughing weakly. Han Fei notices with concern that the emperor has grown so weak he can't even stand up. The emperor expresses his pleasure at his son's return, but is racked by a violent coughing fit. Han Yan rushes forward with medicine, telling His Majesty he'll be fine once he takes it. Han Fei wonders why her sister is there. Her attendant explains that concubine Yan, daughter of the Prime Minister, has some knowledge of medicine and has been caring for the sick emperor. Han Fei is shocked by the revelation that her sister has become her future father-in-law's concubine. The emperor drinks the medicine and dismisses Han Yan before issuing decrees to reward his soldiers and generals, also bestowing the title of Major General upon Qin Shi. Han Fei silently observes, realizing Han Yan is giving the weak emperor medicine that provides a false sense of strength while actually harming him. Prince Qin Shi kneels and requests that his rewards be given to the families of the soldiers who died in battle. The emperor declares that the court will take care of them, ordering that the families of the dead be rewarded with gold and a grand tomb be built. After Qin Shi thanks him, the emperor dismisses everyone except his son, saying he needs to speak with him privately. Inside a side hall, the emperor dismisses the servants and asks Qi if he still resents him for what happened back then, requesting he take off his mask. Qi steps back, refusing to speak. The emperor apologizes, admitting he was wrong and that Qi doesn't resemble his mother at all. A painful memory of his mother being taken away flashes in Qi's mind, and he gasps, clutching his chest. The emperor, alarmed, calls for an imperial physician, but stumbles and falls to the floor, coughing. Qin Shi calmly removes his own mask, asking his father if he's only just now realized he doesn't look like his mother. He coolly asks why he should send for a physician when his father should be going to hell to accompany his mother, whom he must have missed terribly. As the emperor coughs that it was all his fault, Qin Shi's hand tightens around his neck and the emperor falls to the floor, dead. Qin Shi calmly pats his clothes, stating it is too late. Sometime later, Han Fei arrives at the Han's mansion, thinking she's finally home. She tells a stunned guard to announce the return of the Prime Minister's elder daughter. The guard rushes in, and Prime Minister Han appears, asking about the fuss. Upon hearing it is his elder daughter, he is shocked and hurries out. He stares, stunned, at the transformed Han Fei, who greets him warmly. He tearfully embraces her, saying he always knew she was a beauty and that she looks exactly like her mother, before immediately asking if she came back with Prince Qin. He declares her clothes don't match her new looks and insists on buying her new things. Han Fei tells him not to bother and says she is tired and going to her room, leaving her father calling after her that she is his only hope and that Prince Qin will be a good husband. Walking away, Han Fei feels uneasy about her father's sudden concern and wonders where her brother Wenshu is. She then hears a maid berating a young man, Wenshu, for spilling water. The maid cruelly tells him to drink the water from the ground. Han Fei calls for her to stop. The maid turns angrily, but Han Fei slaps her across the face, a familiar action that makes the maid realize it's Lady Fei. Wenshu looks up in surprise as his sister greets him, telling him he's grown taller and more handsome. She asks why he didn't tell their father about the bullying. Wenshu explains their father has been worried since their sister Yan went to the palace, and he didn't want to add to his burdens. Pitying him, Han Fei tells him he must always speak to their father, no matter the problem. She takes his hand, determined to go to their father and ensure the maids are properly disciplined. They find their father hastily putting on his official court dress. He explains the imperial funeral bell has rung, meaning Emperor Qin is likely dead and all officials must gather at the palace. Han Fei is shocked, finding the emperor's sudden death suspicious. She tells Wenshu to rest, promising to deal with the maids later. That night, a sleepless Han Fei worries about Prince Qin when she hears a rustling noise. She throws needles toward the window, but a hand grabs her wrist. It is Qin Shi. He pulls her into a tight embrace, telling her not to move. He holds her, murmuring that his nightmare is gone and repeatedly saying he's dead. Han Fei's heart breaks at his vulnerability, and she comforts him, telling him he is free now. Suddenly, he grabs her wrist tightly and pushes her onto the bed, demanding to know if she will always be by his side. He tells her he knows she's changed and asks if she's going to leave him, admitting she is all he has. Blushing, Han Fei thinks her Prince Charming is acting like a spoiled child. She tries to calm him, patting his back and promising she won't leave, at least not at this time, then suggests he should return to the palace. He questions her at least, gets up, and tells her that if she ever wants to leave, he will do everything he can to keep her, before leaving her in stunned silence. Han Fei imagines him imprisoning her in chains and quickly tells herself to stop her wild imagination. An epilogue states that Emperor Qin died, Prince Qin Mu went missing, and an imperial decree named the third prince, Qin Shi, as the new emperor. 3 days later, at the enthronement ceremony, A veiled Han Fei wonders why Qin Chi insisted she attend. Master Huaiming begins the ceremony, declaring Qin Chi the chosen emperor who will bring prosperity. As Qin Chi appears in his imperial robes, the officials bow and cheer. He tells them to arise, but some officials whisper that Hanling is doomed. One shouts out, reminding everyone that Master Taming asserted the prince has been cursed. Qin Chi watches them with a cold, unreadable expression. Someone shouts for the guards to stop just as they are about to execute a man in the middle of the court. The command comes from Qin Chi, who stands above them all, telling them to let the man finish speaking. The officials murmur among themselves, one angrily recounting how their army was ambushed in the last battle, losing over half their soldiers because of Prince Qin's leadership, questioning how he could be trusted to protect Hanling. Another courtier clarifies that while they won, the price was steep, and even Prince Qin was in a coma for half a month, tarnishing his reputation as the god of war. With a shocked and angry expression, Qin Chi declares that is enough. Suddenly, a veiled woman, Han Fei, walks into the court, prompting questions about who she is and why a woman is there. Ignoring them, she confronts the main accuser, her expression stern. She asks if he has ever served in a war, and when he admits he hasn't, she presses him on whether he knew the numbers of their forces versus the enemy's. With a powerful voice, she reveals to the entire court that their army had less than 100,000 soldiers. She continues, stating that the enemy, Yunju's army, had 200,000, meaning they were vastly outnumbered. The officials gasp, realizing why the casualties were so high. Han Fei grabs the official, declaring that despite the losses, their army won the battle, and the soldiers died defending the land so that people like him could live safely in the capital and insult their generals. The man collapses, defeated but stubbornly insisting that Prince Qin must still be blamed for the heavy casualties. Just as Han Fei glares at his stubbornness, Qin Chi speaks from his throne, agreeing that the man is right. He admits that he should indeed be blamed for the battle, explaining that no general can win every time, and that he is only human and made mistakes that led to him being gravely wounded and falling into a coma. He then changes his tone, looking at Han Fei and thinking about what she is doing before loudly proclaiming that during the battle, all the warriors witnessed a goddess descend from the sky to lead them to victory. He gently touches her face as the court officials question if a goddess truly exists and bless their army. As Han Fei removes her veil, the crowd recognizes her as Miss Han and erupts, hailing her as the goddess who will bring prosperity to their state. With Han Fei beside him, the entire court kneels before Qin Chi, shouting, "Long live your majesty." Han Fei realizes Qin Chi must have anticipated trouble, and he grips her hand tightly. He whispers for her to be serious and stop looking around, teasing that she was cuter as a child, which makes her blush. Qin Chi then orders the sacrifice ceremony to begin. He is handed a torch, walks to a large bronze cauldron, and lights its contents. The cauldron erupts in a large flame, and as smoke billows out, the clear sky suddenly begins to darken. An official worriedly wonders if it is going to rain. The weather changes abruptly, and the assembled officials grow noisy with fear, speculating that the god is furious. The sky rumbles and flashes with lightning, causing the crowd to panic and flee, shouting that God is angry. Amidst the chaos, the loud sound of a drum echoes through the court. It is Han Fei standing alone on the high platform, beating a massive drum. The fleeing officials stop and stare, realizing the goddess is praying for their state, their fear turning to awe. Han Fei, sweating from the effort, thinks to herself how she is fed up with how easily these ancient people are scared by a change in weather. As she drums, the dark clouds begin to disperse. The crowd marvels at the auspicious sign. Han Fei stops drumming and announces that God has shown his favor, confirming that Prince Qin's succession to the throne is destiny, and they now have a new emperor. The entire court kneels again, hailing their new emperor. Later, an exhausted Han Fei wipes her brow as Qin Chi asks if she knew the rain would stop. She admits she didn't, but explains she knew of a drought in the northwest and had a plan to spin the rain as a blessing if it hadn't stopped. Qin Chi is slightly stunned by her quick thinking, and she assures him his position as emperor is now secure. He smiles, thinking his chubby has both wisdom and courage. He calls her name fondly, takes her hand, and announces to everyone that in 3 days he will hold a ceremony to crown the goddess as his empress. He declares that with her blessing the kingdom will prosper, and the crowd hails their future empress. He looks at Han Fei, telling her he will do everything he can to keep her by his side, and she looks back at him, touched. A few days later, an official presents a betrothal list to Han Fei's father, the prime minister, who is overjoyed at the prospect of his daughter becoming the empress. Han Fei, however, is fuming in her room, complaining that the proposal was more like an imperial decree and she hasn't even agreed yet. Her anger melts away as she admires the beautiful phoenix crown, marveling at its large, shiny pearls. She quickly tells herself to calm down, but can't resist another peek before slamming the box shut in frustration. As she decides to think things over, her white tiger Yuchu roars, interrupting her thoughts. She asks what's wrong, and the tiger crouches down, inviting her to ride. Wondering what has happened, she agrees and hops on its back, telling it to go. They travel through a beautiful night and arrive in the woods. As she dismounts, a voice calls out to her. Startled, Han Fei demands the person reveal themselves. The voice says she is under her feet, and Han Fei recognizes it as Miss Hao. Miss Hao explains she was trapped in a dungeon by her family and begs for help moving the heavy stone slab covering the only exit. Han Fei realizes Yuchu brought her here because it couldn't move the slab on its own. She tries to lift it herself but fails, telling Miss Hao she'll have to get help. She whispers to Yuchu to bring Kui Nan. Soon, Kui Nan arrives and bows to her as Your Majesty. As Miss Hao calls out his name from below, Han Fei instructs him to move the slab. Kui Nan easily lifts the heavy stone, holding it above his head. Miss Hao looks up at him with tears in her eyes, then throws herself out of the hole and into his arms. While Miss Hao sobs that she knew he was alive, Han Fei feels a pang of guilt, recalling how she and an injured Kui Nan were rescued, leaving an unconscious Miss Hao behind. Seeing how much Miss Hao cares for him, Han Fei decides to leave them alone. She tells Yuchu it's time to go, but as the tiger turns, its tail accidentally smacks Kui Nan in the head, causing him to stumble and fall on top of Miss Hao. They both lie on the ground, and Han Fei face-bombs at the clumsy display. Taking the opportunity, Miss Hao pulls him into a kiss and confesses that she likes him. Troubled, Kui Nan tells her they are different, revealing that he is nothing but a skeleton inside. He asks if she is sure she still likes him. Without hesitation, she shouts yes and embraces him fiercely. He smiles and hugs her back tightly. She then playfully asks if it's really just a skeleton, making him blush furiously. He pushes her down onto the grass, suggesting she see for herself, and they gaze into each other's eyes. Elsewhere, another person wonders how Han Fei could use the goddess's drum. Han Yan paces angrily, complaining to Tu Menghan that Han Fei is now being hailed as a real goddess. Tu Menghan calmly replies that it's because Han Fei chose the powerful drum while Han Yan chose a useless dance. Anxious about the upcoming Empress selection, Han Yan presses Tu Menghan for her plan. Tu Menghan just sips her tea, ignoring her until Han Yan shouts at her. Tu Menghan then pulls Han Yan to the floor, asking where she gets the confidence to boss her around. After intimidating her, Tu Menghan smirks and says she has a plan to get rid of Han Fei, while her system companion notes that making the useless Han Yan the goddess would be a waste. Han Yan watches her leave, expressing her distrust of Tu Menghan to her own system, but resolves that she cannot lose to Han Fei again. On the day of the ceremony, Han Fei's residence is bustling with preparations. Her father dreams of his daughter's new status, while maids praise her beauty as they comb her hair. Dressed in her full regalia, she receives more compliments from her attendants, who then tell her it's time to go. As she walks, she nearly trips, blaming her nerves and the heavy phoenix coronet before being helped into the imperial palanquin. She is escorted from her home and into the grand carriage. Her procession moves through the cheering streets, but her happy expression vanishes when she peeks out and sees a man named Bai in the crowd, a sight that clearly shocks her. She quickly pulls back inside, wondering why he is there. A woman next to Bai notes that the procession has passed and whispers that now is the best time to take action. Bai calmly replies that there is no need, at least not for now. Han Fei's procession arrives at the palace and she steps out. She walks towards Qin Chi, who greets her warmly as Chubby. He smiles, saying she has arrived, and takes her hand. They stand together before the court, and he looks at her, telling her that he is finally standing here with her and that his kingdom will always have her. The official announces that the auspicious time has come and instructs the emperor and empress to worship heaven and earth. As they begin to bow, the sky once again darkens and rumbles with thunder. Han Fei looks up in alarm, panicking that the same thing is happening again. Qin Chi calmly tells her to continue, but they are interrupted by Han Yan and Tu Menghan, who step forward and declare that the heavens do not approve of the marriage. Han Fei stares in disbelief, wondering why they are together. Han Yan addresses the officials, claiming it's inappropriate to hold such a grand ceremony so soon after the late emperor's death, and that the bad weather is a sign of heavenly disapproval. Han Fei boldly refutes her, proclaiming to the officials that the coming rain is a blessing for the drought-stricken Northwest, not an ill omen. She accuses Han Yan of deliberately disrupting the sacred ceremony with nonsense. As guards move to seize the struggling Han Yan, she wonders why her ally, Qin Mu, hasn't acted yet, revealing she was stalling for time. Tu Menghan smirks, thinking the right time has come, just as a large firework explodes in the sky. Qin Chi asks what it is, and a soldier rushes in to report that an unknown army is attacking the city. As the officials panic, Qin Chi calmly orders his troops to assemble, leaving some behind while he leads the rest to fight. The soldiers acknowledge his command. He turns to Han Fei, calls her chubby, and gently kisses her forehead. He asks her to stay and drum a song for him, and she agrees. An attack begins as soldiers use a battering ram to break down a massive gate. Inside, people panic, shouting that there is an attack and begin to flee. A woman in pink robes urgently tells Her Majesty that they must leave, explaining that it wasn't their men who started the riot and the situation is too risky. A man with long brown hair stands calmly, looking up at the city wall where Han Fei, dressed in ornate red and gold robes, is furiously beating a war drum. He murmurs her name as the sound of the drums echoes. The woman in pink Lai confronts Bai, telling him this is enough, but he coldly refuses. Enraged, Lai says that if His Majesty won't give up, she will do it herself, but as she moves towards him, he deftly sidesteps her and orders his men to go get Han Fei. Han Fei pauses her drumming, feeling that something is strange, and turns around, intending to find someone to alert the garrison outside the city. She is startled to find Bai standing before her, a white cloth covering his eyes. She asks why he is there, warning him that it's dangerous and he must leave. He reaches out to touch her cheek, asking if she is worried about him too. A flustered Han Fei tells him they can discuss this later and that he needs to leave, but he looks down sadly, saying he has figured out that she will never forgive him. Confused, Han Fei asks what he means, but is interrupted when Lai appears behind her and throws a powder into her face. Han Fei cries out, asking who it is as her vision blurs, and she sees Lai apologizing before she collapses. Bai catches her as she faints, remarking that he had thought he could wish her happiness, but he was really just trying to get her. Later, at the palace of Yunju, Bai carries the unconscious Han Fei through a corridor. He lays her on a bed, telling her she looks beautiful in her wedding dress, but he would rather she was wearing it for him, before leaning over her. He then stands and exits the room, instructing the guards outside that no one is to enter or leave except for him. Meanwhile, an official reports to the silver-haired emperor that the rebel leader, the second Prince Qin Mu, has been captured. The emperor deduces he must have accomplices in the court and orders the official to use any form of torture to extract a list of names and eliminate them. Sometime later, a frantic maid reports to another that their master is gone, and the Qiuzhang army failed to find her despite searching all night. The emperor is shown looking utterly distraught, crying out Han Fei's name. Back at the palace of Yunju, Han Fei narrates her days in captivity. On the first day, everything was taken away and the room was locked. On the second day, she desperately searches the messy room for a secret passage like in the novels she's read. On the third day after food is delivered, she feigns being poisoned, demanding a doctor. The guards, unimpressed by her acting, drag her back and throw her into her room. Later, Han Fei sees Lai trying to visit but being turned away by the guards. Han Fei calls out to her, running to the barred door and pleading with Lai to find a way to get her out or persuade Bai. Lai coldly tells Han Fei that she won't help her. Han Fei is shocked, asking if Lai doesn't like Bai. Lai confesses she has always loved His Majesty and now understands that she will stay with him even if he never loves her, as long as he cares for her. She turns away, telling Han Fei she is her most important leverage and apologizes before leaving. Han Fei slumps to the floor, realizing there is no way out now that even Lai has changed. Elsewhere, Bai is reviewing a document when Lai enters. He asks if she went to see Han Fei and she assures him she won't help her. Lai then proposes an idea, a method to secure the position of Empress, leaning in with a dark smile. Later, Bai pours tea for Han Fei, who notes the extravagance of using MT Tianqian's snow dew. After drinking, she feels dizzy, realizing it's the combination of the scented candles and the tea just before she faints and falls into Bai's arms. Lai's voice explains her plan to erase Han Fei's memory and give her a new identity that belongs only to Bai. Holding the unconscious Han Fei, Bai calls her Huanwu, stating that she belongs only to him. When Han Fei awakens, she blankly asks who he is. He tells her he is her Bai, and when she asks who she is, he informs her that her name is Huanwu, and she is his wife. Afterwards, Lai reports to Bai that the memory-wiping drug worked. She outlines her plan to introduce Huanwu into the emperor's harem in 2 days as the daughter of a wealthy family, an arrangement Bai praises. When he offers a reward, she dejectedly walks away, saying that's not what she wants. Bai takes the amnesiac Han Fei to a bustling marketplace in the capital of Yunju Kingdom. She happily hugs him, thanking him for taking her out. She quickly gets distracted by a stall selling sugar-coated haws and runs over excitedly. After eating various street foods, she pats her full stomach and worries about putting on weight again, then pauses, confused by her own words. She wanders over to a mask stall where a particular white mask seems strangely familiar. A fragmented memory flashes through her mind, causing her head to ache as a voice calls for the player to wake up. Han Fei finds her soul in a serene, snowy dimension with her system guide, Piki, who tells her she is finally awake. She is disoriented but remembers Xiaobai giving her a cup of tea. Piki confirms Xiaobai drugged her, and he pulled her soul here to protect it. Her body is fine, but acting a bit silly under her subconscious control. Han Fei despairs at becoming a fool without her wisdom and asks how to escape. Piki tries to open the system's exchange page, but finds his energy is too low, shrinking into a tiny version of himself in his failure. Han Fei catches him, comforting him that he's done a good job. Piki tearfully asks if she doesn't trust him anymore, confessing he had to make a hard choice at the cliff to save her from being erased by the master system, choosing her over her prince. He asked for forgiveness now that her prince is safe and she is stronger. Han Fei tells him it's all in the past and begins to chant, revealing her true identity as the goddess. A vision of a pink-haired goddess with a white tiger appears as she declares her willingness to sacrifice everything. She then smacks a confused Piki, clarifying that she is the goddess, not just a candidate. She explains she regained her memories in the Xiaohu treasure cave, the master system he chose her thousands of years ago during a time of chaos, but his true goal is to control the world with her as his puppet. Piki is horrified, protesting that the system should not have such autonomy. Suspecting Piki might be a helper for the rogue master system, Han Fei presses an emergency contact button on his back. The furious master system appears, declaring Han Fei's candidacy stripped and Pika's role terminated before it shatters the contact button. The master system mocks Pika's inability to protect his host before the space around them begins to crack and bleed a dark toxin. Piki warns the toxin is spreading inside her brain, and his energy is too low to move her to safety. Deciding to act, he grows to full size, tells her he doesn't regret meeting her, and flies into the spreading corruption, sacrificing himself in a bright explosion to clear the toxin. As the space clears, Pika's final words echo, expressing his belief that she will become the new goddess. Back in her room, a tear escapes Han Fei's eye as she lies in a coma. Bai watches from outside, frustrated that she won't wake up despite being physically unharmed. Suddenly, Han Fei appears at the door, fully awake. She grabs Bai's wrist, calling him Xiaobai and remarking that the name Huanwu is unpleasant. He asks if she's still disappointed in him, but she says the memory drug was simply too weak. Thinking of Pika's sacrifice, she tells Bai that he almost succeeded. He grabs her, saying he was forced to act because she never gave him a choice. An official informs Bai that Huanwu's identity is ready. Han Fei pushes Bai away, shouting that he still doesn't understand and that it's enough. He throws her onto the bed, demanding to know what he has to do to make her love him. As he lunges, she pulls out a dagger, holding it to her own chest, which stops him cold. He asks in a broken voice if she's truly that disgusted with him. Blindfolding herself, she tells him that asking such a question proves he doesn't understand, and declares she can no longer forgive him. Consort Shu runs frantically down a palace corridor, calling out for his majesty as her footsteps patter against the floor. With a worried and sweaty expression, she bursts into a room to find Qin Chi sitting calmly beside a bed. He tells her not to look around, as the person she's looking for has already left. Consort Shu asks in disbelief how this could have happened, questioning if Miss Han had been drugged. He explains that the plan failed and she woke up, showing his scratched hand and neck as he adds that she even scratched herself to get away and will surely never forgive him. Consort Shu looks on with a sorrowful expression, calling his title again. Qin Chi pulls her into an embrace, asking if she will ever leave him. Closing her eyes, she promises to always stay by his side as long as he is willing to let her. He thinks to himself that it's good because even though she doesn't love him, he is still deeply loved by another woman, and they hold each other as a pink floral background envelops them. The scene shifts to Han Fei, disguised as a man, thinking that this place is far from handling, and since she hasn't heard from Chu for a long time, she needs to buy a horse. In a small town, she approaches a man with a horse and cart and asks him about the price. Standing proudly beside the brown horse, Han Fei wears a red and brown outfit with a fake mustache. The seller advises the pal to check the other horses, explaining that this one has a problem with its hoof. He elaborates that he bought it thinking it could be cured, but after trying every method, its hoof still can't land on the ground, making it unable to run or even carry a person. He points out that while it's a top-quality horse, its leg is injured. Han Fei strokes her fake mustache thoughtfully, then declares that it doesn't matter and she wants it. As she leads the horse away, she wonders what she should do with it. Elsewhere in an alley, a group of men corner two women, Mu Mayo Miao and Sidu Ling, with one of the men commenting on how beautiful the two girls are. Mayo Miao, who is dressed as a man, tries to protect Ling, insisting that they are men and telling the harassers to leave them alone. From a distance, Han Fei observes them, thinking that the poor girls must believe nobody would know their gender just by changing into men's clothing, and that they should at least wear a beard like she is. One of the thugs mocks Mayo Miao's claim of being a man, laughing hysterically. Han Fei steps forward with her arms crossed, telling them in a deep voice to let the women go. The thugs turn to face her, their expressions annoyed. One of them points at Han Fei and laughs, exclaiming that another woman has arrived wearing a fake beard. Another thug with a lecherous grin says that this new one is better looking and claims her for himself, reaching out to wipe off her fake mustache. With a steely gaze, Han Fei pokes him directly in both eyes. As he reels back in pain, she follows up with a swift punch to his face and a powerful kick, knocking him out cold. The remaining thugs look down at their fallen comrade in shock as Han Fei stands defiantly with her hands on her hips, prompting one to yell for the others to catch her. As the thugs advance, Mayo Miao tells Ling that they should run before they get noticed, whispering a command to get her. Mayo Miao expresses concern for the girl who helped them, but Ling insists they should forget her as they can't even protect themselves. The thugs mock Han Fei, noting that she stepped forward for the two women, but they didn't care about her at all, and they vow to teach her a lesson for meddling. Han Fei cracks her knuckles and confidently tells them to bring it on. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pain and surprise. She thinks that her eyes hurt again, clutching her face as her body shakes. She cries out for someone to let go of her, but no one is touching her. One of the thugs, recovering from her previous attack, lunges forward with a piece of wood, screaming that she's a bitch and will go to hell. He brings the plank down with a loud bang, and Han Fei's eyes are wide with shock as she is struck. Darkness envelops her, and a voice asks if she is awake. Han Fei, now sitting against a brick wall, asks who is talking and wonders what happened to her eyes. She realizes she can't see and recalls the last thing she saw, a bright flash of light and the word peaky, followed by a booming sound, remembering that her eyes have been hurting since then. She looks up towards the unseen speaker, explaining that she can't see and that it's probably a punishment because she hurt someone, then thanks the person for saving her. A man with long gray hair and a mask covering the top half of his face tells her that since she is a physician, she should be able to cure her own eyes. Surprised, Han Fei asks how he knows her and who he is. The masked man picks her up, telling her she shouldn't ask any more questions and that he will take her to get her eyes treated. Cradled in his arms, she notes that although he speaks in a strange voice, his tone sounds familiar, and she asks again who he is. He replies that if she must know his name, she can just call him Shadow. He leans in close, adding that he will be her shadow, and thinks to himself that if his chubby can never see again, he could be like this forever. A shadow always by her side. The scene shifts to the imperial palace of Hanling State, where officials are gathered in the throne room. An official announces that His Majesty has been suffering from a slight illness and will end the session early unless anyone has something to report. The person on the throne, disguised as the emperor, fidgets restlessly. Later, an attendant asks the stand-in emperor if the day's reports should be sent to his bedroom, noting his restlessness and suggesting a doctor, but is dismissed. Alone in his room, the attendant removes his wig and mask. He collapses onto his bed, crying and questioning when His Majesty will come back, lamenting that he can't stand it anymore and reminding the absent emperor of his promise to return after finding Miss Han, the empress. Elsewhere, Mayo Miao tells Ling that she still thinks they did the wrong thing and that they have to go back to save the girl. Ling coldly replies that if Mayo Miao insists, he should go alone, as she doesn't want to get into trouble, adding that so much time has passed that whatever was going to happen has already happened. Mayo Miao calls out Ling's name in disbelief at her callousness. She clenches her fist, declaring she will go by herself because the girl was obviously trying to save them. Ling grabs her arm, telling her to think carefully about what might happen to her and questioning if she still wants to participate in the pharmacist contest. But Mayo Miao pulls away as a footstep is heard outside. She looks up in shock as she sees the very girl they abandoned being carried into the room by the masked man, Shadow. Terrified, Mayo Miao asks if they are human or ghosts. Shadow asks Mayo Miao if she knows Han Fei, who replies that she can't see but can guess who it is by her voice. Shadow coldly tells them that if he were a ghost, he would have already taken their lives. Mayo Miao rushes forward, apologizing profusely and insisting she never meant to abandon Han Fei and truly wanted to save her. Ling, however, scoffs that she's just a human but still scared them, calling her a woman with bad intentions and accusing her of being ungrateful after Myo Miao wanted to return to save her. Ling stares at Han Fei's unfocused eyes and rudely asks if she is blind. She approaches Han Fei menacingly, but Shadow grabs her wrist. With a sickening crack, he tightens his grip as Ling cries out for him to let go. Ling screams that it hurts and demands he release her, boasting that she is the daughter of the Sidhu family from Jigyun Town. Han Fei overhears the name Jigyun Town. Ling smirks at Han Fei, asking if she is afraid now that she knows who she is. A flashback shows a diagram of a complex mechanism, explaining that the Mang army of Jigyun Town was one of the 9 armies, good at mechanism and technology, making them an indispensable force. Myo Miao falls to her knees and begs Han Fei to let Ling go, explaining that as a physician, Ling's hands are too important to her. Ling continues to shout, asking if Han Fei knows Jigyun Town and how she dares to hurt her, threatening that her father won't let her go. Han Fei asks if she is from Jigyun Town, recalling that the town is under the rule of the Mang family. Myo Miao explains that the Mang family is the major family, and they are from branch families, the Sidhu and Mu families, and introduces herself as Mu Myo Miao and her companion as Sidhu Ling. She adds that they are traveling to Meng State for the medical sage competition. Ling angrily asks Myo Miao why she told a stranger so much. Han Fei states that physicians are supposed to be compassionate and save the injured, and that Ling's behavior is an insult to their profession. Myo Miao agrees and apologizes for what happened, saying they will do anything if Han Fei can let Ling go. Han Fei asks if they would do anything and then tells Shadow to let her go. After Ling is released, she cradles her injured wrist. Han Fei tells them that if they can do anything for her, then they should take her to Jigyun Town. Myo Miao is surprised, but Han Fei simply says they will set off tomorrow. Later, Han Fei is walking with Shadow, who has his arm around her. She thanks him. He asks for what, and she explains that Sidhu Ling's remarks were just casual, and she is indeed blind now, so he didn't have to hurt her. Shadow bluntly replies that he couldn't stand her. A flashback shows a woman slapping another, yelling that the person deserves it for having a filthy mouth. Back in the present, Han Fei tells Shadow that she hasn't told him her name yet, introducing herself as Han Fei. She smiles and adds that her nickname is Chubby, gently touching his chest. Shadow stares at her with a shocked expression, his composure finally broken. He remains silent and expressionless. Han Fei, looking troubled, wonders if she guessed wrong since he had no response. Shadow leads her to a room, telling her to get some rest. Lying in bed, Han Fei tells herself she shouldn't think like that, reasoning that Qin Chi just ascended the throne and must be busy with political affairs. Outside, Shadow stands on a balcony and thinks to himself that his Chubby is indeed so smart. The next day, as they travel, Ling complains about having to bring them both to Jigyun Town after they had such a hard time running away from home for the contest. Myo Miao tells her to stop talking like that, but Ling whispers a plan to have Myo Miao hold them off while she goes home to find helpers to deal with them, saying they don't have to be afraid now that they are in Jigyun Town. Myo Miao protests that MS. Han saved them, but Ling declares it a deal and runs off, leaving Myo Miao calling after her. Han Fei, now with a blindfold over her eyes, tells Myo Miao that people with bad eyesight usually have exceptionally good hearing. Myo Miao laughs nervously, claiming Ling just likes to joke around. Han Fei says she can tell by her voice that she wasn't joking and that she will respond according to the situation. At the Mu's mansion, Myo Miao runs to her father, crying that she is finally back. She introduces MS. Han and Mr. Shadow, explaining that they helped her a lot on her trip and that she was able to return safely because of them. Her father welcomes them as honored guests and tells the steward to clean up 2 rooms for them. He thinks to himself that now he knows what Myo Miao looks like. The steward is then instructed to prepare dinner to treat the guests nicely. During dinner, Shadow picks up food with his chopsticks and places it in Han Fei's bowl repeatedly. Myo Miao and her father watch this, concluding that MS. Han and Mr. Shadow must be deeply in love. Han Fei asks Shadow to stop, as her bowl is overflowing with a mountain of food. She clears her throat and explains that he is actually just her attendant, but Myo Miao and her father clearly don't believe her. A servant rushes in with bad news, announcing that many strangers are surrounding the mansion. Myo Miao's father wonders who would dare cause trouble at his house, while Myo Miao worries that Ling brought them. A voice from outside shouts that it's him, and an official-looking man, Sidhu, enters with guards. Myo Miao's father asks his old friend Sidhu what he is doing there. Shadow whispers to the blindfolded Han Fei not to worry, as he is there with her. Sidhu tells Myo Miao that he isn't there to accuse her of leaving home with his daughter for the contest, but points out that while she is back, Ling collapsed the moment she arrived home, and asks if she feels guilty. Mio Miao is shocked, stating that Ling was fine when they separated and that there must be a misunderstanding. Sidu angrily retorts that Ling collapsed the moment she got home and also said that the people who came back with Mio Miao hurt her. He declares he has brought his people specifically to catch the villains who hurt his daughter and demands to know where they are, pointing accusingly at Han Fei and Shadow and ordering his guards to arrest them. Mio Miao steps in front of them, pleading that there must be a misunderstanding and asking MS Han to explain. Shadow states coolly that it has nothing to do with them, and Han Fei adds that if she had wanted to kill Ling yesterday, her body would have been buried by now. Sidu furiously points his sword at them, declaring that it is them, but Han Fei tells him to shut up. She calmly states that she happens to know some medical skills and can help cure his daughter if he doesn't mind. Mio Miao vouches for her, saying MS Han is very knowledgeable and skilled in medicine and can be trusted. Sidu reluctantly agrees. At the Sidu's mansion, they stand by Ling's bedside. Sidu asks Han Fei how she can possibly cure his daughter when she can't even see. Han Fei smiles cheekily, asking if he has never seen a blind doctor before. Lying in bed, Ling feigns sleep, wondering why her father brought the vicious woman to her room instead of arresting them, and decides to pretend to be asleep to see what she plans to do. Han Fei takes Ling's pulse as Sidu anxiously asks how she is. Han Fei tells him that in her opinion, Miss Sidu is probably suffering from lipethemia, a simple faint, but what she fears most is something else. She suddenly pinches the skin between Ling's thumb and index finger. Ling lets out a pain scream, jumping up in bed and dropping her act entirely. Sidu is bewildered by what is happening, and Han Fei explains that this is what she feared most. If she screams madly like a rabid dog, she'll hurt herself and others. She instructs Mr. Sidu to hold her down now, as she is going to perform acupuncture. Ling struggles, calling Han Fei a crazy woman and telling her father to kill her, claiming Han Fei is the one who wants to harm her. Han Fei swiftly inserts a needle into her. Ling screams and then falls back unconscious, a trickle of blood coming from her mouth. A sweating and worried Mr. Sidu asks if his daughter is fine now. Han Fei, supported by Shadow, explains that she's fine now, but the consequences would have been horrible if the disease wasn't treated properly. She says that, fortunately, she used the silver needle to help calm her down. She advises that Ling needs good rest and will recover after waking up, adding that the acupuncture will keep her sleeping peacefully until they leave Jigyun town so she won't cause more trouble. Mr. Sidu thanks Dr. Han profusely for saving his daughter's life and apologizes for his reckless behavior. Han Fei tells him it doesn't matter, as it's a doctor's duty to save those in need. Grateful, Mr. Sidu informs them that the Mang family is holding a banquet tomorrow to recruit talented people, and the governor would be pleased if they attended. Han Fei thinks about the Mang family, remembering the blindfolded people from her memories. Shadow gently takes her hand, whispering that he will be her eyes. Han Fei puffs her cheeks out in an embarrassed blush. Out in a garden, she tells him it's not too late to say that when he tells her his true identity. She complains that he doesn't want to tell her his name, and yet still has the audacity to say he wants to be her eyes. Later at the Mang family's banquet hall, guests are drinking and talking amongst themselves. The current patriarch, Mang Yi, sits looking bored, thinking that he thought all the talented people in Jigyun town would be here, but they just seem like a bunch of no-good bums. He muses that if Jigyun town were ever conquered, these bums might even drink with the enemy. His eyes then land on a blindfolded woman entering the hall, and he scoffs that she must be there for a free dinner. As Han Fei and Shadow enter, Mang Yi calls out to the one with the blindfold to come over. He asks for her name, but as he observes them, he feels they look familiar. Mang Yi suddenly reaches for Han Fei, but Shadow intercepts his hand. Mang Yi tells him to let go, but Shadow grips his wrist, breaking it with a crack. Mang Yi pulls his hand back in pain. He glares at Han Fei, who is now standing, and says so she's blind. He tries to grab her again, but his hand is stopped, and he pulls back as Han Fei looks on in alarm, asking what the noise was. An arrow suddenly flies past them, embedding itself in a nearby pillar. Han Fei shouts for Shadow to let go of Mang Yi, warning him that there are hundreds of mechanisms wrapped around his body, and if he touches him again, they won't even know how they are killed. Mang Yi smirks, confirming that while he doesn't want to kill them, he can't guarantee what kind of mechanism they'll trigger if they don't let go. Shadow releases his hand, and Mang Yi warns him not to touch her. Mang Yi then remarks that Shadow's mask reminds him of someone. He mentions Prince Qin, now Emperor Qi, who always wears a similar mask, which causes Shadow to tense up. Han Fei wonders to herself if Shadow is also wearing a mask. Mang Yi clenches his fist, thinking it can't be Prince Qin. Han Fei steps in front of Shadow, stating that his name is Shadow and he is just her servant. Mang Yi asks who she is and how she knew about the hundreds of mechanisms on his body, as it's supposed to be a family secret. Han Fei just replies with a well, which seems to satisfy him and the onlookers. Mang Yi is then left bewildered, wondering why he just blurted out such an important piece of information again. A servant rushes in, shouting that there is bad news. Mang Yi tells him to calm down, and the servant reports an enemy attack. A horn sounds in the distance. Mang Yi rushes off, telling Han Fei and Shadow to stay put and not walk around. Alone, Han Fei touches her blindfold, thinking that although she can vaguely see shadows, she can't lead an army to fight. She turns to Shadow and asks if he still means what he said about being her shadow. He nods and answers yes. As they walk out, Mio Miao finds them, exclaiming that she's finally found them. She warns them of an enemy attack outside the city and pleads with them to come back with her, but Han Fei shakes her head. Han Fei asks if Mio Miao thinks she'll be safe hiding in her home if the gates are broken. She then asks Mio Miao if she knows where Jigyun Town's backup warehouse is. Mio Miao is confused, saying she's never heard of one, but Han Fei recalls from the goddess's memory that top-notch machines and weapons are kept in the Mang army's backup warehouse. She then changes the subject, asking if Mio Miao knows where the tomb of the last patriarch is. Mio Miao is shocked by the question, but reveals it's in the tomb area on the outskirts. The city walls are bombarded by cannon fire. Explosions rock the fortifications, causing them to crack. On the walls, Mang Yi receives urgent reports of attacks on the southwest, the back gates, and a crack in the city walls. His men panic, saying the walls can't hold, but he tells them to calm down. He thinks about how the enemy not only copied their machine cannon but even improved upon it, and wonders if they are really going to be defeated. A flashback shows a dark-haired woman on the battlefield, commenting on how she is better at arranging troops than Han Fei. Another woman asks if she regards this as her own effort, since they just have the drawings of the Jigwang town's mechanisms. The first woman confronts a man, the chief steward of the Mang family, asking if he's not afraid the family will find out he stole the drawings for them. He replies that as long as she's happy, he's willing to do anything for her. Another person comments that he looks like a walking corpse now, and the woman explains she used a small trick of mind control, as people are easy to manipulate if they have desires. The woman declares an end to the nonsense and orders them to take down Jigyun Town and finish the mission. The enemy launches a final attack, and the defenders are cut down. Mang Yi watches in despair, wondering if Jigyun Town is really going to be destroyed today. A voice asks if he is so quick to admit defeat. He turns to see Han Fei standing before him, telling him that Jigyun Town hasn't been destroyed yet, and that while he hasn't lost yet, if he falls, the town will surely be destroyed. Han Fei stands over the defeated Mang Yi on the castle ramparts, telling him to turn his disadvantage into an advantage to turn the tables. Bruised and weary, Mang Yi asks what she means. A sudden boom echoes across the battlefield, and he looks up in shock, startled by the noise. He sees a line of unfamiliar siege weapons, recognizing them as the legendary flying cannons and throwing dart mechanisms from ancient texts, long thought to have disappeared. Realizing all of these are lost ancient mechanisms, he asks Han Fei where she acquired them. She declares that this is the glory of the Mang army, reminding him that his Mang family was one of the 9 great armies under the goddess, famed for their mechanics. She implores him to understand that he hasn't lost, and that he must now win back the glory that rightfully belongs to him. Mang Yi mutters the words Mang army and glory, triggering a flashback to his dying father's words. He recalls his father urging him to never let the glory of their ancestors be clouded and prophesying that the goddess would appear when Jigyun Town was in peril, revealing that serving her was their family's sacred mission. Shaking off the memory he once dismissed as delirium, Mang Yi wipes a tear from his eye and clenches his fist, shouting with newfound resolve that he will not lose and that he will win this fight. Han Fei gives him an encouraging pat, pleased to see that he finally has the spirit of a Mang army descendant. Filled with purpose, Mang Yi orders the gates to be opened so they can fight. Outside the city walls, Han Yan smirks, remarking that they have finally decided to come out. Her companion looks up in surprise at the sight of the unfamiliar artillery, asking what the machines are. A volley of cannonballs streaks through the sky toward Han Yan's forces, crashing down in a series of fiery explosions that send soldiers screaming and flying through the air. A soldier cries for help amidst the devastating bombardment, as Mang Yi's army charges out from the open gates with a unified battle cry. Han Yan watches the tide of battle turn against her, whispering no in disbelief, before screaming Han Fei's name in a fit of rage. Later, on the quieted wall, Han Fei asks Shadow if he heard someone calling her name, but he replies that he did not. She jokes that it must have been someone complimenting her on her good looks, wondering aloud if she was hallucinating. At the Mang family residence, Mang Yi calls for MS, Han outside her room. Shadow blocks his path, stating he will inform him when she awakens. From within, Han Fei's voice invites them in, saying she is awake. She appears at the doorway, rubbing her eye and yawning sleepily in her nightclothes. The sight causes Mang Yi to blush furiously, earning him a sharp glare from a protective Shadow. Shadow then promptly slams the door in Mang Yi's face, causing him to cry out as it hits him. Inside, Han Fei asks what is happening, and Shadow points to her disheveled robe, telling her to organize her clothes. He gently adjusts her collar for her, their eyes meeting for a moment before he looks away and says it was nothing. Once Mang Yi is allowed inside, he explains that he came to thank her, admitting that Jiguan Town would have been lost without the ancient mechanism she provided. Han Fei looks apologetic, telling him not to thank her so quickly as she has done something wrong. She makes him promise not to pass out after hearing her confession, then reveals that she dug up his ancestral tomb. Mang Yi is rendered speechless, his face a mask of pure shock, and promptly faints, forcing Han Fei to try and shake him awake. After he recovers, supported by Shadow, a distraught Mang Yi asks why she would dig up his ancestral tomb and if he had somehow offended her. Han Fei sheepishly explains she was looking for the ancient mechanisms. When he asks why they were in the tomb, she deflects, telling him he should ask his father and musing that the old man must have forgotten about their heritage. She quickly reassures him that she restored the tomb completely, and a dejected Mang Yi thanks her on his father's behalf, looking as though he's been metaphorically struck by an arrow. Their conversation is interrupted by a woman with purple hair, Mu Mayo Miao, who rushes in calling for MS. Han. Crying, she begs Han Fei to check on her father, who she says has been poisoned. Han Fei is shocked and immediately agrees to go. As they hurry, Mayo Miao explains that her father returned from the battle seemingly fine, but began suffering from vomiting and diarrhea that morning, and now he is completely unresponsive. A sudden clatter and a disgusting, rotting smell fill the air. A monstrous black claw smashes through a nearby wooden wall. Shadow reacts instantly, pulling Han Fei to safety and shouting a warning. He kicks the creature that emerges from the hole, sending it flying back. The group sees only a dark silhouette as it retreats into the shadows. Mayo Miao stares in horror at the broken wall, whispering that the creature was her father. Shadow informs Han Fei that the man's wounds are rotting and filled with black pus. His bones are exposed, and he has lost his mind. Realizing Han Yan's scheme was more insidious than she thought, Han Fei instructs Mang Yi to issue an urgent decree. Anyone in Jiguan Town who is unconscious, delirious, or gives off a foul smell must be sent to a quarantine tent on the outskirts immediately, warning that the survival of the whole town depends on it. Hearing this, Mayo Miao collapses in despair. That night, a horse-drawn cart travels away from the city. Inside, Han Yan's companion notes her good mood despite losing the battle and asks if she did something else. Han Yan smiles malevolently, replying that she left a little gift for Han Fei that she is sure she will like. The next day, Han Fei, Shadow, and Mang Yi stand on a platform, looking down at the quarantined townspeople below. Mang Yi is horrified by their state, wondering how his people could have become like this. He asks what kind of person would create such a vicious poison, and Han Fei identifies it as the style of the vast poison valley. When Mang Yi asks if it can be cured, Han Fei admits she has no way, as the valley's secrets are closely guarded, and only its members would know the antidote. Just as she mentions the valley has long since disappeared, Mayo Miao, who is with them, exclaims that she knows where to find them, at the pharmacist contest in Meng State. Mayo Miao desperately pleads with Han Fei, saying she cannot do it alone and begging her to come with her to Meng State. As she reaches for Han Fei, Shadow calmly blocks her hand. Han Fei agrees to the journey, helping Mayo Miao to her feet and revealing she had planned to go there anyway. She gives Mang Yi a prescription for the quarantined patients, explaining it will keep them alive until she can return with a proper antidote. At the city gate, a reluctant Mang Yi asks if he can accompany them. Han Fei playfully reminds him of his duty as the patriarch and leader of the Mang army, telling him that Jiguan Town needs him. Blushing, he accepts his responsibility and vows to safeguard the town in her absence. As their party rides away, Shadow asks Han Fei why she fooled Mang Yi like a child, to which she replies that he was the one acting childish by wanting to come along. Behind them, Mang Yi waves a tearful goodbye, begging her to return as soon as possible. They arrive on a bustling street in Meng State, decorated with colorful banners. Mayo Miao blushes at the revealing clothing worn by the local women, remarking on the open dressing style. Han Fei, now wearing a blindfold, explains that Meng State is a melting pot of cultures, so they shouldn't be surprised, and she wistfully adds that it's a pity she can't see the beautiful women she's heard about. Mayo Miao spots a large banner indicating the registration place for the pharmacist contest. Onlookers discuss the event, noting that the Emperor of Meng State will attend the opening ceremony, though many are more excited about the chance to become a disciple of the legendary Master Tang Muge, a prize reserved for the first-place winner. Han Fei approaches the registration desk and announces her intent to participate. The man in charge dismisses her, stating that it is a serious contest and unrelated people shouldn't mess around. Han Fei calmly counters that the rules do not prohibit blind people from participating. The man scoffs, saying that's only because no blind person has ever dared to join. As he speaks, his hand is slammed onto the desk. Mayo Miao furiously confronts the man, reminding him that the rules permit any pharmacist to join, and he has no right to exclude Han Fei. A steward named Zheng intervenes, asking about the commotion. When the registration official explains that a blind girl wants to enter, Steward Zheng rebukes him for his poor judgment and apologizes to the women, confirming that the contest is open to all pharmacists. He gives them their contestant tokens. After they leave, the official asks why the steward was so polite, and Zheng smacks him, pointing out the intimidating masked man accompanying them was likely a powerful master they couldn't afford to provoke, adding that if the blind girl wants to court death, they should let her. That night in her in-room, Han Fei tosses and turns in her sleep, murmuring the name Peaky and pleading for someone not to go. Shadow stands over her, attempting to wake her from her nightmare. As he reaches for her shoulder, she instinctively slaps his hand away. She sits bolt upright with a terrified gasp. Shadow reassures her that it was just a bad dream and everything is all right, pulling her into a comforting embrace. The door bursts open and Mayo Miao appears, explaining she heard a noise from the next room. Seeing the two of them in an intimate-looking position, she hastily slams the door shut, apologizing for the interruption. Han Fei asks if it was truly just a dream, and Shadow leans in close, sniffing the air around her and noting a different smell. She calls him a dog, asking what smell he's talking about, but he specifies that the scent is coming from her contestant token. Han Fei sniffs the token and identifies the odor of CX herb, a substance known to confuse the mind and induce nightmares with prolonged exposure. Shadow immediately takes the token and snaps it in half. Han Fei tells him not to worry, surmising that the token is a hidden test to weed out less knowledgeable pharmacists, and suggests they get some mint to counteract the herb's effects. As Shadow turns to leave, she asks if there's anything else he wants to say. He hesitates, then turns back and asks who Peaky is, telling her she was shouting the name in her sleep. Han Fei becomes flustered, insisting he misheard her. When he presses the issue, she defensively asks what it has to do with him and who gave him the right to question her. Defeated, Shadow bids her good night and leaves the room. Outside her door, he reflects that she is right in his current identity. He has no right to ask such questions, but the thought still causes him a pang of heartache. At the opening ceremony the next day, Mayo Miao notices Han Fei seems listless and asks if she is all right. Han Fei claims she just didn't sleep well. Mayo Miao's expression suggests she's thinking something mischievous, prompting Han Fei to tell her to stop her nasty thoughts. Shadow then leans close to Han Fei and quietly asks what she would do if he told her his real identity. She asks him what he means. He clarifies his offer. If he tells her everything about himself, would she confess everything about herself to him in return? Before she can respond, a loud proclamation announces the arrival of the Emperor. Emperor Kai addresses the crowd of assembled pharmacists. The sound of his voice triggers a painful memory for Han Fei, and she clutches her head. She recalls being berated by that same voice, accused of betrayal after being created by him, and reminded that she was turned from an ordinary person into a goddess and must pay the price for her status. She realizes with dread that the Emperor is Ihua. Shadow steadies her, concerned by her state, but she insists she's fine. She thinks to herself that the goddess's memories are affecting her, causing her body to react with subconscious fear. She refuses Shadow's suggestion to rest, determined to stay for the announcement of the first round's rules. An official unrolls a large scroll, revealing the first test is planting. The crowd immediately objects, complaining that pharmacists save lives with herbs. They don't have time to learn how to grow them. Mayo Miao turns to Han Fei, asking what they should do. The official specifies that the test lasts only 3 days, with points awarded based on the advancement of the herbs grown. This causes another uproar, with contestants declaring it's impossible to grow anything valuable in such a short time. While others panic, Han Fei remains calm, believing that every test must have a solution. Back at the inn, Mio Miao bursts in, proudly announcing she bought all the herbs Han Fei requested from the eastern part of the city. Shadow follows with a similar haul from the west. Mio Miao asks what they plan to do with so much YN herb. Han Fei tells her to stop asking questions and start boiling it into a decoction. They plant seeds in a pot and water them with the freshly made decoction. Han Fei confidently covers the pot and declares that the seeds will sprout by tomorrow. Awestruck, Mio Miao praises Han Fei, but then asks about the surplus herbs. Han Fei claps her hands mischievously, noting that many other contestants are staying at the same inn, and instructs her companions to quietly spread their newly discovered method around. In the inn's common area, contestants lament the impossible nature of the first challenge. A hooded shadow clears his throat to get their attention. A nervous Mio Miao, playing her part, claims to know how to pass the test, much to the shock of the other pharmacists. She reluctantly reveals the secret. Extracting juice from cooked YN herb and pouring it on the soil will accelerate plant growth. Immediately after saying it, she covers her mouth as if she let a huge secret slip. The entire room of contestants stampedes out the door, shouting that they need to buy YN herb. Later in her room, Han Fei muses that since they've bought up all the YN herb in the city, they're positioned to make a huge fortune the next day. A cloaked assassin silently enters her room, addressing her as Shadows. The assassin throws a volley of darts at her. Han Fei's eyes widen, but she remains calm as the darts narrowly miss her, embedding themselves in the door behind her. She demands to know who the attacker is, simultaneously throwing a set of her own needles in retaliation. The assassin dodges with ease and leaps out of the room, landing softly on the floor below. Shadow, disguised in a hood, witnesses the landing and realizes something is wrong. He rushes up the stairs, calling out Han Fei's name. He finds her collapsed on the floor of her room. He rushes to her side, asking what happened. She weakly explains that the sneaky man tricked her and drugged her. When he asks what kind of drug, she grabs his robes, her face flushed, and breathlessly says she wants, before pulling him down towards her. Just then, Mio Miao calls from outside, asking if everything is all right after hearing a loud sound. She peeks through the door and sees Han Fei on top of a flustered shadow, their clothes in disarray. Horrified and blushing, Mio Miao quickly shuts the door, apologizing for the interruption. She leans against the wall, muttering to herself that MS. Han is indeed a bold and unconditional woman. Inside, Han Fei finishes her sentence, clarifying that she wants water. Understanding. Shadow tells her to hold on and lifts her into his arms. He leaps from the window and carries her to a nearby moonlit pond, dropping her into the cool water. Standing at the water's edge, he averts his gaze, telling her that he's there for her if she needs anything. After a moment of silence, he calls her name but gets no reply. He turns back to the pond, a sense of dread washing over him, and shouts her name with alarm. A great splash erupts under the starry night sky as someone falls into the water. Underwater, Qin Chi sinks with a determined expression, his long silver hair flowing around him. He is followed by a blindfolded and unconscious Han Fei, who is also sinking into the deep blue water. Qin Chi reaches out, grabbing her hand and calling out her nickname, Chubby, as he thinks to himself that he needs to give her mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. He pulls her close, holds her face gently, and presses his lips to hers in an underwater kiss. After a moment, he makes a soft sound of satisfaction. They burst out of the water with a loud splash, Qin Chi holding Han Fei securely in his arms. She shoves him away, demanding to know what the hell he wants to do and telling him not to come any closer. She gasps for air and falls back into the water with a splat, looking flustered. Qin Chi assures her he won't do anything and offers to take her to a doctor. He then reveals that he knows she is Han Fei and knows everything about her, just as she knows his name, and he reaches to remove her blindfold. With the blindfold off, her green eyes open, and he smiles confidently. Han Fei touches his face, admitting she had guessed his identity back in Jiguan Town and thought he would never tell her, prompting him to apologize. When she asks why he is sorry, he confesses to having a despicable thought. He admits that he had hoped she would remain blind forever so that she would have to depend solely on him. A flashback shows him watching a blindfolded Han Fei crying, and he realizes it was in that moment he understood he loved the incomparable Han Fei. Returning to the present, he leans in and kisses her passionately. He murmurs her name and tells her that he wants her, before leaning in to kiss her neck as she turns her head to the side. Under a full moon, he thinks to himself that she is finally his, and a shot of discarded clothing by the water's edge implies they have spent the night together. The next day, a crowd of angry people bang on a door, demanding that the person inside open up and give them the YN herbs they bought. Inside, a purple-haired woman panics, realizing that Mr. Shadow and MS. and have not yet returned. Just then the door opens and Qin Chi strides in, carrying a sleeping Han Fei in his arms, much to the purple-haired woman's surprise. She exclaims that they are finally back and asks where they were last night. Qin Chi and Han Fei both look flustered, avoiding the question with awkward coughs and mumbles. The purple-haired woman blushes with understanding, and Han Fei asks what she knows. The woman explains that all the other candidates know they bought the YN herbs and are protesting outside, asking for a solution. Han Fei confidently declares that their solution is to make a lot of money, gesturing to large stacks of packaged herbs. The purple-haired woman looks utterly confused by this response. Outside, a long line has formed, and a voice instructs the crowd not to squeeze and to wait patiently. The purple-haired woman stands at the door, announcing that the price for the herbs is 10 times the market price, and each person is limited to 1 bag. Qin Chi stands beside Han Fei, confirming that each person gets only 1 bag as a customer pays with a pile of gold ingots. Han Fei hands over a small package and then pauses as she looks at the next customer, noticing a black drug tattoo on his face and realizing he is from the vast Poison Valley. She tells the man she cannot sell the herbs to him, but adds with a smirk that he can offer something else in exchange for it. Later, inside their hotel room, the purple-haired woman holds a bottle of medicine obtained from the man and asks if it will truly save her father and the town, worried that the vast Poison Valley might have lied. Han Fei reassures her that the valley has no conflict of interest with Jigyuan Town and wouldn't lie about the medicine, explaining that while the poison originated from the valley, they weren't the ones who poisoned the people, blaming the act on a very disgusting culprit. The purple-haired woman suggests they return to Jigyuan Town, but Han Fei refuses, stating that Shadow will deliver the medicine while they stay for the pharmacist contest. Qin Chi stubbornly declares he won't go either, admitting he would worry if he left her alone. The purple-haired woman looks on, flustered by their open display of affection. The next day at the contest checkpoint, judges are failing contestants one by one for issues like using old plants or killing them during transplant. The crowd murmurs that while many have been eliminated, everyone who bought the YN herbs from Han Fei's group has passed. The purple-haired woman asks Han Fei how she persuaded Mr. Shadow to go to Jigyuan Town alone. Blushing, Han Fei vaguely replies that she gave him some solid reasons, remembering the intimate moments they shared the night before. The purple-haired woman says she understands, her eyes drawn to a mark on Han Fei's neck. Han Fei quickly covers her neck, claiming it's just a mosquito bite from the hotel. They present their herbs to the judge, who inspects them carefully and declares them not bad at all, noting they must have been planted not long ago and are the best he has seen. The judge praises Han Fei's talent, telling her she has passed the test. Han Fei humbly replies that she is just a doctor. The judge then points out another young woman who passed, Han Yan, explaining that while her plant wasn't the best, she had a clever idea. Han Fei is shocked to see Han Yan there, wondering when she started studying medicine and suspecting she might be the goddess chosen by the system. As Han Fei ponders this, the purple-haired woman asks if she is okay. Han Fei looks up to see that Han Yan has vanished from the crowd. An official then gathers the successful candidates, congratulating them but warning that the second round will be much harder. They must enter a forest to find herbs and create a wound-healing medicine. Han Fei muses that making the medicine isn't difficult, but the purple-haired woman points out that the real challenge will be the dangerous journey through the forest. Han Fei agrees, speculating about poisonous fog and fierce beasts guarding the precious herbs in the dark, damp woods. The official stresses that anyone caught bringing their own herbs into the forest will be disqualified. Inside the foggy forest, the purple-haired woman coughs, and Han Fei gives her a handkerchief, explaining it's soaked in the juice of BX herbs to counter the miasma. The purple-haired woman is once again impressed by her wisdom. Suddenly, Han Fei stops, hearing a sound, and calls out for whoever is hiding to show themselves. She then throws a rock at a nearby tree, and a chubby young man tumbles to the ground with a thud. He complains about being hit, and the purple-haired woman asks in amazement how he was hiding in the tree. Intrigued, Han Fei pokes his jiggly belly, exclaiming in delight before apologizing for her lack of restraint. She then asks why he was following them. The young man introduces himself as Liu Sanpao, also known as Chubby, and explains he wanted to join their well-prepared team for the contest. Han Fei apologizes for suspecting him of being a robber and welcomes him to the team, patting his back and assuring him that she knows the forest best. Soon after, Han Fei senses someone approaching and orders her group to hide. They watch another group of contestants, led by a man named Zheng Kan, walk by, arguing amongst themselves about finding the water source to get ahead in the competition. After they pass, Liu Sanpao identifies the leader as the incompetent nephew of the contest's steward, accompanied by his gang and some fighters. Han Fei realizes their plan. Since there is only one stream in the forest, they intend to poison the water source to eliminate the other contestants. The purple-haired woman is horrified, and Han Fei pats her shoulder, telling her they have to go. With a determined look, Han Fei declares they must stop those bastards from ruining the contest. That night, they find Zhang Ken's group camped by a fire. Liu Sanpao reports that the water source is nearby and still safe. Han Fei smirks and whispers her plan to the others. Meanwhile, one of Zhang Ken's men nervously questions their plan, but Zhang Ken dismisses his fears, smashing a pot in anger. Their argument is interrupted by a cry for help. The purple-haired woman runs out of the woods, claiming there is a tiger. As Zhang Ken sends his men to investigate, she thanks him for saving her and offers him a drink, secretly dropping a powder into his cup. Just as he's about to drink, one of his men shouts that something is wrong with the wine. The woman tries to flee but is caught, and as Zhang Ken demands an explanation, his men suddenly collapse. He grabs the woman as a hostage, demanding that the hidden attacker show themselves. A dagger appears at his throat, held by Han Fei, who tells him to let the woman go. He threatens the hostage, but Han Fei challenges him to see who is faster. She gives the purple-haired woman a signal to get ready. A foul-smelling powder fills the air, and Zhang Ken collapses. Liu Sanpao emerges, and Han Fei praises his poison-making skills. He confirms the fighters are also unconscious in the forest, and Han Fei declares with a greedy smile that it's time to charge for their services in getting rid of the evil. The next day, the onlookers are surprised to see 3 contestants emerge from the forest, 2 of whom are women. Han Fei waves cheerfully at the contest official, Steward Zheng, who is horrified to see her instead of his nephew. Fearing the worst, the steward runs into the forest to check on Zhang Can, only to find him and his men stripped to their underwear and tied to trees. Zhang Can cries out that the woman took all the money and supplies his uncle had prepared for him, leaving Steward Zhang to fume and vow revenge. Back at her room, the purple-haired woman informs Han Fei that the list of the top 20 candidates is out, but Han Fei is preoccupied, worried about Qin Chi, who has not returned from his mission. She learns from her friend that a war has broken out between Yunju and Hanling states and realizes this must be what is delaying him. Liu Sanpao arrives to announce that the final round is beginning, and the top 20 candidates must assemble. Determined to finish quickly and go to Hanling State, Han Fei and her friends head out. They are taken to the desolate Huangquan village, which a contestant derisively calls a dumpster. Steward Zheng explains this is the location for their third and final challenge. He reveals the village is cursed with an incurable infectious disease that limits the lifespan of its inhabitants, hence its name, which means hell. The challenge is to survive in the village for 7 days. One contestant erupts in anger, revealing that outsiders die within 7 days and declares he is quitting. Many others agree, unwilling to risk their lives. Steward Zheng allows them to leave, and surprisingly, Han Fei raises her hand. When asked if she is quitting, she clarifies she just wants to know if he's done talking so she can enter the village. The steward then adds a final incentive. Anyone who can cure the disease will instantly win the entire contest. Inspired by her bravery and the potential reward, a few other contestants decide to stay as well. The first man who quit scoffs at them for being crazy and foolishly seeking fame at the cost of their lives. Han Fei simply turns and states that it is a doctor's duty to save lives. She gives a passionate speech about the legendary Dr. Shenan, asking if they think he acted only for fame, inspiring the remaining hesitant contestants to join her. Steward Zheng dismisses the quitters, sending them away in wagons. On the road, the wagons are ambushed and all the quitters are killed. Steward Zheng stands over the bodies, remarking that cowards have no place in the contest, as Han Yan appears beside him. He reports to her that the deed is done, and the contestants who entered the village will surely die from the disease. Han Yan asks how he can be so certain, and he reveals a dark secret. Huangquan village is a testing ground for drugs, and all its inhabitants are nothing more than experimental subjects. Han Fei and her group arrive at a cursed village, where they are met with hostility from the wary locals. A young girl named Meng approaches cautiously, but her brother Ming warns her away, throwing a stone at Han Fei and calling them all liars. Chubby gets angry at the boy's rudeness, but Han Fei holds him back as the villagers, armed with farming tools, surround them. The other doctors in her party are furious at the villagers' ingratitude, but Han Fei calmly observes their lean, tough builds, finding it odd for people suffering a long illness. The village chief steps forward, telling them they aren't wanted. Han Fei stops him and performs a military salute, reciting the pledge of the Q Long Army. The chief is stunned, asking how she could know their sacred pledge. Inside the chief's house, he kneels before her, addressing her as goddess and revealing himself as the general of the Q Long army. Han Fei confirms that the villagers are all descendants of this army and shocks the chief by telling him they have all been poisoned, likely as part of someone's cruel experiment. She asks to see the lone survivor of the first family to fall ill. The chief leads them to a house, and Han Fei promises to find the cause of the disease and save them all. The chief knocks on the door, calling for Ming, who cracks it open only to slam it shut again, telling them to get lost. Chief explains that Ming's distrust of doctors stems from his mother's death, who died not from the curse but from the radical treatments of previous incompetent doctors. Han Fei calls out to Ming, acknowledging his pain but distinguishing her group from the men who killed his mother. He screams at her to leave, blaming all doctors for his mother's death. Han Fei retorts that without a doctor, his own cursed lifespan is only 30 years, and that resentment won't change that. Enraged, Ming bursts out and grabs her wrist. She easily overpowers him, shoving him to the ground and telling him that she is now the only hope for him and his village to survive. Broken, Ming asks if she can really help. Han Fei states he has no other choice, and her companions applaud her impressive display. Ming agrees to cooperate and tells her the first victim was his grandfather's younger brother, who fell ill after visiting a specific tomb. At the strange, misplaced tomb, Chubby points out several oddities about its placement, suggesting it has been tampered with. He recommends they exhume the coffin. While the chief gathers men, Chubby privately warns Han Fei that a powerful master named Elder Yan from vast Poison Valley is likely behind this. Han Fei becomes suspicious of how much Chubby knows, sensing he is hiding something. The men begin to dig, unearthing a black coffin covered in sizzling protective runes. As Han Fei leans in to inspect it, she loses her footing and falls into the pit. She feels a strange calling from within the coffin as a rhythmic banging starts. She tries to open it, but Chubby stops her, warning of the danger. Agreeing to be cautious, they have the coffin moved. Her companion then alerts her to a discovery. Strange, poisonous herbs growing nearby with children's rattles buried beneath them. Chubby identifies the plant as a rare component for making poison. Elsewhere, in a dark cave, a sinister man with a giant scorpion senses that his deadly poison array has been disturbed. Han Fei gathers the other doctors and reveals her findings, explaining that the deliberately planted herbs form a poison array around the village, maximizing their toxicity and trapping everyone inside. The doctors panic, but Han Fei gives them a sliver of hope, telling them that antidotes often grow near their poison sources and tasks them with searching for curative herbs. The doctors leave, newly motivated. Han Fei then admits to her companions she was lying to keep their morale up, but also to use them as extra manpower, as she believes the real mystery lies in the coffin. That night, she sneaks back to the coffin, but as she prepares to open it, a hand stops her. It's Qin Chi. He embraces her, explaining that the coffin contains highly toxic substances. He gives her a letter revealing that the village disease is now a continent-wide pandemic, with this village being the only case not on a state border, confirming it's an artificial plague. Han Fei rushes off to find Chubby, believing he knows more about the vast Poison Valley's involvement. Qin Chi remains with the coffin, placing a hand on it and apologizing to whatever is inside, telling it he can't let it out yet. A faint crying sound is heard from within. Han Fei confronts Chubby, who, overwhelmed with guilt, confesses he is from the vast Poison Valley. His father was the previous senior elder, murdered by the current one, which led to his mother's suicide and his own flight from the valley. Expecting punishment, he is shocked when Han Fei simply pinches his cheeks and tells him his past doesn't matter. To her, he is Liu Sanpao, a trusted friend. Han Fei then gathers the doctors and gives them a new plan. Since there's no single cause, they must observe patients closely for 3 days to find subtle differences in their symptoms, which could be the key to the antidote. The doctors get to work with renewed purpose, and even Ming and Meng find a bit of hope in their dedication. On the 3rd day, an exhausted Han Fei is asleep at her desk when Qin Chi arrives to make her rest. She refuses, and he gives her an ultimatum: sleep on her own or he'll carry her to bed. Flustered, she tries to stand but trips, falling into his arms. He lays her on the bed, but as she leans over him, she notices a piece of his mask has chipped off and holds it up. A look of sudden realization on her face as she exclaims she's got it. Han Fei stands before the physicians, holding up her notes and declaring that there is more than one poison affecting the villagers. She explains this is why they couldn't find a solution or decide the real cause of the disease, as the villagers were poisoned by multiple toxins at once. She hands over her highlighted findings, telling them to review the details carefully and separately to see what they find. The physicians begin to read, one noting the symptoms of being eager for cold, drinking lots of water, and uncontrollable urination pointed to bird venom grass poisoning. Another adds that the inability to sleep, frequent dreams, fatigue, and black spots in the whites of the eyes were symptoms of incubus disorder. Han Fei clenches her fist, affirming that they have to cope with over 100 toxins found in the villagers' bodies if they want to save them. The others are impressed, with one woman remarking how great it is that MS Han figured out the complicated cause so quickly, understanding now why they couldn't solve it themselves. She then notices Mr. Shadow seems unhappy and wonders why. From his perspective, an internal thought urges him to arouse interest and leave immediately. Han Fei, undeterred, continues her work, writing on a clipboard and then sorting through a box of green herbs with one of the physicians before placing them into a clay pot to brew. Outside, near a large stone marker for Huanquin village, a horse and cart have arrived. A man approaches Han Fei, addressing her as Your Highness and explaining that after receiving her letter, he set out with the Quezhang army to bring the medicinal materials she requested. He trails off, adding that someone else also tagged along. A beautiful woman with dark hair appears from behind him, calling out to MS. Han Fei is startled, asking MS what she is doing there. She explains that the villagers are all diagnosed with strange diseases, and it is not an ideal place for healthy people to visit, which is why she asked the Quezhang army to handle the delivery. MS explains that Kui Nan told her about the urgent need for many medicinal materials, and since his men didn't know how to properly care for them, she decided to come in person to ensure the precious herbs didn't lose their effects. Moved, Han Fei cries out MS Hao's name and throws her arms around her in a tight hug. MS Hao comforts her, saying it's fine and things will get better. Later, Han Fei and her team of physicians stand behind a long table lined with dozens of white ceramic bottles containing the antidote they've created. She announces to a crowd of villagers that they have invented the right antidote, but warns that risks still exist and asks who would like to be the first to try the medicine. An elderly, white-haired man steps forward, volunteering to do it. He tells Han Fei that he sees how hard she works for them and that he trusts her, stating that he's not getting any younger and will take the risk for everyone. With a nervous expression, Han Fei agrees to get started. The old man takes a bottle and begins to drink its contents. The surrounding crowd watches with nervous expressions. After he finishes, the bottle drops from his hand. A woman with purple hair rushes to his side to check his pulse. Her face lights up as she announces that his pulses have recovered. She turns to Han Fei with a bright smile, exclaiming that they made it. Relieved, Han Fei holds a crumpled paper to her chest as the physicians and villagers celebrate, cheering that they can survive and that all their hard work has paid off. The team begins distributing the antidote, telling everyone there is no need to rush as everyone will get a portion. A villager thanks them. Quietly, Mr. Shadow approaches Han Fei from behind, telling her she did it. She turns, blushing slightly, and confirms that she did. He places a hand on her shoulder, telling her she has done a great job. Han Fei smiles, replying that as long as people can be cured, all the hard work is worthwhile. Mr. Shadow smiles softly behind his mask, then pulls her into a hug, whispering that while this problem has been solved, she has forgotten something. He lays her down on the grass, her face blushing as he leans over her. He gently reaches for her face before kissing her deeply amidst a background of floating pink petals. Suddenly, Han Fei pushes him away with a sharp cry. A woman runs towards them, shouting in distress. Han Fei asks what's wrong. The woman explains that a man who drank the antidote had been fine, but then suddenly collapsed after saying he couldn't see things clearly. Mr. Shadow looks on with an irritated expression as Han Fei runs away from him. She kneels beside the collapsed man, gasping in shock. She quickly examines him, using acupuncture needles on his head while checking his eyes. An onlooker asks how this could happen, wondering if the poisons haven't been removed yet. Han Fei demands to know who was in charge of this patient and what poisons he had, ordering more antidotes to be brought over. She stands up, her expression grim, and declares that the poisons have been removed, but this is a new poison. Just then, other villagers begin to cry out in pain and collapse. Han Fei orders everyone to bring all the poisoned people over. She stands up, using her needle technique to temporarily ease their pain, realizing this poison is different from the previous ones and must have been administered just now. She concludes that the person who poisoned them is still here. As she raises her head, one of her companions asks if she means. A clapping sound echoes as a man with a long mustache appears from behind a tree, calling her awesome. He praises her speed of diagnosis and the level of her needle technique, saying she is far better than some of his disciples. One of Han Fei's companions angrily tells the old man to stop showing off and demands to know who he is and what his purpose is. The man's eyes glow red, and the companion suddenly clutches his chest and falls to the ground in agony. Han Fei watches, thinking how cruel the man is. He addresses her, stating that no one has asked who he is for many years and offers her a deal. He tells her she is very talented and it's a pity to waste that talent on detoxification, offering to make her his disciple and teach her the world's best poison technique himself. Han Fei flatly refuses. The man asks why, and she replies that in her opinion, his so-called best poison technique isn't a big deal. He's just more experienced from having lived longer. With a determined look, she declares that she will surpass him in the near future, so he is not qualified to be her master at all. The purple-haired woman exclaims what an arrogant attitude MS. Han has, saying she's impressed, while another companion whispers in fear that the man is the infamous Elder Yan. Elder Yan laughs, saying that as expected she is young and arrogant. He then proposes a bet, wagering on whether she can remove the poisons. He kicks the companion he just poisoned, stating that if she can't, she must kneel down, kowtow to him, worship him as her teacher, and allow him to use her body to test poisons. Mr. Shadow quickly moves in front of Han Fei protectively. Han Fei steps forward and accepts the bet with a counteroffer. If she succeeds, he must obey and serve her for 3 years. The man finds this interesting and agrees, wanting to see how she can do it. With the deal made, Han Fei turns away. Elder Yan declares that he will only give her 3 days, and if she can't do it by then, he wins. He holds up 3 fingers before leaving. One of Han Fei's companions frets, asking how she can do it in 3 days and calling him a bully. The purple-haired woman asks if she isn't afraid, admitting she was almost scared to death when he stared at her. Han Fei says no, but then says yes before collapsing backward into Mr. Shadow's arms. He catches her, wondering if she really passed out as she lies unconscious in his embrace. The newly poisoned people are carried away and settled indoors. Later, Han Fei is seen sitting on a bed as her companions report that the new herbs are ready and she may check them when she feels better. One of them nervously asks if their boss really knows how to cure the poison left by Elder Yan, having heard it's his masterpiece. Han Fei confidently replies that of course she does, or she wouldn't have made the bet. The companion still looks worried. Mr. Shadow tells everyone to leave her alone as she needs some rest. Once they are gone, he sits on the bed, telling Han Fei that she's pushing herself. He asks why she agreed to the bet when she obviously doesn't have a clue. She leans towards him with a playful smile, touching his chin and replying that it's because she is the goddess, and a goddess will surely work miracles. He looks at her silently, and she holds his hands, apologizing for making him worry. She explains that if Huanquan village hopes were shattered again, the people might become desperate and never be able to recover, and she can't leave them behind. He softly tells her that he will not allow anything bad to happen to her, promising that even if she can't cure the poison in the end, he will take her away. He pulls her close and they share a tender kiss against a backdrop of roses. That night, under a starry sky, a ringing sound echoes through the bare trees. Han Fei is drawn outside by the noise, realizing the sounds of the bell are coming from the place where the coffin was buried. She recalls her companion's words that he saw the masked man throw a rattle inside the coffin stealthily, and Qin Chi's own warning that opening it would cause a disaster. Believing Qin Chi hid something from her, she resolves to find out what is inside the coffin. She arrives at the burial site and begins digging with a shovel, eventually uncovering the large black coffin and wondering if its contents were left by Qin Chi. She lifts the lid, trying to peer inside. As she opens it, a cloud of mist bursts out, making her cough and cover her mouth. She senses that the mist is poisonous. Suddenly, a small boy with white hair and dark skin emerges from the coffin, staring at her intently as a wave of shock washes over her. Qin Chi appears behind her and she asks him what this is. He claims he doesn't know, which annoys her. She asks if he's kidding and says fine, if he doesn't know him, she'll just take him back to the village. She picks up the boy and turns to leave, ignoring Qin Chi as he shouts her name in protest. Later that night, the boy splashes happily in a wooden tub full of bathwater. Han Fei smiles, telling him he actually looks cute now that he's cleaned up. As she wipes his face, she sees a vision of a young Qin Chi, realizing how similar the boy looks to him when he was little. Her expression hardens as she realizes Qin Chi knew the boy's origin but lied to her. Annoyed, she pinches the boy's cheek harder than intended. The boy yelps and bites her finger in retaliation. She screams in pain, and outside the room, Qin Chi hears her cry, sensing that something bad has happened. He bursts through the door, shouting her name, finding her clutching her hand. The boy peeks over the edge of the tub. Han Fei shows Qin Chi her bitten finger, where black blood is now seeping from the wound, explaining that the little guy has poison all over his body. Qin Chi admonishes her, asking why she didn't listen when he told her to stay away from him. He grabs her hand to tend to the wound while she angrily tells him to loosen his hand and go away. She sits down, bandaging her own finger while thinking that he is dead. Qin Chi looks at her, stating that Han Fei is a dead person now. She has a flashback of a pink-haired noblewoman crying hysterically, insisting her son is not dead and telling a silver-haired man to go away from her. The woman cries that he's still alive. Back in the present, Han Fei asks Qin Chi what that was about. He apologizes, saying he couldn't tell her the truth now, explaining that he seems to be different after he came back. Han Fei accepts his apology, saying that everyone has their own secrets and he'll tell her when he wants to. She decides she can't put the little boy back in a casket, as she knows he could be dangerous, but perhaps he is the cure to the villagers' disease. The next day, she presents the cloaked boy to her group. Her chubby companion gasps, asking in shock if she made a baby overnight. Qin Chi smacks him, telling him to stop talking nonsense, but the companion persists, noting that the boy looks quite similar to someone. Han Fei interrupts with a cough, claiming she found the child in the mountain last night. She quickly changes the subject, saying the point is that he could be the cure to the Huanquan villagers' disease. Qin Chi puts the boy down and the others look on in surprise, one woman noting that his skin is quite different. Han Fei explains that he was poisoned, which is why his skin looks like that, but it will return to normal when he recovers. MS. Hao asks if he has a name. The purple-haired woman suggests Jun for handsome. The chubby companion argues for Doggy, claiming a worse name means a healthier life. The woman who came with Kui Nan suggests Hulk to sound great. MS. Hao asks for Han Fei and Qin Chi's opinion, since they found him. Another woman wishes him a peaceful and safe life, wanting to name him Ansheng. Han Fei interrupts, suggesting they just call him Hai since it's easy to memorize. Qin Chi agrees immediately. The boy Hai makes a muffled sound, and Qin Chi quickly covers his mouth with his hand, telling a confused Han Fei that he was just excited about the name. With an exasperated look, Qin Chi tells Han Fei she can have whatever she wants, while she happily declares that it's decided his name is Hai. The purple-haired woman then asks MS, and what she meant by saying Hai could be the cure. Han Fei explains that last night when she found him, he was covered in highly toxic poison, but he was immune to it. This led her to think that instead of using medicine, they should try pushing the toxins out with an even worse poison. She turns to Hai and asks if he would do her a favor and give her a little something from him to save lives. He nods in agreement. With a flash of movement, Hai snatches the dagger from Han Fei's belt. She gasps, remarking on his speed. Before she can react, Hai sits down and slits his own wrist, letting his blood drip into a waiting bowl. Han Fei realizes his blood is the poison and therefore the cure. Then what is the cure, she wonders. Hai then stands on the table, blushing as he urinates into a second bowl, much to the confused shock of Han Fei and Qin Chi. As he finishes, Han Fei covers her face in embarrassment, deciding that perhaps they shouldn't tell the villagers where their cure comes from. Soon after, a new medicine is brought to the afflicted villagers lying on the floor. Han Fei kneels and offers a bowl to a sick man. His companions ask if this can truly work. The man drinks the contents of the bowl, but then his eyes widen in shock. The bowl falls and shatters, and he collapses, groaning in pain. A physician cries out, asking what's wrong. Another yells to check on him, but Han Fei calmly tells them not to approach. She tells them it will be fine and to trust her, explaining that they just need to give it a minute, as Hai's poison is eating up the other toxins in the patient's body. Inside the patient, a large black poison creature is shown being attacked and consumed by a smaller, red, spiky poison as the man sweats and clutches his chest in agony. A man is helped up from the floor as Han Fei brings a bowl of medicine to his lips, urging him to swallow it. She looks on intently, hoping the drug will be helpful while others hold their breath in anticipation. A moment later, a declaration appears that the patient has been cured. Han Fei looks relieved while her companions celebrate the success. One of them suggests to Your Highness, Han Fei, that they should have a celebration party, but she questions the idea of celebrating. She sternly reminds the man that a serious pandemic is underway and countless people have died. She explains that they've finally traced the poison's origin and figured out the toxins involved. Marching forward with resolve, she states that Mr. Yan was not the one who spread the disease, and she suspects another, hidden power is at work. The man beside her worriedly asks if she means someone else is watching them. Han Fei confirms that the people who spread the disease must know they've found a cure and will not let them leave. The crowd panics, worried about their unknown enemy, with some declaring they would rather fight and die than be poisoned. Han Fei listens, thinking to herself that the bet's deadline is tomorrow. She smiles confidently, ready to welcome the real culprits. The next day, Elder Yan approaches Han Fei, commenting on her confident smile and asking if she has truly found a cure. He stands and gestures for him to see for himself, presenting the healthy villagers. Elder Yan is stunned, exclaiming that it's impossible as he checks the villagers' pulses. He demands to know how she did it, but she tells him it's none of his business. The only thing that matters is that she succeeded, and he must now honor their bet. She playfully holds up a V sign, declaring he will be her slave for 3 years. Elder Yan concedes that she won the bet and he will keep his word, but then adds a menacing "but," shouting that she will die before that happens. Masked assassins suddenly leap from the trees and surround them. Han Fei recognizes their outfits as the same ones worn by the attackers in Jiguan City, and calmly crosses her arms, remarking on Elder Yan's interest in gang fights at his age, and asking if he really thinks she is alone. Enraged, Elder Yan orders his men to capture them so he can poison them to death. Han Fei smirks and claps her hands, summoning her own allies from the ground. The earth rumbles as skeletal hands burst forth, followed by full skeletons with glowing red eyes, much to the shock of Elder Yan's men. As one of them identifies the skeleton transforming technique, Han Fei sits calmly amidst her undead soldiers, explaining that this is her Qiuzhang army. She taunts them, asking if they are curious about how she conjures such strong skeletons as her army charges forward, punching one of the masked men with a sickening pop. Han Fei then turns to the now captured Elder Yan and thanks him, revealing that his poison created the very corpses she now commands. Elder Yan scoffs that they should be honored to die by his poison, but Han Fei coldly tells him to experience their hatred firsthand and orders her skeletons to attack. The skeletons grab the struggling Elder Yan, who shouts for the girl to stay away from him. Later, with the masked men subdued, one of Han Fei's companions suggests tying up Elder Yan. As a skeleton binds him with its own bones, Elder Yan calls Han Fei a vicious girl no man would marry. One of her young followers angrily retorts, but is interrupted by a new voice. Qin Chi appears with his arm around Han Fei, telling Elder Yan not to worry about that, because he likes her and wants her. As Han Fei's followers comment on how lovey-dovey the pair is, the captured Elder Yan shouts at Qin Chi, accusing him of being a demon. Elder Yan continues to rave that the demon really exists, prompting Han Fei to wonder if he's gone mad. One of her men punches the old man out, telling him to shut up. Han Fei ponders the word demon, and a fiery vision flashes in her mind of a demonic army and a voice warning that the demon is growing in power. She wakes with a gasp, clutching her head and wondering why she had such a dream, remembering the legends of the goddess fighting demons thousands of years ago. She gets out of bed, noticing Hai is gone, and opens the door to find Qin Chi standing outside under the stars. She tearfully asks where he's been with Hai, and he explains the boy was hungry. Hai, an elf-like child, runs to Han Fei and hugs her. Qin Chi explains Hai was afraid to wake her because she's been so tired, all while hiding a bleeding hand behind his back. Later, after leaving the village, Han Fei and her group arrive at the gates of a deserted Yuzhou city. One of her men comments on how weird the place feels, and Han Fei notes it's like an empty city. They find a frightened vendor who begs them not to kill him, thinking they are part of a cleaning team that took away everyone with the demon disease. He explains the city is now abandoned. Han Fei, realizing the epidemic is spreading faster than she thought, tells him they may have a way to help. While checking the pulse of a sick person, Han Fei notes the symptoms are the same as before, just milder. She organizes the sick people inside, but as she gives instructions, she suddenly feels dizzy. She stumbles, and Qin Chi catches her, calling her name in alarm. He asks how she feels, and she insists she's just tired. He offers to take Hai so she can rest, saying he'll get the boy something to eat. In a flashback, Qin Chi warns a distressed Hai that if he can't control his instincts, he will kill him, telling the boy not to touch his mother again. Back in the present, Qin Chi returns to Han Fei's room. She asks why he seems weaker and what he is writing. He says he's preparing prescriptions, but then leans down and kisses her. He pushes her onto the bed, whispering that he can't lose her again. The next day, after administering the cure to a patient who confirms its effectiveness, Han Fei's group is swarmed by dozens of people who had been hiding in the city, all begging for help. Realizing they don't have enough people to make the medicine, Han Fei decides they will find a way and sets up a recruitment notice for doctors and assistants. Soon, the city is revitalized with carts of medicine and happy citizens. Han Fei holds a meeting, pleased to hear that the epidemic is stable and order is being restored. She explains her plan to make the strategically located Yuzhou city a new stationary point and proudly presents her reconstruction plan, which is a childish drawing of a turtle. As her followers sweat drop, she announces that people from Jiguan town will arrive tomorrow to help with construction. But then she suddenly grows weak, drops the papers, and collapses. While she is unconscious, Qin Chi watches over her bed. He removes his mask, revealing a red floral mark on his cheek, and gently kisses her, trying to wake her up. A flashback reveals Qin Chi taking Hai away to a place where our sins can be washed away, leaving Han Fei behind. In her coma, a powerful voice tells Han Fei her mission is to destroy all demons, reminding her that it created her as a goddess and she must not betray it. The voice warns that a demon is hidden near her and she must destroy it before it brings her doom. Han Fei's eyes snap open. She wakes up confused, wondering about the strange memories, and finds Qin Chi's mask on her pillow. Sometime later, Mangyi arrives and questions her followers about her coma, which he finds strange since he just received a letter from her. Han Fei appears, asking how long she has slept. Her follower tearfully informs her she was in a coma for 7 days. She holds Qin Chi's mask, trying to appear strong as she says he must have had important things to do, but her clenched fist betrays her true feelings. A new visitor arrives, Teng Muge, the medical sage. He laughs heartily, having heard the story of how she defeated his archenemy, Elder Yan, by stripping him naked and tying him to a tree. Han Fei sheepishly explains that she couldn't kill him because his blood was poisonous. Teng Muge calls her clever but says he came because he heard she had a cure for the epidemic. He then rants about the pharmacist contest being a conspiracy run by the vast Poison Valley and complains about a girl named Han Yan who cheated to win. He reveals that Han Yan is distributing a fake cure that is actually another type of poison. After he asks for Han Fei's name, she introduces herself and drops a bombshell. Han Yan is her sister. Teng Muge freezes, and they both recoil from their handshake in disgust as Han Fei tries to explain they are not the same. The elderly doctor tells Han Fei she must be in a tough spot with a sister like that, and she sadly agrees before offering to show him to his room to rest. As she leads the way, she suddenly feels faint, saying she must just be tired these days. Leaning against him for support, he takes the opportunity to check her pulse, and his eyes widen in shock as he declares that she is pregnant. Han Fei's jaw drops in a comical expression of disbelief as she asks if she's really pregnant. Her friends, who were watching nearby, shout her name in shock just before she dramatically faints. Later, Miss Hao lectures a sullen Han Fei, complaining that Prince Qin disappeared without even telling her and calling him a bad man for it. Her tone softens as she tells Han Fei she needs to get some rest because she's too skinny, a thought that causes Miss Hao to feel a pang of guilt. Han Fei calls out to Miss Hao and brings up the fact that Kui Nan is not human, asking if Miss Hao has ever considered their future together. Misunderstanding the serious question, Miss Hao blushes and says she feels good, causing mushrooms to pop up around her as she gets lost in lewd thoughts. Han Fei, annoyed, clarifies that wasn't what she meant and tells her to stop making dirty jokes. Miss Hao smiles peacefully, replying that it doesn't matter that they aren't the same, only that he is Kui Nan and she likes him. Han Fei holds a white mask and ponders if it's really that simple, thinking Miss Hao is very open-minded. Her thoughts drift to a memory of a terrified man screaming that the demon really exists, followed by flashes of demonic soldiers and an injured elven man. She wonders if the truth is something she can truly accept. Just as Miss Hao asks why she brought this up, a loud banging comes from the door as someone shouts that there are troublemakers at the city gate. Arriving at the battlements of Yuju City, they meet another woman who jokes that she was worried she would be late for the show. Below, several men are tied up, some appearing as mere skeletons. Han Fei asks who they are. The woman explains she caught them sneaking around, guessing they are from a nearby town. One of the captives shouts they are from Lingaming Mansion and demands their release, but the woman silences him by stepping on his head. Miss Hao asks if Han Fei has heard of Lingaming Mansion, explaining they have a bad reputation for selling information and that their old city lord recently died. The other woman then reveals that Lingaming Mansion tried to force her into a marriage with their young master to form an alliance. Han Fei is shocked, and the woman quickly shushes her, saying it didn't work out as she remembers the unpleasant proposal. A flashback shows the woman being pressured to marry the young lord. She continues her story, explaining that before the old lord died, he appointed a man named Pang Weixin as the new city lord. Han Fei is startled by the name, wondering if he is a descendant of the Pang Shan army. Later, Han Fei informs another woman that she plans to leave for a few days. Her confidante is shocked, and Han Fei hushes her, asking where she is going. Han Fei reveals her destination is Lingaming Mansion, and that she must go see Pang Weixin if he truly is from the Pang Shan army, entrusting the city's defense to her friend in her absence. Unbeknownst to her, her friends are peeking through the window, having overheard everything. Realizing they know, Han Fei sighs, thinking she will go anyway. Her friends confront her, guessing she is going to find Prince Qin and worrying about the risk to her unborn child. The elderly doctor also appears, telling her that her pulse is extremely unstable, but she dismisses his concerns. He insists, handing her a book where he found a condition similar to hers. The book, titled Strange Stories of the Past and the Present, details ancient cases of demon fetuses where pregnancies resulted in the mother's death and a stillborn child after a period of abnormal growth. Han-Fei nervously clutches her stomach before laughing it off as just a story with the doctor. Later, disguised in men's clothing and a mask, Han-Fei overhears gossip in a tavern about the new city lord, Pang Weixin, being imprisoned by the former lord's son. Her mind conjures an erotic image of a captivity game, causing her to get a nosebleed. Deciding to investigate, she wonders how to get into the mansion. When a man in the tavern stretches his leg out, she irritably steps on his foot. The man yells in pain and calls his friends to beat up the Nancy boy. They rush her, but she easily fends them off with a few swift kicks, catching the eye of a well-dressed man who applauds her skill. The man introduces himself as Lin Sheoshan, the son of the city lord, and praises her fighting prowess before inviting her to his home. Now inside the city lord's mansion, Han-Fei marvels at how easily she gained entry. Lin Sheoshan asks about her origins, and she spins a tale about her master dying in the mountains, leaving her lost. Seeing her as a gullible but skilled fighter, Lin Sheoshan offers her a job as his guard. He tells a false story about his father being murdered by a culprit who stole the city lord title and is now gravely ill, asking Han-Fei to protect him from the man's followers. Han-Fei, inwardly impressed by his audacity, eagerly accepts the offer. She then notices a servant carrying food late at night and suspects it is for the imprisoned Pang Weixin. Just then, a guard runs in to report another challenge at the gates. Lin Sheoshan explains to Han-Fei that challengers can fight for the title of city lord if the current one disappears. He claims these men work for the evildoer Pang Weixin and are demanding his release. Lin Sheoshan grabs her arm, eager to go teach them a lesson, but Han-Fei feigns a stomachache and runs off to the toilet, telling them to go on without her. Lin Sheoshan's subordinate wonders if she's getting cold feet, but Lin Sheoshan vows to kill her himself if she proves to be a coward. Han-Fei follows the servant girl she saw earlier and finds a very young man with purple hair coughing in a secluded courtyard, confirming he is Pang Weixin. She is surprised by his youth, doubting he could be the feared interrogator from the Pang Shan army. Pang Weixin demands to know who she is, and she declares she is there to save him. He calls her arrogant and warns her to stay away from his demon disease. Han-Fei bluntly informs him he just has a cold and pats his head, much to his irritation, before promising to return another day to rescue him. He calls her a psycho as she leaves. Back at the gate, Lin Sheoshan's men are being easily defeated. Lin Sheoshan considers running away just as Han-Fei returns. He gleefully pushes her forward to face the challengers, telling her not to let him down. The challengers mock her weak appearance. Han-Fei admits she is weak but cracks her knuckles and dares them to try and beat her. One of the men rushes forward, but she dodges and knocks him out with a single, surprisingly fast punch. She thinks to herself that she's lucky to have some power-enhancing powder she made. She quickly dispatches the second man with a flurry of kicks and punches. Standing over his unconscious body, she taunts him for losing to a weakling. She then faces the leader, a man named Pang Lanju, who praises her skills but admonishes her for using dirty tricks. Suddenly, Han-Fei collapses, clutching her stomach in pain. Pang Lanju reveals his identity, shocking Lin Sheoshan, and states he is there to rescue his nephew. Refusing to give up, Han-Fei struggles to her feet and attacks again. They trade blows and the fight continues. After the battle, Lin Sheoshan stares in awe at the defeated Pang Lanju, whose spirit seems to be leaving his body, and asks Han-Fei if she really won. He applauds her, saying that beating an opponent and then trying to cure them is the mark of a true master. Exhausted, Han-Fei leans against a door, only to be struck by a sharp pain. She collapses as blood drips from her clenched fist, realizing she pushed herself too hard during the fight. As she recalls the moment she landed the final blow, she wonders if her unborn child gave her the strength. The pain intensifies, and she falls to the floor, coughing up blood. Elsewhere, a small, white-haired boy with pointed ears named Kui Nan senses his sister is hurt. He tries to get out of a healing pool, but is kicked back in by a blue-haired elf named Bayanyi. Bayanyi scolds the crying boy, reminding him he needs to stay in the water to wash away the poison. Annoyed by the crying, Bayanyi pulls the boy out of the water, saying he's taking the little hybrid monster to his irresponsible father. He carries the struggling boy to a cave where a silver-haired man, Prince Qin, is bathing. Prince Qin's demonic power is returning because he broke an agreement, and he must stay in the pool to suppress it or his body will explode. Bayanyi laments that Prince Qin gave up his power as a demon king for a human woman. The boy defends his mother, saying his dad claims she is stronger than any demon. The scene flashes back to Prince Qin emerging from the water, angrily asking Bayan Yi what he has done to his son. The elf-like man with blue hair, Ling, tells a shirtless, silver-haired man named Bayan Yi soaking in a pool that he has missed seeing him like this. A small, white-haired boy runs in shouting for his dad, but Ling quickly picks him up by the back of his collar, telling him to be quiet and not interrupt the adults. Bayan Yi ignores the sentiment and asks how much longer he must stay in the pool, to which Ling replies it will be at least 6 months. Ling continues to lecture him, mentioning his reborn body is weak despite recovering his demonic memories, and mocks him for having been a cripple. Bayan Yi simply tells him to get his son out of there when he is finished. Ling then changes the subject, asking why the boy mentioned having a younger sister. Bayan Yi splashes in the water, looking startled and asking what Ling means. The boy explains that he felt his younger sister in his mom's belly and that she said she was hurt. A grave expression crosses Bayan Yi's face as the name Han Fei comes to his mind. Elsewhere, a man tells a disguised Han Fei that he is relieved she is okay and invites her to a banquet, which she accepts. Alone, Han Fei clutches her stomach, noting that her belly has grown in 3 days and she must get Pang Weixin out before it becomes too noticeable. She scales a wall and enters a room where she finds a young woman with purple hair, introducing herself as the one who has come to save her. The woman, Pang Weixin, excitedly offers Han Fei anything if she can get her out of there. Han Fei chides Weixin for her youthful arrogance, which led to her being tricked by Lin Shaoshan into believing she had a fatal infectious disease. After Weixin angrily denies it, Han Fei grabs her, insisting that she is the one who needs help and must beg for it. Weixin shoves her away and falls, defiantly declaring her name is Pang Weixin, a descendant of the 9th Army who will not bow to anyone. Han Fei removes her mask, revealing her identity and stating her own name. Weixin is stunned into silence as Han Fei recites the names of the great armies, including Pang Shan. The revelation triggers a flashback for Weixin of her grandfather telling her about their service to a goddess. Overcome with emotion, Weixin kneels and addresses Han Fei as Her Majesty, who welcomes the Pang Shan army back. Weixin explains she was imprisoned by Lin Shaoshan after failing in her mission to seize the city, and Han Fei comforts her, patting her head. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps alerts them, and Han Fei realizes someone is coming. Lin Shaoshan enters with his guards, claiming he heard a villain was in the yard, and he has come to ensure Pang Weixin's safety. Pang Weixin slams her hands on the table, angrily reminding him that she is still the lord of this city. Lin Shaoshan mockingly agrees that there is a villain in the room, her, and orders his guards to kill the one who occupied the city. As the guards advance with drawn swords, Han Fei appears behind Lin Shaoshan with a blade to his throat, telling everyone not to move. Apologizing that she must save Weixin, she uses him as a hostage to escape the room. Once clear, they flee as an enraged Lin Shaoshan orders the town to be locked down and for them to be killed. Later, Han Fei and a coughing Pang Weixin hide in a safe house. Weixin expresses concern that Han Fei will be trapped in the city because of her, but Han Fei dismisses it, more worried about Weixin being captured while she is gone. Han Fei mentions she can contact the Pan Shan army, but it will take time. A man's voice interrupts, asking if they need help. It is Bai, who has appeared in the doorway. Han Fei is surprised to see him. He explains he is on business, and Pang Weixin recognizes him from a picture as the Lord Holy Guard. Bai brushes it off as nonsense while Han Fei covers Weixin's mouth to silence her. He reveals that, like Han Fei, his seal has been lifted and his memories have returned. Han Fei asks him to watch over Weixin and leaves for the city lord's mansion. At the mansion, a frantic guard informs Lin Shaoshan that the man, Han, has returned as a woman to challenge him. Han Fei stands in the courtyard, now dressed in a red gown, as the guards recognize her as the woman who defeated Pang Lanju. An enraged Lin Shaoshan orders her to be captured. Han Fei silences the fearful guards and reminds Lin Shaoshan of the rule allowing a new city lord to be chosen by combat, formally challenging him. She points out that the city elders are watching, preventing him from backing out. Panicked, Lin Shaoshan invokes a rule allowing for outside help and summons his champion, a woman named Wu Yinyu armed with a whip. The fight begins, with Yinyu's whip cracking the stone tiles. Han Fei dodges the rapid attacks, then draws a short sword, deciding she must make the first move. She closes the distance, slicing the whip to pieces with her blade and holding the dagger to Wu Yinyu's throat, declaring her loss. Just as she wins, Lin Shaoshan stabs her in the back from behind. He gloats that he has won and will remain city lord as she collapses in pain. Bai bursts through the gates calling her name, finding her unconscious on the ground as she faintly wonders if it is Qin Chi by her side. Later, in the Yunju Palace, Han Fei lies in a bed while Bai demands an update from a doctor. The doctor reports that while her wound has stopped bleeding and shows no signs of poison, she is not breathing. Bai sits by her side, refusing to believe she could be dead. Han Fei's spirit stands beside them, thinking to herself that she can't die yet and has at least 500 more episodes to live. The doctor then reveals a shocking discovery. Miss Han is 3 months pregnant, and the pulse of the pregnancy remains despite her lack of breath. He explains that some women carrying a demonic fetus enter a state of suspended animation to protect themselves from the baby draining their energy. Han Fei's spirit gulps in horror at the prospect of being buried alive. Bai leans over her body, vowing not to let her die, and then carries her out of the room. Her spirit feels compelled to follow, connected to the body by a glowing red thread tied to her ankle. She follows him to a strange chamber beneath the palace, where she hears his voice asking what he must do to wake her. He confirms to an unseen entity that he is willing to pay the price. As he places his hand into a stone basin containing her body, a dark energy emerges, causing him pain. A voice reminds him not to forget his promise. Dark energy forms a scythe and strikes at Han Fei's spirit, but she's protected by a flash of lightning that repels the attack. The red thread on her ankle vanishes. Back in the bed, the body's eyes open. The woman who awakens is terrified and confused, crying that she must return to the Han mansion before the second lady beats her. It is the original soul of the body. Han Fei's spirit watches, realizing what has happened. The original Han Fei does not recognize, who tries in vain to get through to her. Now a disembodied spirit, Han Fei wonders where she should go. She feels herself turning transparent and fears she will disappear if she doubts her own existence. Just then, Bai turns and looks directly at her spirit form, telling her that he can see her, and that he can also see she does not belong in this world. A woman with light green hair stares at her reflection in disbelief, touching her own face as she questions if it is really her. A man with long brown hair steps up behind her, confirming her identity as Han Fei and asking with concern if she is all right as she clutches her chest, overwhelmed. With tears welling in her eyes, she tells him that it feels like she is dreaming. She turns to him, taking his hands and smiling brightly as she asks if she is his consort, concluding that she must be for him to be so gentle and kind to her, while he looks down at her with a pained expression. She then gestures to her stomach and happily suggests that the baby must be theirs, calling the thought nice. The man looks down sadly but confirms that, yes, it is their baby. Elsewhere, in a spiritual form, the real Han Fei watches this exchange with shock as the impostor asks about the baby's age, apologizing for not remembering, and the man assures her it is all right because he remembers for her. The real Han Fei's soul seethes, wondering how Bai could do this, and her expression hardens with resolve, determined to get her body back for the sake of her child, which she declares belongs to her and Qin Chi. Her soul form resolutely walks out of a doorway into an ethereal space. A mysterious man's voice explains to her that, as an intruder in this world, she won't survive long in her soul state, and will disappear if she stays away from her body for too long. The man, revealed to be the same brown-haired man from earlier, appears before her spirit, adding that she can survive if someone is able to recognize the real her, prompting a confused Han Fei to ask what he means. He elaborates that some forces can transcend common sense, using the ancient love between a goddess and a demon king as an example. Han Fei's soul grows worried, stating she cannot find Qin Chi, but the man calmly reassures her that he will be there soon. Their conversation is interrupted by a shout from the real world, where someone is demanding to be let go by an unknown person. The scene reveals a silver-haired man, Qin Chi, has grabbed the impostor's wrist, telling her he has come to pick her up, while she panics and calls for His Majesty's help. The brown-haired man, addressed as His Majesty, appears with a grim expression, ordering Qin Chi to let her go. The crying impostor hides behind him, asking who the scary man is. His Majesty wraps a protective arm around her, promising he won't let Qin Chi take her away. Nearby, Qin Chi tells a small, elven-eared child holding his sleeve to hold on tight. He then glares at the impostor, stating that she is not Han Fei but is merely possessing her body and demanding to know where the real one is. The impostor reacts with fury, clutching her chest and shouting that she is Han Fei. At that moment, the real Han Fei's soul materializes behind Qin Chi, tearfully calling out his name. He turns to see her spiritual form and immediately pulls her into a tight embrace as she thanks him for being able to recognize her. The mysterious man watches them, remarking that the power of love works miracles, but noting that two Han Feis cannot exist in the same time and space, meaning a choice must be made. As His Majesty holds the crying impostor and demands her release, the real Han Fei, standing with Qin Chi and their child, asks the impostor if she would like to come to her time and experience her life there. Qin Chi and the child agree enthusiastically, and the impostor's body begins to glow as a voice agrees to her wish. The impostor's body is pulled into a brilliant light, away from a desperate His Majesty who reaches out and screams for her not to go. The scene transitions to a modern bedroom where Han Fei kisses Qin Chi, wishing her prince a good morning while their child sleeps peacefully between them.